Marvel Ninja God. Chapter 51. Murakami and Bato brought people to ambush near the warehouse early in the morning, waiting for the arrival of Holiness Church and others. They witnessed the scene of Rogge killing the hand-of-hand ninjas in the warehouse, but they didn't stop Rogge. Their task was only to stop the people of Holiness Church. As for Rogge, that was the task of others. While perceiving the entrance of the warehouse, Rogge also perceived the existence of Murakami, but he didn't take them seriously. As long as they don't come out to stop him, Rogge doesn't bother to pay attention to them. When the hand-of-hand ninjas appeared, the people of Holiness Church didn't say a word and directly took out their weapons and attacked the ninjas of Holiness Church, not caring about their numerical disadvantage. The number of ninjas of Holiness Church has always been less than that of hand-hand ninjas, but their individual strength is far stronger than that of hand-of-hand ninjas. Even an ordinary member of Holiness Church has the strength to fight against more than a dozen hand-of-hand ninjas at the same time. As for the staff elder, he can fight against dozens of hand ninjas at the same time. However, at this time, the staff elder did not attack the ordinary hand-of-hand ninjas. Now, he is fighting Murakami with a black katana. Like the staff elder, Daredevil Matt did not attack the ordinary hand-of-hand ninjas. His opponent was Bato, one of the 5 fingers of hand. While Murakami and Bato stopped the Holiness Church, Mrs. Gao and Alexandra led people to ambush at an intersection a few blocks away. It's a long distance from the entrance of the warehouse, but it's the only way to get to the entrance of the warehouse. The reason for their ambush here is simple: they are waiting for the people on Kingpin's side. If Kingpin mobilizes people to the warehouse, then this is the most suitable place for an ambush. In order to give the Savant Underground enough time to open the seal and take away the dragon bones, Mrs. Gao, Murakami, and the others took away most of the power in the hand. As for those underground, they are all weak hand ninjas. And according to their plan, the hand ninjas underground don't need to be too strong, they only exist for 2 purposes. One was to act as a porter and take away the dragon bones, while the other was to stop Rogge. Although it seemed inconceivable, that was indeed their plan. In order to achieve this goal, they even took out a trump card that they had never used before. At this moment, Rogge didn't know this. He was now moving quickly in the underground passage. Although this underground passage to the Dragon Bone Seal had been excavated at the last minute, it wasn't crowded at all. Instead, it was unusually wide. According to common sense, this kind of underground tunnel only needed to be big enough for normal people to pass through. There was no need to spend extra effort to make the tunnel bigger. However, the underground passage that appeared in front of Rogge completely exceeded this standard, and it even reached the point where ordinary trucks could pass through. This is very abnormal, and abnormal means an ambush. After moving in the underground passage for a while, Rogge stopped and once again used chakra perception. It was not much different from what he perceived before. The group of hand ninjas underground was still busy, and there were no other people in the passage. The only difference was that the hand ninjas on the ground were fighting with the Holiness Church. Just as he was about to move forward, the seal of the dragon bone vibrated again. This time, the intensity of the vibration was not very big, and the time it lasted was very short, but after the vibration ended, Rogge felt a strong and incredible energy. He is no stranger to this type of energy. After all, he has improved a lot of chakra by relying on this energy in the past few days. This is the energy of the dragon bone, and it is so huge that it is shocking. Even an ordinary person would be able to clearly sense the existence of this energy. With the dragon bone as the center, everyone within a few kilometers of it can feel the existence of this energy. Along with this energy, there is also a vast and ancient aura that originated from the ancient times. It is just a dead Shenron, and a Shenron that has been dead for God knows how many years, but its bones can emit such an amazing aura. If it is a living Shenron, then Rogge felt that it is necessary for him to go to Kunlun in the future. At this time, the people of the Holiness Church who were fighting on the ground also felt the huge energy and amazing aura emitted by the dragon bone. For a while, the two sides involuntarily stopped attacking. Feeling this unusually huge energy of the dragon bone, the old man showed a look of great desire. He stood straight in place, and nervously took a few deep breaths, as if he could absorb the energy of the dragon bone into his body by doing so. While the old man was nervously taking deep breaths, his opponent Murakami did not waste the opportunity and attacked him like lightning. The black samurai sword in his hand was like a viper catching its prey, directly attacking the old man's throat. Seeing that Murakami's black samurai sword was about to hit the old man's throat, the old man, who had been motionless, finally moved. No one knew how the old man did it. They only saw that Murakami was hit hard in the chest by the long stick in the old man's hand. Murakami was sent flying like a volleyball for nearly 10 meters. "Those who stand in my way, die." After sending Murakami flying, the old man with the staff muttered to himself. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present could feel the amazing killing intent he exuded. Daredevil Matt was a few meters away from the old man at this time. After hearing the old man's words, for the first time, he felt that he didn't know his master at all. At this time, the old man obviously didn't care about other people's opinions. After speaking, he took the long stick and walked forward unhurriedly. Hand ninjas were obviously not frightened by the old man's killing intent. After seeing the old man walking towards Murakami, these ninjas did not hesitate and immediately attacked the old man. Faced with the attack of these hand ninjas, the old man once again showed his super strength as a fighting master. An ordinary-looking long stick in the old man's hand was like a magic weapon, showing a terrifying lethality. It took only 2 or 3 seconds for the hand ninjas who attacked the old man to turn into corpses lying on the ground. The old man on the ground showed his power, while Rogge in the underground passage looked at the hand ninjas with a puzzled look. These hand ninjas gathered at the exit of the passage for some reason. On their bodies, Rogge felt the strange dark aura that he once felt on Kurito. 77 hand ninjas stopped in front of him. On their bodies, Rogge did not see any weapons. Chapter 52. You want to stop me with these people? Aren't you looking down on me too much? After perceiving the battle on the ground, Rogge knew that the Tempests had arranged different plans for different enemies. One group of people intercepted the Holiness Church, and another group intercepted Kingpin. So he was very sure that these 77 ninjas were specially prepared for him by the Tempests. But there was one thing he didn't understand, that is, where did the Tempests get their confidence from, thinking that these ninjas could stop him? So far, the number of ninjas who have died in his hands has exceeded 200. And the comprehensive strength of those ninjas is stronger than the ninjas in front of him. Although he didn't know what the Tempests were thinking for the time being, he didn't intend to get entangled in this issue. Katon Grand Fire Annihilation. Without any hesitation, Rogge decisively used ninjutsu. A powerful flame spewed out from his mouth, like an angry fire dragon, flew toward the ninja of the Hand and Peace Society. Just after flying out a short distance, the flame had expanded to the point where it enveloped the entire passage. Almost in the blink of an eye, these flames came in front of the Tempests and completely swallowed them. These Tempests didn't make any evasive movements, and there was no room to evade. The shockingly powerful flames enveloped them and quickly burned their bodies. The excruciating pain caused them to involuntarily let out blood-curdling screams, one after another, resounding throughout the entire passageway. Looking at these Tempests and ninjas standing in place like puppets, Rogge noticed that something was wrong. The huge and powerful flame disappeared after 5 or 6 seconds, and along with the flame, the lives of these Tempests and ninjas disappeared. However, within a few seconds, these Tempests and ninjas, who had turned into corpses, stood up again one by one. These Tempests and ninjas, who should have been lying on the ground, stood up strangely like zombies in science fiction movies, and their eyes became dark. Black gas that could be seen with the naked eye kept gushing out of their severely burned bodies. These black gas are a bit familiar. Looking at the black gas, Rogge couldn't help but recall the black fog he had seen on Black Sky's body. However, the black gas coming out of these hand-hand ninjas is much thinner than Kuroko's black fog, and it doesn't look as strange as the black fog. Rogge took out a shuriken and threw it towards one of the hand ninjas. He wanted to see if this black gas had the same devouring ability as the black fog. After imitating Bullseye's throwing technique, his shuriken skills had improved from terrible to superb. If he wanted to, he could even use his shuriken to hit the wings of flies flying more than 10 meters away. The shuriken he threw out drew a beautiful arc, then passed through the black gas and accurately hit the right eye of the ninja. Chi! The shuriken successfully hit the target, but it did not result in the expected result. Logically speaking, being hit in the eye should be enough to severely injure the enemy. However, the hand-hand ninja who was hit in the right eye by the shuriken seemed to be fine. Not only was there no change, but he even ignored the shuriken in his eye and let the shuriken stay in his eye. It seems that this is not a resurrection, but just giving the dead a certain degree of mobility. Rogge quickly made a judgment and formulated the corresponding tactics. He didn't know how the hand-hand did it, but based on the current situation, the hand was well prepared. The 77 ninjas were sacrificed in exchange for time without his intervention. The hand didn't expect the 77 ninjas to be able to defeat Rogge. What they wanted was to stall Rogge. After Kuroko's death, the hand knew very well that it was impossible for them to stop Rogge with conventional combat power. In that case, they might as well use some unconventional methods. The reason why Kuroko was so powerful was that he was a vessel for the beast possession, so he could exert strength far beyond ordinary people. The beast possession could greatly enhance the vessel's strength, but there weren't many people who were suitable to be the beast possession. An unsuitable vessel would die within a short period of time after being possessed by a beast. Although the hand didn't have a way to find a large number of suitable vessels, they developed a way to temporarily borrow the beast possession's strength based on the fact that the beast possession would strengthen the vessel's strength. Since unsuitable vessels would die in a short time after being possessed by the beast possession, it was better to directly provide some corpses that had just died for the beast possession. This way, they didn't have to worry about the lifespan of the vessel. Anyway, they were already dead, so there was no need to worry about the lifespan. Through the resentment of the dead before they died, coupled with suitable black magic, they could create a batch of temporary vessels for the dead that could be possessed by the beast possession. Although the temporary vessels created by this method were far inferior to Kuroko's, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, since they were already the vessels of the dead, they wouldn't have the weakness they had when they were alive. As long as the beast possession's strength didn't disappear, as long as the beast possession's corpse didn't completely collapse, these temporary vessels could continue to fight. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have enough black magic materials, now standing in front of Rogge, there would be more than 77 hand-hand ninjas. These hand-hand ninjas that had been possessed by the beast possession swayed for a few seconds, then their eyes fell on Rogge's body at the same time, and they let out a burst of beast-like roars. Then, these hand-hand ninjas rushed toward Rogge, like a pack of wolves hunting their prey. Rogge. Now, what was controlling these bodies wasn't the original hand-hand ninjas, but the fighting instinct in their bodies that originated from the beast possession. Some of them ran upright like humans, while some ran on all fours like wild beasts. But no matter what method they used, the speed they showed was far beyond when they were alive. At this time, Rogge finally understood why the hand-hand dug these tunnels so wide. When digging the tunnels, the hand-hand had already planned to use this trump card, the only difference was which enemy it was used against. When these hand-hand ninjas ran to the last few meters, a 5-meter-long spear made of electric current appeared in his right hand. Chidori Sharp Spear. The hand-hand ninjas that rushed to the front were pierced by the Chidori Sharp Spear like candied haws, and then their bodies were completely cut off. Chapter 53. After instantly dealing with the first few hand-hand ninjas, Rogge's right hand waved to the right, and Chidori Ige once again cut off the bodies of several hand ninjas. Although these hand-hand ninjas got stronger because of the beast's possession, their bodies were not strengthened to the same level as Kuroku. Even shuriken could successfully cause damage to them, not to mention the more powerful Chidori A.K.A. After cutting off the bodies of several hand-hand ninjas on the right, finally someone rushed to the front of Rogge and rushed towards him like a beast. Rogge did not dodge, but ended the Chidori A.K.A. in his right hand, and then cast another lightning release ninjutsu. Chidori Flow. A visible light blue electric current appeared in an instant, and then hit the hand-hand ninjas who rushed towards him. Although the paralysis effect of Chidori Flow will not appear on these ninjas, but the specific attack power of the electric current itself is enough to repel them. These ninjas who rushed towards Rogge, like a ball, flew out upside down, and heavily hit the ninjas behind them, making the whole scene suddenly become very chaotic. After dealing with these close ninjas, Chidori A.K.A. once again appeared in Rogge's right hand. After getting rid of a few more people, these hand-hand ninjas who have lost their mind finally made a new move. They no longer swarmed towards Rogge, but began to try to attack Rogge from different angles. Are you bullying me because I'm alone? The plan of these hand-hand ninjas can be seen at a glance. They want to bully Rogge because he is alone. Attacking from different directions at the same time, so that Rogge can't take care of all directions of defense, and thus create a defensive loophole that can be exploited. It has to be said that with the current IQ level of these ninjas, being able to think of this tactic is a very good progress. But they obviously underestimated Rogge in front of them. After perceiving the thoughts of these ninjas, Rogge did not let them down, and cast the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang! 4 identical ninjas appeared on the left and right sides of the original body. This sudden change instantly broke the fantasy of these hand-hand ninjas. Isn't it a pleasant surprise? After these 4 shadow doppelgangers appeared, they also used Chidori's sharp spear like the main body. Although these hand-hand ninjas are much stronger than when they were alive, even surpassing the average level of the Holiness Church ninjas. But in front of Rogge, they were still too weak. They were so weak that a single attack could kill a few of them. If the 5 fingers on the hand knew about this, they would never have used this trump card on Rogge. The old man with the staff dared to cause trouble for the hand-of-hand with more than 10 Holiness Church ninjas, while Rogge was facing 77 opponents stronger than the Holiness Church ninjas. In Hand-Hand's opinion, this was already an extremely high level of treatment. But reality proved that this was far from enough. Under the simultaneous attack of 5 Rogge, these hand-hand ninjas didn't last long, they were cleaned up and scattered in various places of the passage. Although these hand-hand ninjas who were cut off still had the ability to move, they couldn't stand up at all without a complete body. They could only helplessly flop on the ground like fish out of water. Rogge ignored these hand-hand ninjas who could still move and walked directly past them towards the final location of the seal. At the same time as Rogge ended the battle on the ground also came to an end. Not only did the old man with the staff defeat Murakami and Bato, one of the 5 fingers of the hand, he also took the lives of dozens of hand ninjas. Under the leadership of the old man with the staff, the other Holiness Church ninjas also broke out with amazing combat power, repelling or killing all the hand-hand ninjas in front of them. Murakami and Bato retreated with the few remaining hand-hand ninjas, while the old man with the staff and others entered the underground passage and rushed towards the location of the Dragon Bone Seal. While the old man with the staff and Murakami and others were fighting, Mrs. Gao and others, who were lying in ambush on the other side, finally waited for Kingpin's men. Because Kingpin himself was not there, and it was a sneak attack, Mrs. Gao and others quickly took the advantage and quickly killed Kingpin's men. Unlike the Holiness Church, Kingpin's men were not ninjas, they were holding firearms in their hands. But even so, in front of the hand-hand ninjas with cold weapons, these guys still couldn't take any advantage. Kingpin's men, as well as the hand-hand ninjas, fully demonstrated the gap between professionals and amateurs. These gangsters can bully ordinary people, but in front of the hand-hand ninjas, who have been strictly trained and take pleasure in killing, they are like a high school team that has entered the NBA arena, and they fully understand the gap in strength. When these gangsters were beaten by the hand ninjas, Kingpin himself came to the warehouse where the underground passage was located with a team of 20 people. At that moment, Kingpin was still wearing an expensive suit. Beside him was a group of fully armed, ferocious mercenaries. This mercenary team is one of the trump cards that Kingpin spent a lot of money to build. All the members have real battlefield experience and have undergone professional special forces training. Before joining Kingpin's mercenary team, they were all members of the top special forces in various countries. For various reasons, they ended their military career early and joined Kingpin's mercenary team when they were still at their peak. Even in the face of the famous SEALs, they can have an absolute advantage in the case of the same number of people. Kingpin never expected those gangsters to be able to fight against the hand ninjas. Those guys were nothing more than bait he threw to the hand. When the Holiness Church fought with the hand, Kingpin brought people to the vicinity and witnessed the whole process of the battle. However, he did not make a move, but waited patiently, waiting for the Holiness Church to open up a path for them without enemies. After the Holiness Church entered the underground passage, Kingpin also took people into the passage, and at the same time, buried several remote-controlled bombs in the passage. However, Kingpin didn't expect that not long after he entered the underground passage, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Black Widow also came to the warehouse and followed behind them. At this time, all the enemies that the hand expected had appeared. The only difference is that the current situation is very different from what they planned. Savant had just packed the first batch of dragon bones taken out of the seal when he heard a familiar voice, but he definitely didn't want to hear it. Just pack the dragon bones and put them here, you don't have to worry about the rest. Chapter 54. If there is any voice in the world that Savant doesn't want to hear now, then the first one is definitely Rogge's voice. Savant doesn't know if he did something wrong in his previous life, but he found that his luck has been getting worse and worse since he met Rogge. The first time he knew about the existence of Rogge, more than 100 of his men died. The first time he saw Rogge, his strongest man, Kuroku, died, and Erika was sent out. Although the first commission was successful, the price was temporarily increased, and he paid an extra box of dragon bones. Then he came to commission again, and he was robbed of 3 boxes of dragon bones. In order to prevent him from interfering with this plan, he even used his secret card, but he still appeared. Trying his best to calm himself down, Suoong turned to Logue and tried his best to control his tone as he quietly said, "We were the ones who discovered this place, and we were the ones who opened the seal. If you want to take a portion of the dragon bones, I can agree. But you can't ask for it all at once, even if you are strong, you can't be so unreasonable." If it weren't for the fact that he can't beat Rogge, Savant wouldn't even want to say a word, let alone talk in such a tone. First of all, let me correct you, I don't need your permission to take away the dragon bones. Secondly, I'm being unreasonable, so what? Finally, I'll give you a warm reminder. Without the dragon bones, you will die later, but if you dare to stop me, you will die now. Rogge ignored Savant's anger and said casually. Regardless of whether Savant is willing or not, and regardless of what the Holiness Church and Kingpin can do, he will not hand over a single piece of dragon bones here. At this time, the hand ninjas who were digging and transporting the dragon bones also noticed the existence of Rogge and looked over. As long as Savant gives the order, they will attack immediately. After listening to Rogge's 3 sentences, Savant's anger reached its peak. Even so, he forcefully restrained himself from making a move. Rogge's last sentence is right. Without these dragon bones, at most, he won't be able to continue to extend his life in the future. But if he really fights, he doesn't need to think about the future, he will die here today. Although he has lived for hundreds of years, he still cherishes his life very much. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have risked betraying Kunlun. Is there really no discussion at all? What do you think? If he wasn't the only one present, but all 5 of the hand's fingers were here, Sword might have tried to resist. But in this case, he doesn't even have the capital to resist. Okay. I admit defeat. After saying that, Suoanda turned around and left. At the same time, he signaled the ninjas to put down the dragon bones in their hands. You can go, but they have to stay. After packing the dragon bones, they can leave. The dragon bones haven't been completely mined yet, and Rogge doesn't want to dig it himself. You stay and continue to dig until you finish digging. Suoanda said while suppressing his anger. Then, he left alone. As for where he went and where he left from, Rogge wasn't interested at all. The ninjas who were left behind watched Savant leave, and then continued their task. It has to be said that the Hand of Hand has done a good job in training his subordinates. This is what it means to be a subordinate. They do what they say, and they don't say a word of nonsense. If their subordinates have the obedience of the Hand of Hand ninjas, those capitalists will wake up laughing in their sleep. With the efforts of the Hand of Hand ninjas, more and more dragon bones were excavated, and soon they piled up into a small hill. Looking at these dragon bones, Rogge seems to see the picture of his chakra increasing. However, this beautiful imagination of his was quickly interrupted by someone. All the dragon bones here belong to the Holiness Church. Although the old man can't see, he can clearly feel the energy emitted by the dragon bones, the energy that makes him want to fight. After seeing the arrival of the Holiness Church, the Hand of Hand ninjas suddenly pulled out their weapons and were ready to fight at any time. Don't stop, keep digging, Rogge said in a dissatisfied tone. After hesitating for a few seconds, these Hand of Hand ninjas finally put away their weapons and continued to dig. After hearing Rogge's words, the old man's face suddenly became very ugly. Although he had only interacted with Roger once, he had deeply engraved Roger's voice into his mind. He remembered this guy who had once beaten him up like a sparring partner. Just as the old man was about to speak, Kingpin's voice came from a distance. What a big tone, without my consent, your Holiness Church can't take away a single dragon bone. Although Kingpin only brought 20 people with him, if they really fight, these Holiness Church ninjas are really not his opponents. Not long after Kingpin's arrival, a seductive figure appeared at the exit of the passage. Black Widow Natasha. After seeing her figure, Rogge frowned slightly. Why is this woman here? Is there no one else in the S.H.I.E.L.D. New York branch? Rogge is no stranger to Natasha, they have met before. S.H.I.E.L.D. once sent special teams to capture him 3 times in a row. After failing 3 times, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not give up for the first time, but launched a relatively soft plan. The executor of the plan that time was Black Widow Natasha. If he hadn't known about the existence of Black Widow Natasha early, he would have almost failed that time. But he won in the end, and S.H.I.E.L.D. completely gave up the plan to capture him after that plan. Natasha also saw Rogge for the first time, and like Rogge, she also frowned slightly. She had originally thought that the inexplicable earthquake this time was just caused by the Hand and Kingpin. But now it is clear that Rogge is also a part of it. After seeing Rogge, she finally understood why there were so many mutilated bodies at the end of the underground passage. Although Natasha was only one person, after seeing the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo on her uniform, Kingpin put away his inner contempt and regarded her as the second biggest trouble. As for the biggest trouble, of course, it is Rogge not far away. After arriving here, Natasha did not say anything. Instead, she went to a relatively spacious area and silently observed everyone present. It didn't take long for Savant, who had left, to return here, and Murakami and Bato came back with him. Chapter 55. In addition to Savant, Murakami, and Bato, there were nearly 50 hand-of-hand ninjas who came back with them. And the passage they used to come back was not the one that Rogge and the others entered, but the passage on the other side of the underground space. After returning to the underground space where the dragon bones were sealed, Savant didn't fear Rogge as before, but looked at him with a provocative look. Not long after Savant and the others came here, the other 2 fingers of the hand, Mrs. Gao and Alexandra, also rushed over with more than 100 hand-of-hand ninjas. At this point, all 5 fingers of the hand appeared. In addition to the hand-of-hand ninjas who originally stayed here to dig the dragon bones, Holiness Church, Kingpin, and others, there were nearly 400 people gathered in this underground space that was almost the size of 2 football fields. Of course, most of them were people of the hand. There were almost 350 hand-of-hand. For this dragon bones, the hand almost came out. Neither the old man nor Kingpin expected that the hand would attach so much importance to this operation that they would even gamble the fate of the entire organization. With an absolute advantage in numbers, even if the 5 fingers of the hand of Holiness Church and Kingpin at the same time. As for Rogge, the 5 fingers of the hand decided to take action personally. Savant knew very well that with his own strength, it was absolutely impossible to fight against Rogge. So in the face of Rogge's coercion, he could only choose to endure again and again. But now, he will no longer have any patience. Since we are not your opponent one-on-one, then the 5 of us will fight together. The reason why Savant and others were able to escape smoothly from Kunlun's pursuit was not because they were familiar with everything about Kunlun, but because the 5 of them were extremely good at fighting together. When the 5 of them fought together, the chi in their bodies would form a mystical connection, allowing their strength to increase tremendously, allowing them to erupt with unimaginably shocking battle prowess. If it weren't for this magical method, they would have died in the pursuit of Kunlun hundreds of years ago, and the hand wouldn't have appeared in this world. For a long time, the outside world had thought that Haikong was the pinnacle of the hand. However, only Savant and the others knew that when the 5 of them were together, they were the real peak power of the hand. Under the signal of Savant and the others, the more than 350 hand ninjas immediately attacked the Holiness Church and Kingpin. Even the Black Widow Natasha, who was alone, was besieged by more than a dozen hand ninjas. Gunshots, shouts, and the clashing sounds of swords and sabers rang out incessantly, causing the originally quiet underground space to become incomparably noisy. At this time, Rogge was still standing in the same place, as if he didn't see anything. He didn't even pay attention to Savant and the others who were approaching him. Why do you have to do these useless things? Why do you have these unrealistic fantasies? Can't you recognize your own strength? Rogge lowered his head and said silently to himself. Then he took a deep breath and calmed down his somewhat irritated mood. When he raised his head again, his eyes turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan, and an aura as cold as death emerged from his body. Since you want to die, then I will satisfy your wish. As soon as his voice fell, 32 shadow clones, identical to him, appeared out of thin air beside him. He usually only creates 4 shadow clones, because the cooperation of 4 shadow clones is enough to win a battle. The limit of his shadow clones has never been 4. The appearance of 32 shadow clones immediately attracted a lot of attention, and the sound of fighting in the surrounding area also dropped a lot in an instant. Under their watchful eyes, these 32 shadow clones ran in different directions. In the process of running, these shadow clones didn't attack anyone, as if they were really just passing by. When the 32 shadow clones arrived at different locations in the underground space, Rogge took out 2 Thor kunao and held them in his hands, one in front and one in reverse. Kill all of you in 10 seconds. Rogge's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present clearly heard his words. Kill nearly 400 people in 10 seconds, although this sentence came from his mouth, but most of the people present didn't think he could do it. The people who appeared here now weren't street thugs or hooligans. Everyone present had extremely rich combat experience, and they all had the strength to easily kill ordinary people. Not to mention killing nearly 400 people in 10 seconds, even if there were 400 chickens, it would be impossible to kill them all in 10 seconds. Although most people thought that Rogge was talking nonsense, Black Widow Natasha didn't think so. If he really said so, it meant that he could do it. So after hearing Rogge's words, Natasha didn't hesitate and immediately ran in the direction of the underground passage. Natasha didn't run far before Rogge started his own timer. 1. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared. At the same time, dozens of people in different positions had their throats slit. Bright red blood burst out from their wounds, rendering a sad and cruel scene. 2. 3. Every second, Rogge's voice would ring out from a different location. Every time the voice sounded, dozens of people's throats or hearts would be pierced. In just 3 seconds, the number of deaths had exceeded 100 people. Since you don't believe me, I'll use facts to prove it to you. 3 seconds, more than 100 corpses. Those who doubted Rogge before not only didn't have any doubts now, but also ran in the direction of the underground passage. If they don't run now, they really won't have a chance to run. That madman will really kill everyone here in 10 seconds. The enemies who were still fighting fiercely at this time became brothers in distress. When these people ran to the underground passage, Rogge didn't stop his killing. 4. 5. 6. 7. Another 4 seconds passed, and more than 100 people died in the hands of Rogge. Until now, they didn't know how Rogge did it. Killing dozens of people in a second, and all of them were killed with Kunao. Even if he could teleport, it would be too late. 8. 9. Another 2 seconds passed. At this time, there were only 10 people left in the underground space, except for Rogge himself. Black Widow Natasha, Kingpin, and his 2 mercenaries, the Old Man, Daredevil Matt, the unknown ninja of Holiness Church, Murakami of Hand, Alexandra, and Savant. Chapter 56. Nearly 400 people, after 9 seconds, only 10 people were left. This kind of efficient and terrifying killing efficiency shocked the rest of the people. It was only now that they finally understood why Rogge had made such a solemn vow. In 10 seconds, kill all of you. This is not an unrealistic fantasy, this is just a notice. Natasha, who was the first to retreat, has already entered the underground passage at this time. And Kingpin, the Old Man, and the others are only a short distance away from the underground passage. But none of them knows whether they can enter the passage alive at the last moment. Unlike the Old Man and the others who desperately went to the underground passage, Savant and Murakami did not show any signs of retreat, but silently stayed in the same place, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Hand, it's over. Even if they can leave here alive, the Hand can't avoid the fate of destruction. For this operation, they have mobilized almost all the manpower they can mobilize. All the ninjas in the organization are dead, and only 3 of the 5 fingers are left. Under such circumstances, even if they managed to escape alive, they would only be delaying their deaths by a little. If they knew the ending would be like this, they wouldn't have thought about the dragon bone here in the first place. Savanda accepted his fate and closed his eyes, waiting for the call of death. Rogge didn't let him down. When Savant and Murakami were ready to meet death, he said the last time. 10. Rogge's voice sounded again, like the call of death. The moment he heard Rogge's voice, Savant felt a cold feeling across his throat. Murakami and Alexandra felt the same way. Even the Old Man and the others who were only a little distance away from the underground passage suffered a similar experience. However, what greeted them was not the feeling of a kunao across their neck, but the pain of a piercing heart. In the end, only 3 people entered the underground passage alive. As Natasha was the first to react, she was the first to enter the passage. Daredevil Matt was a step slower, but with his strong perception and good speed, he also stepped into the underground passage at the last moment. The last one to enter the underground tunnel was Jin Ben. The chance to enter the passage alive originally belonged to one of Kingpin's mercenaries. But at the last moment, Kingpin used this lucky mercenary as his shield and used the mercenary's life in exchange for a chance to leave alive. After Natasha and the other two entered the underground tunnel, Rogge stopped his slaughter and put away the Thor kunai that was covered in blood. In order to finish off nearly 400 enemies in 10 seconds, he used a tactic that he had long prepared but had never used in battle. Flying Thor killing array. 32 shadow clones meant 32 Thor coordinates. When the original body uses the flying Thor coordinates on the shadow clone to teleport and kill, the shadow clone also uses the same method to teleport and attack. Every second, it is equivalent to 33 Rogge attacking at the same time. The mutual transfer between the original body and the 32 shadow clones also provides more possibilities for subsequent transfer and teleportation, and finally creates this terrifying killing efficiency. Now, in the huge underground space, only Rogge and his shadow clone were still standing. All the enemies were dead, but he did not remove the shadow clone, but gave them a new order. Pack and transport the dragon bones. Although the ninja in his hand has excavated and packed a part of the dragon bones, there are still many dragon bones that have not been excavated. He does not intend to let go of any of the dragon bones here. When Rogge's shadow clones began to excavate in an orderly manner and sent the packed dragon bones home one by one, Daredevil Matt in the underground passage stayed in the passage with a complicated expression on his face. Matt knew that Rogge had nothing to do with a good person in the traditional sense, but what he didn't expect was that Rogge's attitude towards life was more indifferent than he thought. Nearly 400 people were killed just like that. And after killing them, there was no emotional fluctuation at all. It was as if the people who had just died in his hands were not living humans, but ants. Matt felt a little sorry for the death of others, but it was only a pity. But the death of the old man made him unable to calm down for a long time. Although he didn't agree with some of the old man's practices, in any case, the old man was his master, the one who taught him how to fight. His master was killed just like that. As an apprentice, it would be abnormal if he didn't have any reaction at all. Matt, who was in a complicated mood, finally left the underground passage. As for whether he will take revenge on Rogge in the future, only he knows. Unlike Matt, who was in a complicated mood, Kingpin was in a very good mood at this time, although he also lost an extremely strong mercenary team. Although Kingpin didn't even get a piece of dragon bone, Rogge's killing helped him solve a rather troublesome enemy. The 5 fingers of the hand are dead, and so are most of the ninjas. Even if there are a few scattered ninjas outside, they can't make any waves. This also means that he can easily occupy everything left by the hand. A strong mercenary team died and he got all the assets and territory left by the hand. No matter how you look at it, he has made a profit. At the same time, Kingpin silently made a decision that he would never provoke Rogge in the future unless necessary. Natasha was the last to leave. She had planned to go over and say a few words to Rogge, but she finally gave up this plan and began to return to the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. After explaining to the Shadow Clone, Rogge returned home and then asked the Shadow Clone to put the dragon bones he had brought back into the biological tissue energy purification separator number 2. After a night of constant efforts, Rogge harvested a whole barrel of purified green liquid. Separator number 2, which had been working under a high load for the whole night, exploded in protest in front of Lucien after the last keel was purified. Looking at the large barrel of green liquid in front of him, Rogge sighed first, then took out a cup and filled it with it. It took more than 3 days for him to finally drink all the green liquid purified by the dragon bone, and at the same time, he silently made a decision. In the future, I will never drink green things. I hate green. Chapter 57. After drinking all the green liquid purified from the underground dragon bones, Rogge could clearly feel the increase in his chakra capacity. Although the increase was getting smaller and smaller, under the increase of a large amount of green liquid, his chakra capacity was still improved qualitatively. In order to confirm how much his chakra capacity had reached, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Rogge. Profession, Ninja. Talent, Mujijutsu, 7 Attribute Chakra. Kekkei Genkai, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Ninjutsu, substitution, blink, hold, shadow clone, flying Thor, chakra perception, raise nan, self-taught. Raiden, Chidori, Chidori IG, Chidori flow. Fire release, grand fire annihilation. Water release, water iron cannon. Genjutsu, dark walk. Chakra capacity, 99 calories. Unconsumed ninja coins, 44. At first glance, he thought that the system had made a mistake, so he looked at it again carefully. Chakra capacity, 99 calories. The attribute panel clearly showed the number 99 calories. Rogge clearly remembered that the last time he looked at it, chakra capacity was only 12 calories. However, after drinking a whole barrel of green liquid purified from the dragon bones, his chakra capacity directly soared from 12 calories to 99 calories. Looking at this terrifying increase, several crazy ideas suddenly popped up in his mind. Go to Kunlun, I must find a way to go to Kunlun. If there are 2 or 3 complete dragon bones, then the chakra in his body may directly become chakra. Chakra, this is just a joke. But as long as you think about it, it still makes you excited. To some extent, chakra is directly equivalent to strength. After all, the ninja who can get anything by clapping his hands did this. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. After calming down, he came to the office with the Flying Thunder God, intending to see if there are any worthy commissions recently. Although the matter in his hand had come to an end, he did not intend to rest for a while. After obtaining so much chakra, his desire for a certain ninjutsu has also increased. So he decided to work hard to take more tasks so that he could have more ninja coins. Although he was eager to accept more commissions, he couldn't help but frown after reading the commission documents organized by Erika. There were indeed commissions, and the number was not small. The rewards given by the clients were also very generous. But the content of the commission. Weren't there any normal people who had come to commission him recently? He had seen a lot of strange commissions before, but today's commission really refreshed his knowledge. A famous rich woman in New York City, through her private butler, had left a simple and generous commission. Rogge vaguely remembered that this rich woman didn't seem very old. Last year, when this rich woman's husband passed away, there was an interesting headline in the newspaper, saying that this was the 3rd time this rich woman, who was less than 40 years old, had attended her husband's funeral. Is there a problem with the reputation that has been spreading recently? Why would such a request appear? This was simply an insult to a young and strong man like him. Perhaps many men don't mind this kind of insult, but he minded it very much, because he was a person who liked to take the initiative to control the rhythm. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a woman with a curvaceous figure, exuding sexiness from head to toe, arrived at the office. "Hello, my name is Natasha, a friend of Rogge. Is he in the office now?" Natasha asked Erika calmly on the surface, but her heart was already full of doubts. When did Rogge find such a female assistant? Although Erika was now wearing a common workplace suit, Natasha could see at a glance that Erika was a fighter with rich combat experience. Erika didn't answer Natasha directly, but went directly to the door of Rogge's office, knocked gently on the door, opened the door, and walked in. Before opening the door, Erika didn't know whether Rogge had come or not, so she had to come here to confirm. "There's a woman outside, saying she's your friend," she said. Her name is Natasha. Just as Natasha could tell at a glance that Erika was not an ordinary assistant, Erika could also tell that Natasha was different from the rest. "Let her in." He was not surprised that Natasha would come to him at this time. Because even if it wasn't Natasha, Shield would have sent someone else. In SHIELD, there are only 2 people who have anything to do with Roger. One is Coulson, who has a higher hairline than ordinary people, and the other is Black Widow Natasha, who is now sitting in front of him without saying a word. "Let's get straight to the point, what can I do for you?" If it was any other man, being stared at by Natasha without saying a word, he might have been at a loss. But Rogge won't, after all, he has experienced these things long ago. I haven't seen you for so long and this is your first sentence. Natasha did not answer Rogge's question directly, but said in a voice that could easily make a man lose his mind. All right, quit while you're ahead. If something really happens, you will regret it. Looking at Rogge's unchanged face, Natasha finally changed back to her normal appearance and said calmly, the bureau asked me to ask you if I can buy some dragon bones from you. Our researchers are very interested in these dragon bones. If you want, we can buy some at a high price. After listening to Natasha's words, Rogge glanced at her and said silently, it seems that the last legacy of Hand has been received by you. I thought it would be Kingpin who would finally eat the legacy of Hand. We only took a small part of it, and most of the rest is with Kingpin. The assets and territories in Hand have no meaning in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. The only thing worth S.H.I.E.L.D.'s concern is the little dragon bones left in Hand. This is really in line with your style. You can go back and tell your one-eyed director that I will not hand over the dragon bones, whether in a transaction or in any other way. If he wants it, he can dig it himself. Maybe there are other dragon bones buried somewhere in the ground. Although he doesn't even have a dragon bone in his hand now, he still has to pretend. I will pass on your opinion. That's all for the dragon bones. We have a commission that you should be interested in. After that, Natasha took out a USB flash drive from her pocket and handed it directly to Rogge. Take a look at the content inside, I promise you will be interested. Chapter 58. Taking the USB flash drive handed by Natasha, Rogge opened the files inside on his laptop that he hardly turned on. There were not many documents in the USB flash drive, but Rogge read them carefully. After carefully reading the contents recorded inside, he closed the laptop screen and asked Natasha with a serious face, tell me what you want to commission, I am really interested in this thing. The content of the commission is very simple. Find the person inside and bring him back. Whether it is a living or a dead body, it can be done. The last time Coulson came to make a commission, you rejected it without even looking at it. The commission reward this time is $20 million, 10 times the last time. And, if you want, we can give you a share of the research. At this time, Natasha did not show the previous seductive posture and answered seriously. Forget about the research, I want $100 million. If you agree, I can consider taking this commission. No problem. For Rogge's request to increase the reward, Natasha didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Anyway, for S.H.I.E.L.D., whether the reward is $20 million or $100 million, there is no essential difference. Rich people are so capricious. Write the commission content and reward on it, and then I will give you a final reply. Rogge took out an unused commission scroll from the drawer and placed it in front of Natasha. Natasha skillfully opened the scroll, wrote the commission content and reward, and signed her name at the same time. At the moment when Natasha finished writing her name, Rogge opened the system's commission page and took a look. Commission content, give banner to S.H.I.E.L.D., life or death, commission status, incomplete, commission reward, 100 ninja coins. After seeing the commission reward given by the system, Rogge sighed silently in his heart. This commission reward is really high. It directly refreshed the past record and raised the upper limit of the reward to 3 digits. I will take the commission. But I want all the information you know now. No problem, we will send it over later. After completing the task, Natasha didn't stay in the office for too long and left immediately. The main reason was that Rogge didn't want to talk too much with her. Natasha was just like her code name. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into her trap. After Natasha left, Rogge turned on the computer screen and carefully browsed through the information in the USB flash drive. More than a year ago, the talented Dr. Bruce Banner accepted the military's invitation to study a new technology for the military with his girlfriend, Dr. Ross. Dr. Banner thought that he was conducting a study on radiation resistance, but in fact, it was a biotechnological strength enhancement experiment. Simply put, it was an experiment to create a super soldier. But Dr. Banner didn't know this, and he was confident in his research, so he conducted human experiments on himself. As a result, a green monster was born. Comparing the birth process of Hulk in his memory with the information recorded in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data, Rogge did not find any significant differences. The information given by S.H.I.E.L.D. this time was actually complete, and it seemed that there was still a little sincerity. In Rogge's memory, Dr. Banner was finally exposed in Brazil, but he didn't know the specific time of the exposure. Judging from the current information, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know the specific location of Dr. Banner, otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to come to him for a commission. Of course, it is not ruled out that S.H.I.E.L.D. has found Dr. Banner, but they can't bring him back. But in either case, he doesn't mind handing over Dr. Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. A whole 100 ninja coins. This is a bigger temptation for him than $1 billion. The commission reward given by the system is indeed very exciting, but it also means that in the system's judgment, this is an extremely difficult task. Not long after Natasha left, a FedEx guy sent a document over. After putting down the document, the courier left the office at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, as if this was a battlefield where there was a risk of death at any time. If Rogge was present, he might be able to recognize that the courier who sent the document this time was the one who sent the bomb last time. After taking the document from Erica, Rogge browsed it carefully. As he guessed, S.H.I.E.L.D. not only doesn't know the specific whereabouts of Dr. Banner, but even the information in their hands is still second-hand. At the end of the document, S.H.I.E.L.D. warmly wrote a line of remarks. All the intelligence information about Dr. Banner comes from General Ross, a lieutenant general of the U.S. Air Force. The relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military has never been good. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't like the brute force of the U.S. military, and the U.S. military also hates S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nonsense. If General Ross knew that his confidential documents had appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database, he wouldn't have been able to help but visit Nick Fury in person. Several months ago, General Ross lost track of Dr. Banner, and now he is looking for Dr. Banner all over the world. Just as Rogge was considering whether to go to Brazil now, his mobile phone received a transfer message, and the transfer amount was exactly $100 million. This efficiency is good, I like it. Just glancing at the information on the phone screen, Rogge turned his attention back to the document in his hand. He is now considering a question, that is, if he were to take a punch from Hulk head-on now, would he die on the spot? After careful and repeated calculations, he came to a not very good conclusion. If he is hit by the angry Hulk, the probability of him dying on the spot is as high as 50%. The probability of dying on the spot is 50%, the probability of dying in pain after a period of time is 40%, and only 10% is likely to be seriously injured or slightly injured. The strengthened Brinsky was simply kicked by Hulk, and his whole body was shattered into pieces. Although this guy later recovered, and finally became an abomination. However, Rogge could roughly deduce what kind of situation he might encounter from Roland. Although his current body has been strengthened by chakra, it is estimated that it is similar to Brinsky's. From this point of view, the difficulty of this commission is indeed very high. But if you think about it from another point of view, the difficulty of the commission may not be so high. You will only get hurt if you are hit, and you will not get hurt if you are not hit. Fighting without injury, this seems difficult. But for Rogge, who has the flying Thor, this is not impossible. Chapter 59. In addition to fighting without injury, Rogge actually has another backup plan. It's just that this plan will cause extremely tragic sequelae, so he didn't consider it as his first choice. Using genjutsu on Hulk, wait until he is exhausted, then come out to subdue him. The angry Hulk doesn't have much rationality, which means that using genjutsu on him will be unexpectedly effective. The only question he had to consider was how much collateral damage Hulk would cause if he lost his mind. If it's in the wilderness, Rogge doesn't mind doing this. But if it's in a densely populated city, it's basically equivalent to detonating a high-yield nuclear bomb in the city, the kind that doesn't have radiation pollution. Unless he uses the anti-Hulk armor to fight Hulk head-on, exhausting his stamina and preventing him from expanding the damage. Or like a crazy titan, he can use a set of overbearing military boxing to hit Hulk directly. After thinking about it, Rogge decided to use his best method to deal with Hulk. Hulk's strength, endurance, and defense are all top-notch, but his speed is not very fast, and he can't fly. Although Rogge can't fly himself, if he wants to fly to fight, it's not impossible. He won't forget that he still has a top-notch figure worth hundreds of millions in Tawny's mansion. I wonder what it's like to wear Mark III and use ninjutsu. Will I become a technological ninja? Just as Logue's thoughts were running wild, the door of the firm was pushed open. A person who was obviously different from a normal human walked in. "Hello, you are?" Erica, who is an assistant, stood up and asked the visitor's identity. However, before the visitor spoke, Rogge's voice came from the office. "Let him in." The visitor was none other than Frank, the Punisher whom he had sent to Wakanda half a month ago. After entering Rogge's office, the Punisher put the huge bag on the ground, and then said, "Vibranium, I brought it back." After that, the Punisher opened the huge bag that is big enough to fit a curled-up adult. Inside the bag was a pile of black ores that emitted a deep blue glow. Even those who did not understand vibranium would know that these ores were extraordinary after seeing these strange ores. "I didn't find the heart-shaped grass. After I got the vibranium, I was targeted by the King of Wakanda with the title of Black Panther. His combat ability is not bad, and the combat suit he's wearing also has outstanding defensive capabilities. He led a team to hunt me down. I had no choice but to give up on the heart-shaped grass and leave Wakanda with these vibranium ores." The Punisher briefly recounted his encounter in Wakanda. "All right, thank you for your hard work. Rest for a while. I'll look for you when I need you." The Punisher nodded silently and left Rogge's office. After the Punisher left, Rogge took out his phone from the drawer and dialed a number. Since he had obtained the vibranium ore, the next step was naturally to find someone who could turn these ores into weapons. Coincidentally, he knew someone who could do that. After some communication that was neither complicated nor simple, Roger reached an agreement with the person on the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, he picked up the bag that was at least 30 to 40 kilograms and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a garage full of luxury cars. He placed the bag in his hand on a metal workbench. "Let's hope these things are really as good as you said." After that, Tawny went to the workbench and opened the bag. Looking at the black ores that were emitting a deep blue glow, Tawny's face showed a curious expression that he had not seen for a long time. "These things are called vibranium. After being melted at high temperature and reforged, they will become indestructible. Of course, this is only the simplest way to use them. The molecular structure of vibranium is very special, which gives it unparalleled defensive capabilities. Its molecules are in a relatively static state, so it almost does not conduct heat and kinetic energy. However, it can absorb heat, energy, and kinetic energy. After being fused with other metals, the hardness and strength of vibranium will be further improved. However, I don't know what kind of metal it is and how to fuse it. Although this thing does not conduct heat and kinetic energy, as far as I know, through a certain technology, the energy stored inside can be released all at once. In this aspect, you are an expert, so I believe you have a way to find out how to release the energy inside." After listening to Rogge's explanation, Tawny frowned slightly, then said, "The things you said reminded me of a shield that my father accidentally created. I believe you can surpass your father and create a better one." After that, Rogge picked up a tablet and quickly drew on it. Not long after, 3 patterns with different shapes and specific data appeared on the tablet's screen. "I want 10 of these 3-pronged kunai. I only have one requirement, which is to be strong enough. This is a straight katana. I want one, and it has to be the kind that can release and store energy. As for this fan, it has to be the kind that can store and release energy. The fan that Rogge said was drawn according to the appearance of the Uchiha round fan. Even the 6 tomo on it were drawn in detail by him. Kunao and katana, try to make it as sharp as possible for me. Of course, the premise is to ensure that it is hard enough. As for the fan, as long as it is hard enough and can release energy. The kunao was drawn according to the appearance of the flying Thor kunao, and the straight katana was drawn according to Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Why do you want such a big fan, and this shape is not suitable for fighting, right? Tani wasn't surprised that Rogge wanted kunao and katana. But he couldn't understand why Rogge wanted a gourd-shaped fan that was almost as tall as a person. No matter from which point of view, this fan doesn't meet the standards of fighting. Even if it is used as a shield, it will hinder the user. You don't understand, this is a kind of faith. If it weren't for the lack of ninja coins, Rogge wouldn't have asked Tani to make a vibranium version of the Uchiha round fan. Although the original Uchiha round fan was made of wood, it wasn't ordinary wood, it was a part of the sacred tree. Not to mention, the original Uchiha round fan can absorb the opponent's attack and convert it into wind attribute chakra to reflect it back, and even small Bijudama can be reflected. Chapter 60. After explaining his needs, Rogge returned directly to the office with the Flying Thunder God. With Tani's ability, it is only a matter of time before he figures out how to use vibranium. After all, he is a top genius who can even create a space-time locator in a short time. The use of vibranium may be a problem for others, but it will never be a problem for Tani. The only thing Rogge needs to care about now is how long it will take for Tani to make the weapons he needs. If Tani can give these weapons to him before Hulk appears, then he doesn't mind fighting with Hulk at close range. Although the vibranium version of the Uchiha round fan can't be the same as the original version, it is made of vibranium anyway, and it won't be a problem to resist Hulk's fist. After returning to the office, Rogge turned on the computer and browsed through the information of Banner's girlfriend, Dr. Ross in detail. No one knows where Banner is now, even a professional organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know. According to common sense, it is impossible for a physicist to hide himself so quietly. But Banner, a physicist, not only did he do it, but he did it very well. Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military, they can only wait for Banner to take the initiative to make a mistake and expose his whereabouts. In the matter of looking for Banner, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military have proven that conventional means do not make any sense. So Rogge intends to use some unconventional methods, such as starting with Banner's girlfriend, Betty Ross. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military also had plans in this regard. They spent a lot of time monitoring Betty's every move, hoping to get news of Banner from her. But the result was, without exception, nothing was found. Although they couldn't get Banner's whereabouts from Betty, S.H.I.E.L.D. still sent her information together with Betty. Betty Ross, a PhD in cell biology, is currently teaching at Culver University in Virginia. Betty is not only Banner's colleague and girlfriend, but also the daughter of General Ross. Because of the existence of General Ross, Betty did not suffer any unreasonable treatment after Banner's accident. Culver University, where Betty studied, was about 600 to 700 kilometers away from New York. Moreover, Rogge did not leave any Thor technique in Virginia. In order to save himself time, and mainly to slack off, he planned to use a more opportunistic method. Bang! With a thought, a shadow doppelganger that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. Make a trip to Culver University in Virginia and leave behind the Flying Thor spell in the school. After doing all this, you can take the initiative to remove it. Rather than wasting his own time, he might as well waste his doppelganger's time. In any case, the shadow clone avatar wouldn't have any objections. After receiving the order, the shadow clone didn't hesitate and immediately jumped out of the office window. As for how the shadow clone would get there, Rogge didn't really care. Driving or taking a plane was fine as long as they could get there. However, not long after his doppelganger left, he received a message that his doppelganger had disappeared. Through the feedback from the shadow clone, he saw a man wearing a Black Panther suit and two black women holding vibranium spears in their hands. The Punisher didn't get rid of Wakanda's people? Rogge thought that the Punisher had gotten rid of Wakanda's pursuit, so he was able to return to New York smoothly. But judging from the current situation, the Punisher didn't completely get rid of Wakanda's pursuit, he just got there a little earlier than them. Although Rogge took the vibranium ore to Tawny's mansion, he only stayed in Tawny's mansion for less than 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, Wakanda's men had arrived near his office and killed one of his doppelgangers. Judging from the decisiveness of Black Panther and the two black women warriors, they obviously determined the relationship between the Punisher and Rogge, so they acted so decisively. To leave such an obvious trail behind, the Punishers did not do a very good job in carrying out their mission this time. After silently complaining in his heart, Rogge also came to the window, then jumped out of the window. Since they had come to visit, it would be unreasonable if he didn't go out to greet them. "Your Majesty, this guy is not human." After killing Rogge's shadow clone through a sneak attack, a black female warrior turned and said to Black Panther behind her. The current Black Panther was not T'Challa, who participated in the Civil War of the Restoration Union in the future, but his father, T'Chaka. Although T'Chaka was in his 50s at this time, because of the heart-shaped grass, he still retained the strength of his middle-aged years and had extraordinary strength and speed. Because of this, he could lead the royal guards to chase the Punisher all the way from Wakanda to New York. The reason why the Punisher could return to New York smoothly under his pursuit was also the result of his deliberate connivance. It was indeed difficult to kill the Punisher with the body of filth, but for Wakanda, who had super-advanced technology, it was not impossible to catch the Punisher before he returned to New York. The reason why the Punisher was allowed to return to New York smoothly and gave the vibranium ore to Rogge was purely because T'Chaka wanted to find Ulysses Crow, who had stolen a large amount of vibranium from Wakanda through the Punisher and Rogge. But T'Chaka would never have thought that this matter had nothing to do with Ulysses Crow. And the vibranium stolen by the Punisher was also sent to Tawny's garage by Rogge. "The King of Wakanda personally brought the royal guards to my door, this is really my honor." Just as T'Chaka was about to take off the helmet on the Black Panther battle suit, Rogge's voice sounded not far behind him. Without any hesitation, the current Black Panther T'Chaka immediately turned around and prepared to attack at any time. Because of the Black Panther battle suit, T'Chaka didn't think about defense at all. In his memory, the Black Panther battle suit represented indestructible. The Black Panther battle suit made of vibranium was indeed worthy of the word indestructible, but this didn't mean that the Black Panther battle suit would not suffer any damage. The moment he turned around, T'Chaka saw a pair of blood-red eyes. A pair of eyes he had never seen before, but instinctively perceived danger. Then, under the watchful eyes of the two black female warriors, Rogge came in front of the motionless T'Chaka and hit him with a light blue raise nan. Chapter 61. Rogge has always wanted to know what kind of experience it is to hit vibranium with raise nan. He originally thought that he would have to wait until Tawny made the Uchiha round fan to know the answer. But what he didn't expect was that a more suitable target would come to his door. With the panther suit and the body strengthened by the heart-shaped grass, Black Panther T'Chaka was simply the second most suitable test target. As for the most suitable target, of course, it was the next Black Panther T'Chaka. Although he was strengthened by the heart-shaped grass, the current T'Chaka was more than 50 years old and was not in his peak state. However, Rogge didn't particularly care about this. It's good enough to have a test target that comes to his door, why would he want a bicycle? Although the royal warriors next to T'Chaka wanted to stop Rogge, they couldn't keep up with Rogge's speed and could only watch Rogge hit T'Chaka with raise nan. The moment raise nan touched the panther suit, Rogge immediately noticed the difference between vibranium and ordinary metal. The energy was absorbed. Although chakra is a special energy unique to Rogge, chakra is also a kind of energy. After raise nan, which is completely composed of chakra, came into contact with the panther suit, a part of its power was inevitably absorbed. However, this doesn't mean that Ray's Nan can't hurt T'Chaka inside the panther suit. Vibranium can indeed absorb energy, but there is a limit to the efficiency of vibranium's energy absorption. As long as the absorption efficiency of vibranium is exceeded, then vibranium can only rely on its own hardness to resist the damage. In less than a second, Rogge calculated the consumption of chakra. Then, he simply increased the output of chakra. After increasing the output of chakra in an instant, the absorption of chakra by the panther suit suddenly became insignificant, and the power of Ray's Nan began to show on the panther suit. At this time, T'Chaka was still under the control of the Sharingan Genjutsu. He stood motionless in the same place like a puppet, bearing the full damage of the Ray's Nan. With the protection of the Black Panther armor, although T'Chaka wasn't torn apart by the Ray's Nan like an ordinary person, the impact of the Ray's Nan still sent him flying, tumbling back dozens of meters. The severe pain allowed T'Chaka to break free from the influence of the Sharingan Genjutsu. To be precise, it was Rogge who stopped the Genjutsu on him. At this time, he had no time to do anything. His whole body crashed heavily into the outer wall of a house, blasting a big hole in the outer wall of the house. Although T'Chaka was blown away, Rogge knew very well that the Ray's Nan this time would not cause too much damage to T'Chaka. Ray's Nan is just a pure chakra ball. It doesn't turn the wind attribute chakra into thin needles like Futon Rasen Shuriken and directly attack human cells. With the protection of the Black Panther armor, the twisting and tearing force of the Ray's Nan was reduced by more than half. As for the remaining small part, T'Chaka could rely on his own body to resist it. As Rogge expected, within a few seconds, T'Chaka came out of the hole in the wall. Except for some dust on his Black Panther armor, T'Chaka didn't look any different from before. However, this was just from the perspective of a bystander. T'Chaka himself knew very well that if it wasn't for the Black Panther armor made of vibranium protecting him, the Ray's Nan just now would have been enough to seriously injure him. Even if the armor mitigated most of the damage, the remaining small part of the power almost made him unable to get up. T'Chaka felt like he had just been hit by a speeding train. Moreover, the train was the kind that was rotating at high speed. This guy can break the defense of the armor. Although there was no gap on the Black Panther armor, this thought still emerged in T'Chaka's mind. T'Chaka stayed in place with extreme vigilance, not daring to approach Rogge rashly, for fear that he would be hit by the Ray's Nan again. Even now, T'Chaka still felt a little dizzy, and there were bursts of stabbing pain in his body from time to time. T'Chaka didn't launch an attack, but his two female royal warriors didn't have so many scruples. After seeing T'Chaka come out of the hole in the wall, the two royal warriors raised the vibranium spears in their hands and fiercely stabbed at Rogge. Just as the vibranium spears in their hands were about to pierce Rogge's body, they felt a cold touch on their necks at the same time. What followed was intense pain and endless darkness. At this time, Rogge was still standing in place. After noticing the attack of the two royal warriors, he directly took out two shurikens and casually threw them at them. After Bullseye's selfless teaching, his shuriken throwing technique had now reached an unimaginable level. As long as he wanted, he could make the shurikens accurately shoot at the enemy from any position and angle. After easily getting rid of the two royal warriors, Rogge didn't even have the interest to look at their corpses. He directly used blink and disappeared. The moment Rogge's figure disappeared, T'Chaka was on full alert, guarding against Rogge's attack. But his vigilance had no meaning. When he saw Rogge again, Rogge was already in front of him, and there was an extra Ray's Nan in his right hand that was several times bigger than the previous one. Boom! Without having time to do any defense, T'Chaka was once again sent flying by the Ray's Nan. This time, he not only crashed through a wall, but also went through the whole house and flew out from the other side. He was sent flying again, this time by a Ray's Nan that was several times bigger. Even with the protection of the Black Panther armor, T'Chaka was still seriously injured, and involuntarily spat a mouthful of blood into the helmet of the armor. Vibranium was indeed very strong, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be destroyed. Since a certain crazy titan in the future could cut Captain America's shield with a double-edged sword, then today Rogge could also directly break T'Chaka's Black Panther armor with a raise nan. Although Rogge wasn't the crazy titan, T'Chaka's Black Panther armor wasn't the shield in Captain America's hand. In terms of defensive power, Captain America's shield was much stronger than T'Chaka's Black Panther armor. After being hit by 2 raise nan in a row, T'Chaka had no intention of staying. Before he could send a signal, a strange-looking fighter took the initiative to fly over and fired a few shots at Rogge. Chapter 62. This kind of fighter was completely different from the normal form, whether it was the appearance or the interior. At first glance, one could tell that it came from Wakanda, a strange country that was both advanced and backward. When this strange fighter just opened fire, Rogge used body flicker to move his position, easily avoiding the energy cannon attack of the fighter. When Rogge dodged the attack of the fighter, T'Chaka, who had fallen to the ground, jumped up and ran in the direction of the fighter. Want to leave? Not so easy. Although his whereabouts were locked by Wakanda's strange fighter, Rogge didn't care about the fighter's attack at all. From locking to firing, he had enough time to change his position. After dodging the energy cannon shot by Wakanda's fighter again, Rogge created a shadow clone to pin down Wakanda's fighter, while he used body flicker to appear behind T'Chaka. Without giving T'Chaka any time to react, Rogge hit T'Chaka with the 3rd raise nan. Boom! T'Chaka, who was wearing the Black Panther armor, was once again sent flying. After crashing through several houses in succession, he finally stopped. It wasn't until T'Chaka was sent flying that the fighter pilot discovered that there were 2 identical Rogges on the ground. Before he could react, Rogge's shadow clone launched an attack at the fighter. Water release, water cannon technique. The strange liquid bullet hit the fighter at a speed faster than the speed of sound, leaving a finger-sized hole in the fighter's hull. The fighter's hull wasn't made of vibranium. After discovering this, Rogge's shadow clone didn't hesitate and once again used the water cannon technique. However, this time the liquid bullet didn't cause any damage to the fighter. Although the fighter's hull wasn't made of vibranium, the Wakanda engineers wisely added vibranium to the key parts that could cause serious damage. After all, only by staying alive can you deal damage. After being attacked by the shadow clone twice in a row, the fighter pilot finally reacted and pressed the energy cannon's firing button again. Boom! The energy cannon hit the position of the shadow clone, but it didn't cause any threat to the shadow clone. When the fighter's cannon's muzzle began to shine, the shadow clone used body flicker to leave the place. The energy cannonballs only hit the ground. Although Rogge's shadow clone was forced to retreat, the pilot of the fighter jet helplessly discovered that he was now in a situation where he could neither advance nor retreat. In order to pick up King T'Chaka on the ground, the fighter had to maintain a low altitude. Otherwise, T'Chaka would not be able to enter the fighter. However, if they maintained a low altitude, they would be attacked. And what's more troublesome is that from the second the fighter lifted its stealth state, the fighter's signal appeared on the radar of the U.S. military and SHIELD. The U.S. military and SHIELD can't leave the situation here alone. Unsurprisingly, the U.S. military and SHIELD's fighters are now on their way. The longer this dragged on, the worse the situation would become. In desperation, the fighter pilot had no choice but to choose a more extreme solution. Activate all your weapons and forcefully clear the area. Although this would pose a threat to the lives of the surrounding civilians, the fighter pilot couldn't think too much at this time. The surrounding civilians were just a bunch of foreigners to him, while T'Chaka was his king. Sacrificing the lives of these people to save T'Chaka didn't seem wrong to him. Even if he would be severely punished afterwards, he didn't care. Although T'Chaka, who was knocked away, didn't know the fighter pilot's thoughts, he immediately reacted after seeing the weapons loaded on the fighter enter a state of activation. After seeing this scene, T'Chaka did not hesitate and immediately activated the communicator on his battlesuit and issued an order to the pilot in the fighter. Stop the attack! Stop the attack immediately! After that, T'Chaka stood up from the ground, took the initiative to take off the Black Panther helmet, and said to Rogge not far in front of him, "This is a misunderstanding. I hope we can solve this problem in a peaceful way." After that, T'Chaka silently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Things have developed to the present, and it has completely deviated from his plan. According to his original plan, they should have been able to capture Rogge easily, and then get information about Ulysses Crow from Rogge's mouth, and finally return to Wakanda with the information and the stolen vibranium. But he didn't expect that Rogge actually had power far beyond his imagination. At first, he thought that the shadow clone was Rogge, so he attacked the shadow clone together with the two royal warriors. Although their sneak attack was successful, the shadow clone that was attacked also turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Just as they were puzzled, Rogge rushed over, and then he was hit by 3 Raise Nan. After being hit by the Raise Nan 3 times in a row, he also roughly guessed Rogge's plan. Rogge is conducting some kind of test on him. It may be to test the power of the light blue energy ball, or it may be to test the defensive ability of the Black Panther battlesuit. But no matter what the test is, it means that Rogge has no intention to kill him. As soon as he figured this out, he saw all the weapons on the fighter enter a state of activation. So he had to take the initiative to take off his helmet and admit defeat, to prevent things from developing in a worse direction. After glancing at T'Chaka, Rogge first dispelled the shadow clone, and then said, "Tell me, how do you plan to solve this misunderstanding peacefully? Can we talk somewhere else?" T'Chaka pointed to the surrounding onlookers. Although the battle between them caused a lot of noise, what really attracted these onlookers was not the battle between them, but the strange-looking Wakanda fighter in the air. How can 2 people fighting be more attractive than a UFO? Moreover, these people couldn't see the battle between Rogge and T'Chaka at all. They could only see a loud bang, the wall broke, and people fell down. "Fly the fighter out of here, without my order. You are not allowed to remove the stealth state." After giving the order to the fighter pilot, T'Chaka returned to the office with Rogge. "Okay, now can we talk about your so-called peaceful solution?" Leaning back in the chair, Rogge said casually. "In order to express my apologies, I will give you a compensation. The specific content of the compensation is up to you. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you." As Rogge expected, T'Chaka's so-called peaceful solution is to spend money to eliminate the disaster. As the king of a country, T'Chaka has enough confidence to say such words. However, he obviously underestimated Rogge. "Is that so? Then I want a heart-shaped grass." Chapter 63. T'Chaka was prepared for Rogge to demand an exorbitant price, but after hearing Rogge's words, he realized that he had underestimated Rogge. Heart-shaped grass was a mystical plant that only the king of Wakanda or his successor had the right to consume. For Wakanda, the heart-shaped grass not only ensured the existence of the king's power, but also symbolized the king's legitimacy. "I will never give you the heart-shaped grass. Change it to something else." T'Chaka tried his best to control his emotions. He kept telling himself in his heart that he must not get angry, he must not get angry. Looks like the king of Wakanda isn't trustworthy. He just made a promise and now he's going back on his word. Wakanda isn't good enough. They haven't kept up with the education of integrity. Before he made the request, Rogge was very clear that T'Chaka would never give him the heart-shaped grass. The reason he purposely made such a request was to suppress T'Chaka's arrogance. "So what if you are the king of Wakanda? So what if you have the extremely rare vibranium? In front of me, you'd better put down your so-called arrogance." You. To be humiliated in front of his face by someone who was much younger than him, this was undoubtedly something that was harder to accept than defeat for T'Chaka. Even so, T'Chaka still tried his best to control his emotions, preventing himself from doing something he shouldn't do in a moment of impulse. Before you make a promise, it's best to confirm if you can keep it. Otherwise, the more handsome you are when you make a promise, the more humiliating it will be when you can't keep it. Rogge ignored T'Chaka's darkening expression. From his point of view, T'Chaka's expression had always been like this. I didn't think it through enough. I wonder if you can change your request now. Since he had already been humiliated to such an extent, T'Chaka didn't care about losing his dignity anymore. He used a soft tone to ask quietly. This is the attitude to resolve a misunderstanding peacefully. Since you are so sincere, I won't make things difficult for you. Give me 10 tons of vibranium and the research you guys have done on how to use vibranium, and I'll pretend this never happened. Hearing Rogge's request, T'Chaka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with the extremely limited amount of heart-shaped grass, the mountainous amount of vibranium was obviously much cheaper. As for the information about vibranium, although it was precious, it was just a piece of information compared to the heart-shaped grass. No problem. I will send someone to deliver the vibranium within a week. After reaching a consensus, T'Chaka left the firm and disappeared from the top floor of the firm like a real Black Panther. The Punishers spent more than half a month to snatch a few dozen kilograms of vibranium from Wakanda. In the end, Rogge spent less than 10 minutes to obtain 10 tons of vibranium from Wakanda's King T'Chaka. Sometimes, life was full of surprises. After T'Chaka left, Rogge once again summoned his shadow doppelganger and assigned it the same task. After doing all this, he returned home with the Flying Thunder God, turned on the PS4, and played the blacksmithing game where hesitation will lead to defeat. 4 or 5 hours later, he glanced at the annoying red word danger on the screen and sighed helplessly. He was about to successfully clear the level and defeat the final boss with the name of Blade Master. However, at that moment, he received the feedback that his shadow doppelganger was removed. In that moment of distraction, he saw the word danger that he had seen countless times. Putting down the game controller in his hand, Rogge returned to the firm with the Flying Thunder God, ready to go to Culver University with Kunao and Shuriken. Just as he was about to leave, his cell phone on the table suddenly rang. The caller ID showed that it was a call from Tani. It can't be that fast, right? It had only been 5 hours since he gave the vibranium ore to Tani. You need to come over right now, right now. After that, Tani hung up the phone. In the short 2 or 3 seconds of the call, Rogge heard some strange sounds from the background of the call. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Flying Thunder God and teleported to Tani's garage. As soon as his figure appeared in the garage, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck him. Boom! The light blue lightning instantly passed through his position and hit the wall behind him, leaving a very obvious big hole in the wall. Before he could figure out what happened, the second and third lightning came in front of him. The speed of these 2 lightning bolts was not slow, but the flying Thor was faster. Rogge's figure disappeared again, and the 2 lightning bolts missed again, leaving 2 obvious holes in the garage wall. After returning to the garage through the flying Thor, he was much more careful. He avoided the lightning bolts everywhere and came to Tani's side. What the hell did you do? The thing that is crazily releasing lightning is not something else, it is the vibranium Uchiha round fan that Rogge asked Tani to make. I fused the vibranium ore you brought with an antique spear I bought at an auction in Norway, and added some other metals, and then it became what it is now. When he heard the word Norway, Rogge instinctively noticed that something was wrong. In the normal world, Norway is an ordinary Nordic country. But if some other unnatural factors are considered, Norway is a country with rich heritage. Speaking of it, it's not a very special thing, it's just that the Asgard people prefer Norway. The Nordic mythology originated from Norway, and to some extent, it can be basically equivalent to the biography of the Asgard people. Are you kidding me? Even if Tani added some strange things to it, it is absolutely impossible to cause this situation. The vibranium Uchiha round fan is now crazily releasing lightning. This is definitely not a normal phenomenon after several materials have been fused together. In order to test whether this thing has the function of storing and releasing energy as you said, I charged it with an arc reactor. After saying that, Tani pointed to a workbench not far away. On the workbench, there are more than 20 small arcade reactors that are no longer emitting light. At this time, although Tani is hiding in the Mark III, Rogge is very sure that this guy is definitely hiding something. But this is not the main point. The main point now is how to deal with the vibranium Uchiha round fan. Chapter 64. According to Tani, the reason why the vibrating golden round fan could discharge electricity was because he used the arc reactor to charge the round fan. Although this was a bit too much, in any case, the energy in the round fan was limited. This also meant that even if they did nothing, the energy in the round fan would completely disappear due to the passage of time. However, how long would this take? Rogge and Tani couldn't be sure. The only thing they could be sure of now was that if the round fan continued to discharge electricity, it wouldn't be long before Tani's mansion would become a pile of ruins. After thinking quickly for a few seconds, Rogge quickly made a decision. Throw the round fan into the sea. Rogge immediately summoned 4 shadow clones and assigned them different tasks. One of the shadow clones immediately went to the sea outside, and the other 3 thought of a way to approach and take the round fan. As long as one of the 3 shadow clones could touch the round fan, then the shadow clones could directly take the round fan through the flying Thor. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The 3 shadow clones responsible for taking the round fan had just taken a few steps when they were struck by lightning and turned into smoke. After the 3 shadow doppelgangers disappeared, Rogge used shadow doppelganger again and summoned 8 more shadow doppelgangers. The result this time was slightly better than before. The shadow clone with the best result was less than 3 meters away from the round fan. After repeated attempts, a shadow clone that used blink and thousand bird flow finally arrived in front of the round fan and put its right hand on the round fan. Just as the shadow clone's right hand touched the circular fan, the intense electric current released by the circular fan penetrated his body, turning him into a cloud of smoke. The moment before it turned into smoke, the shadow clone used its last thought to leave the flying Thor on the round fan. After leaving the flying Thor on the round fan, the next step was much simpler. The electric fan was successfully taken away by the shadow clone, and Tani's garage finally returned to normal. Just as Tony heaved a sigh of relief, a violent explosion like that of a nuclear bomb rang out in the sea several kilometers away. Boom! Although the location of the explosion was in the sea several kilometers away, Tani and Rogge in the garage could still clearly feel the earthquake-like vibration. A few seconds later, the tremors disappeared, and everything returned to normal. If there's a next time, I hope you can start with the smallest amount of testing. There was no problem in testing the energy absorption level of the circular fan. However, directly using 25 arc reactors to conduct the test was very problematic. This was not something Tani would do. More than 10 minutes later, a drenched shadow clone brought the fan back to the garage. In order to find the round fan that had fallen into the sea as soon as possible and most likely had its location changed due to the explosion, Rogge sent out 20 shadow doppelgangers. The drenched doppelganger turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared after he handed over the circular fan that was still releasing weak electric currents to Rogge. Only then did Tani ask Rogge, "Your ability is very special. After I lost to you last time, I carefully reviewed everything at that time, including all the data collected at that time. But all the information collected shows that you are no different from the puppets that turn into smoke and disappear. How did you do this?" Rogge was not surprised that Tani would ask this kind of question. After all, from the beginning, he used the shadow clone again and again in front of Tani. You can think of this as my superpower. As for how I did it, it will be very complicated to explain. After saying this, Rogge stopped and did not continue. After seeing that Rogge did not intend to continue, Tani did not continue to ask and changed the topic, although this thing is not what I planned, according to the performance just now, this thing should meet your requirements." After saying that, Tani took out a suitcase and opened it in front of Rogge. Inside the suitcase, there were 10 flying Thor kunai made of vibranium, and a straight katana more than 1 meter long. "Plus these, I have done what you asked me to do." Rogge did not look at the 10 flying Thor kunai, but picked up the straight katana. From the appearance alone, this katana is exactly the same as Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Under Tani's gaze, Rogge's right hand holding the katana appeared with a light blue chakra visible to the naked eye. A few seconds later, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although he doesn't know how Tani did it, the katana in his hand completely meets his requirements, and it can even be said that it gave him a big surprise. After Tani fused with the antique spear he bought from Norway, it has excellent energy absorption and release performance. His chakra can flow through every inch of the katana without any influence, and it can also greatly enhance the sharpness of the katana. This katana is simply tailor-made for chakra. I am very satisfied with this. When do you want me to fulfill my promise? After hearing Rogge's words, Tani said directly without thinking, "Now, the location is still outside." He is still wearing Mark III, and after he finished speaking, he took the lead and flew out, waiting for Rogge's arrival. In order to let Tani build a weapon, Rogge agreed to his request. "Fight again." This is the condition Tani gave. Rogge was happy to accept Tani's request. When Tani, wearing Mark III, left the garage, Rogge's figure also disappeared from the garage. A minute later, he returned to the garage with a wet Tani. "Keep up the good work, I believe you will be able to develop a better battle suit next time." After comforting Tani, Rogge returned to the office with the round fan that was still releasing a weak current, and the suitcase containing the katana and Thor kunai. After the last failure, Tani readjusted the armor of the battle suit, making the battle suit more resistant to penetration. But what he didn't expect was that Rogge's tactics this time were completely different from the last time. It was still a strange appearance. Tani only saw Rogge hit a light blue ball on the chest of the battle suit, and then nothing happened. The battle suit lost power and fell into the sea. If Rogge hadn't fished him out later, he would have been sleeping at the bottom of the sea. After returning to the office, Rogge put the suitcase and the round fan on the table, and a question came to his mind. What should he name this round fan and samurai sword? Chapter 65. If a sword looks like a Kusanagi sword, its sharpness is also like a Kusanagi sword, and it can also cast Chidori blade like a Kusanagi sword. Then there is no problem in calling it a Kusanagi sword. Rogge quickly chose a name for the Vibranium Samurai Sword. Since the Vibranium Samurai Sword is called Kusanagi Sword, then the name of the Vibranium Fan is also obvious. The Uchiha Round Fan, also known as the Flame Fan, symbolizes the proficiency of the Uchiha clan in using fire release ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan's round fan emblem also came from this. Compared to fire release, Rogge is better at lightning release. At this time, he only knows one fire release, which is the Grand Fire Annihilation that he exchanged from the system. As for lightning release ninjutsu, he has mastered 3, namely Chidori, Chidori Iji, and Chidori Stream. And after having the Kusanagi sword made by Tani, he will soon master another lightning release ninjutsu, Chidori Blade. So he decided to change the flame fan that symbolizes the Uchiha clan's fire release ninjutsu to Thunder Fan that is more suitable for himself. The name Thunder Fan is also to commemorate another classic anime he once watched before crossing over. Thunder Fan and Kusanagi sword will be his main weapons for a long time if nothing unexpected happens. As for the flying Thor kunai, it will be used for teleportation, positioning and cleaning up the trash as before. Rogge planned to go to Culver University in Virginia today to meet Dr. Banner's girlfriend, Dr. Betty Ross. But Tani's super high efficiency disrupted his plan, so he decided to let his only subordinate go to Culver University instead of him. After creating a shadow clone, Rogge returned home with the Kusanagi sword and Thunder Fan, intending to practice the Chidori blade that he has been thinking about for a long time. With the experience of self-learning Chidori IG and Chidori stream, self-learning Chidori blade is not a difficult thing for him. After Rogge returned home, the shadow clone directly came to him through the flying Thor jutsu on the Punisher, and at the same time told the Punisher about the plan. The Punisher had no objection to Rogge's arrangement. Although just a few hours ago, Rogge let him have a good rest. But with his Edo body, he doesn't feel tired at all, so the word has no meaning to him. A few minutes later, the shadow clone left New York with the readied Punisher and teleported to Culver University in Virginia. After completing the shadow clone actively disappears into smoke and disappeared in front of the Punisher. 3 days passed in a flash. In these 3 days, Rogge successfully learned Chidori blade and mastered the ninjutsu that he wanted for a long time. At the same time, he spent 20 ninja coins to exchange for summoning jutsu from the system. Summoning jutsu is summoning without technique. Summoning with technique requires a blood contract between the caster and the summoning creature, and then when needed, the caster can summon the summoning creature with summoning technique. The key to summoning with technique lies in the blood contract, so blood must be used as a medium. That's why when summoning a summoning creature, you usually need to bite your finger. Of course, if you don't bite your finger, you can also use blood from other places. This is purely a personal choice. Compared with summoning with technique, summoning without technique is much simpler. Summoning without technique is usually used to summon some ninja tools or other items. For example, first Hokage's Rashomon and various ninja tools. When exchanging summoning technique, the system also gave a blood contract scroll to Rogge. After exchanging summoning technique, Rogge went to Tani's mansion and threw his Mark III and other Kung Fu figurines into the summoning scroll that he had prepared beforehand. Then he threw in Kusanagi sword, Thunder Round Fan, Flying Thor Kunao, Shuriken, and other ninja tools. Although Kusanagi sword and Thunder Round Fan look very handsome, if he carries them with him, he will still look Shuyunibu. So if it's not necessary, he won't carry Kusanagi sword and Thunder Round Fan with him. After returning to the office, Erika handed a box to Rogge. Inside the box is a white mask and a black robe. This is the mask and robe that Rogge took time to come back to the office 3 days ago, and then arranged for Erika to customize. The shape of the mask is basically the same as Obito's 3-tomo white mask. The only difference is that the tomo on the top of the mask is complete, and there is no hole. And the black robe is exactly the same as the Akatsuki's black cloud robe. 3-tomo mask, black cloud robe, Kusanagi sword, and Thunder Round Fan. This is the fighting image that Rogge created for himself in the future. After throwing the 3-tomo mask and the black cloud robe into the summon scroll, his figure disappeared from the office and came to Culver University where Banner's girlfriend, Dr. Ross, was studying. At this time, Culver University was not as calm as a normal university should be. Police and soldiers were everywhere on the campus. Rogge was not surprised by this strange scene, because all of this was arranged by him. 3 days ago, he arranged a new task for Punisher through his shadow clone. Kidnap Betty Ross and blow up all the laboratories that Banner used, and do it as high profile as possible. The Punisher kidnapped Dr. Ross, who was in class, in front of everyone in a high-profile way, and then installed a time bomb in the laboratory used by Banner. Not only that, after the kidnapping and explosion, he also contacted the local news media and several large domestic media outlets, and provoked the local police and the FBI. Then, the scene before his eyes happened. The local police and the FBI agents rushed to Culver University as soon as possible. As for the UA troops that appeared on the campus, they were sent by General Ross. Originally, this kind of thing was not suitable for the military to intervene. Even if Dr. Ross was General Ross' daughter, it was not convenient for him to send people over. However, the Punisher gave General Ross a very good reason to intervene. The next day after provoking the local police and the FBI, the Punisher contacted the media again and gave them a video recording at the same time. In the video, Dr. Ross was normal. She was neither panicked nor haggard, and she talked about the days when she and Banner carried out research together in a very calm tone. The research that Dr. Ross talked about was the secret biotechnological strength enhancement experiment that General Ross was conducting. This video was specially ordered by Rogge. He wanted to use this video to fish out Bruce Banner, who was hiding somewhere. Chapter 66. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military couldn't find Banner, a physics doctor with a concealment talent, so Rogge naturally wouldn't waste his time looking for Banner. Since he can't find you, then he'll let you show up. After the accident, Banner didn't contact Dr. Ross once. But Rogge was sure that Banner had always been concerned about Dr. Ross' safety. The reason why he didn't show up was to protect Dr. Ross. So Rogge planned this kidnapping and let the Punishers make a big deal out of it. Only in this way can Banner, who is hiding somewhere, know the news and make him show up. His beloved girlfriend was kidnapped and he had the strength to save his girlfriend. Under such circumstances, Rogge wasn't afraid that Banner wouldn't show up. As for whether Banner would hold a grudge against him or not, he didn't care at all. The Punishers who kidnapped Dr. Ross have nothing to do with me, Rogge. Just as he was wandering around Culver University with a relaxed expression, he saw two familiar figures. One was Coulson, whose hairline was receding, and the other was Black Widow Natasha, who was wearing casual clothes. S.H.I.E.L.D. is also here, and it's getting more and more lively here. The police, the FBI, and the military have all appeared, and it's not surprising that S.H.I.E.L.D. is here. When Rogge saw Coulson and Natasha, they also saw Rogge, and then took the initiative to come over. You're the one who arranged everything here, right? As soon as she arrived, Natasha took the initiative to speak. Others may not know the reason, but Natasha can see at a glance that this is Rogge's doing. It was obvious that Dr. Ross's kidnapping was to lure out the hidden Bruce Banner. Although you are a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., you can't accuse people of nothing. When the kidnapping happened, I was still in New York, and many people at the scene saw the appearance of the kidnapper. The kidnapper didn't look like me at all. Natasha didn't believe a word of Rogge's explanation. Although Rogge's move seems a bit excessive, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself is not a righteous organization. In order to achieve their goals, S.H.I.E.L.D. has done a lot of shameful things. No matter what, I hope Dr. Ross can come back safely. Natasha hinted to Rogge not to go too far. Even if Natasha didn't say anything, Rogge wouldn't hurt Dr. Ross. His goal from beginning to end was to draw out Banner and then hand Banner over to S.H.I.E.L.D. As for what will happen to Banner after handing it over to S.H.I.E.L.D., it is no longer in his consideration. However, he believed that Hulk, this energetic little guy, would definitely protect Banner's life. After chatting for a while, Rogge left Culver University and the Flying Thunder God arrived beside the Punisher. After kidnapping Dr. Roth, the Punisher did not immediately take her out of the city. Instead, he took her back to a neighborhood near her house. Before the kidnapping began, the Punisher was fully prepared. For example, the weapons and transportation needed during the operation, the hiding place needed after the operation, and so on, he was fully prepared. His current location is less than a kilometer away from Dr. Ross' house. And he has investigated that the owner of this house happened to go on a trip with his family some time ago, so no one will appear here for a while. After bringing Dr. Ross here, he did not place any restrictions on Dr. Ross except for restricting her from leaving here and contacting the outside world. He even ordered pizzas from Dr. Roth's favorite pizzeria several times. In terms of his identity as a kidnapper, he is definitely one of the top 10 kidnappers of the year. When Rogge arrived, the Punisher stood up, left the living room, and returned to the room. Dr. Ross was watching the latest news reports and the sudden appearance of Rogge scared her. But she quickly calmed down and looked at Rogge calmly. "Are you the one who instructed Frank to kidnap me?" In the past 3 days, Dr. Ross has been getting along well with the Punisher, so she knows what the Punisher is called and even knows why the Punisher looks different from ordinary people. However, the Punisher knows very well what can be said and what can't. About Rogge's identity and the true purpose of this mission. Yes, I'm the one who asked Frank to kidnap you. After that, Rogge sat down opposite Dr. Ross and picked up a piece of pizza at the same time. After eating a few bites, he continued, although it's cliché, I think it's still necessary to say something. I don't mean any harm to you. I just want your boyfriend, Banner, to appear, so you don't have to worry about your life. As long as Banner appears, you can go back. It has to be said that the pizza in this shop is really good. No wonder Betty Ross and Bruce Banner like it. Banner? Banner, he. When the accident happened, Dr. Ross was injured and unconscious. Since that day, she has never seen Banner again, nor has she received any information from Banner. He should still be alive now, I just don't know where he is. At this time, Banner had just finished a day's work. He returned to his place of residence and prepared an ordinary dinner for himself. Then he picked up a thick Portuguese-English dictionary, intending to eat his dinner while learning Portuguese, the official language of Brazil. Just as he turned on the TV and was about to learn Portuguese from the TV program, he accidentally saw a piece of news while changing channels. Although he still doesn't understand Portuguese and the picture on the TV is not particularly clear, he still recognized the person on the TV at a glance. This is an international channel that occasionally broadcasts some foreign news, such as American news. He recognized the person in the news report, the woman whose photo he still kept even when he was on the run. After seeing this scene, he immediately turned on his computer and began to search for relevant news information. When he searched for relevant news reports, the bracelet in his hand made a harsh alarm sound. His heartbeat rate began to rise rapidly, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Just as the blood vessels on his neck bulged and revealed an abnormal green color, he finally reacted. He quickly breathed in and out, gradually calming his heartbeat. After his heartbeat returned to its normal frequency, he turned off the computer and began to pack his luggage. After more than a year on the run, he decided to return to the United States. Chapter 67. If he can't even protect the woman he likes, then what kind of man is he? Although Banner is a cultured person, he is definitely not a cultured person. He had been on the run before because he wanted to study a way to turn himself back into a normal person, not because he was afraid of General Ross. After briefly sorting out his belongings, Banner pushed open the door and left without looking back. After talking to Dr. Ross, Rogge returned to his home in New York with the Flying Thunder God, turned on the PS4 again, and continued his blacksmith game. Before leaving, he left a shadow clone for Punisher and asked the shadow clone to assist Punisher and prevent them from being found by the FBI or S.H.I.E.L.D. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Roger finally cleared the level of the blacksmithing game, he received a notification that his shadow clone skill had been removed. After receiving the feedback, he didn't hesitate to put on a black robe, put on a 3-tomo mask, and took the Kusanagi sword and the Thunder Round fan. Then, he directly used the Flying Thunder God and teleported to Culver University in Virginia. When he arrived here, the first thing he saw was the angry Hulk with green skin. After 4 days of travel, Banner finally returned to this place that he was once very familiar with, but as soon as he appeared, a heavily armed army rushed out of the school and completely surrounded him. This army was specially arranged by General Ross, and there was only one purpose, that is, to capture Banner. Under the command of General Ross, the desperate Banner could only transform into Hulk and fight a head-on battle with these heavily armed soldiers. Then, it was a one-sided ravage. Although General Ross had made sufficient preparations and had even formed a special forces team with rich experience, he was still not prepared. But under the huge gap in strength, all his preparations seemed meaningless. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D., who was hidden in the dark, suddenly intervening in the battle, Hulk would have been nowhere to be found. Even so, Hulk still showed unparalleled tyrannical power, defeating S.H.I.E.L.D's special forces. The current Culver University was not so much a university as a battlefield. It was a battlefield where the human army fought against non-human monsters. After arriving here, Rogge first sized up the surrounding environment, then slowly walked towards Hulk, who was not far away. At this time, Hulk was attacking S.H.I.E.L.D's special forces like a beast. When he saw Rogge wearing a black magic cloud robe and holding a thunder fan coming towards him, he decisively changed his target. General Ross was the first to discover Rogge, because his position just happened to be near the flying Thor. Looking at the strangely dressed Rogge who suddenly appeared like a ghost, General Ross's first reaction was that this person was Hulk's helper. However, this thought was quickly overturned by himself because he saw an eagerness to fight from Rogge. General Ross, who has been in the army for decades, knows what this fighting spirit means, so he silently put away the weapon in his hand and then watched Rogge walk towards Hulk. The distance of dozens of meters was almost in the blink of an eye for Hulk, who was running at full speed. When Hulk rushed to Rogge like an ancient beast and punched him with all his strength, Rogge raised the thunder fan in his hand and blocked it in front of him. Hulk's fist slammed into the thunder fan in Rogge's hand. Just when everyone thought that Roger would be sent flying by Hulk's punch, they saw a scene that they didn't expect at all. Rogge, who was holding the thunder fan, was not sent flying. The thunder fan in his hand was not broken, and there was not even a loud impact. Hulk's punch seemed to have hit cotton, and it didn't have any effect at all. Only Rogge himself knew that Hulk's punch still had some effect. The thunderous round fan didn't let him down. It blocked Hulk's punch without any injury, but the huge force still made him take a few steps back. If he hadn't mobilized chakra in time to enhance his strength, Hulk's punch would have been enough to push him 5 or 6 meters away. Looking at the somewhat unreasonable scene in front of them, General Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D's agents were shocked. They may not know how powerful Hulk is, but they are sure that Hulk's power is definitely not something that humans can resist. Hulk is someone who can even throw a military Hummer like a toy ball. Even if he doesn't use his full strength, his punch is enough to destroy anything in front of him. Although it was unbelievable, they had to admit that this strange guy with a white mask and a black robe did block Hulk's punch. If my men also have this kind of power, then... Thinking of this, S.H.I.E.L.D's captain and General Ross involuntarily looked at each other and regarded Rogge as someone on the other side. After confirming that the thunder fan could block Hulk's punch, Rogge under the mask showed a satisfied smile. After finding that his fist did not cause any damage to Rogge, Hulk threw a few more punches at Rogge, trying to knock down the guy in strange clothes in front of him. Although Hulk's attack speed is very fast, Rogge's reaction speed is even faster. Every punch that Hulk threw out was blocked by the thunderous fan. While resisting Hulk's attack, Rogge also took the time to throw a few fixed body technique on Hulk. Just as Hulk's attack did not exert the power it should have, the fixed body technique that Rogge threw out was no exception, and all of them failed. To be precise, it is not that it has failed. It is that Hulk's physical fitness is too abnormal, causing the effect of the fixed body technique to be infinitely close to zero. In this case, it is completely impossible to use quantity to make up for quality. After realizing that the fixed body technique had no effect at all, Rogge did not hesitate and threw a dark walk technique on Hulk, trying to deprive Hulk of his vision. Like the fixed body technique, the dark walk technique did not have any effect at all. When the physical fitness is strengthened to a certain extent, it is enough to offset most of the negative effects. After blocking Hulk's punches, Rogge used the body flicker technique to open the distance, then put away the thunder fan and pulled out the Kusanagi sword. Since the auxiliary ninjutsu didn't work, he directly used the offensive ninjutsu. With a thought, a light blue lightning visible to the naked eye appeared on the Kusanagi sword. Raiden Chidori Blade. Chapter 68. The light blue lightning wrapped around the Kusanagi sword like an electric snake, and at the same time, it sounded like 1,000 birds chirping. The chirping sound made Hulk, who was already in a state of anger, even more irritable. Looking at the Kusanagi sword in Rogge's hand that was constantly chirping, Hulk let out an inhuman roar and then rushed towards him. Although speed is not Hulk's strength, it also depends on what he's compared to. Compared to his own strength and physique, his speed is indeed not fast. But to the others, Hulk was like a heavy truck driving at the speed of an F1 car. In just a blink of an eye, Hulk arrived in front of Rogge, and his huge right fist smashed towards Rogge. In terms of strength and physique, Rogge is far inferior to Hulk. But in terms of speed, Rogge has never been afraid of anyone. Just as Hulk's right fist was about to hit him, his eyes suddenly changed from black to a bloody red. 3 Tomo Sharingan. After opening the Sharingan, he moved. Almost like teleportation, Rogge's figure disappeared in an instant in front of Hulk. At the same time, Hulk's right arm felt a very obvious numbness. This feeling of numbness that could completely paralyze an ordinary person only lasted for a few milliseconds on Hulk's body before it completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Then, after the numbness disappeared, Hulk still felt a trace of pain from his right arm. At this time, although Hulk didn't have much rationality, his biological instinct still made him turn his head and look at his right arm. On his right arm, which is thicker than an adult man's waist, there is a wound of more than 10 centimeters. Although this wound is more than 10 centimeters long, it's not deep, and it didn't have a significant impact on Hulk's right arm. The person who left this wound is not someone else, but Rogge, who just disappeared in front of him. Although the Kusanagi sword in Rogge's hand is not the original Kusanagi sword from the system, its sharpness is not much worse than the real Kusanagi sword. When he taught himself Chidori blade, he tested the sharpness of Kusanagi sword in order to compare it with Kusanagi sword Chidori blade. Even without the Chidori blade, the Kusanagi sword in his hand can easily cut a metal rod with a diameter of 3 cm without any damage. With the addition of Chidori edge, the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword has undergone a qualitative change. Needless to say, even the flying Thor kunai made entirely of vibranium couldn't resist the Kusanagi sword with Chidori edge. With just 2 strikes, the flying Thor kunai made of vibranium would be completely cut into 2. However, even with such astonishing sharpness, the Kusanagi sword Chidori edge still seemed somewhat powerless against Hulk. That sword strike just now, Rogge did not hold back at all. However, the result was not as good as he had imagined. Whether it was the length or the depth of the wound, this sword did not bring any obvious harm to Hulk. More than 10 centimeters long and 2 or 3 centimeters deep, this kind of wound may be a serious injury for ordinary people. But for the 3 or 4 meters tall, strong, and messy Hulk, this kind of injury was only a little more serious than a broken skin. Rogge was very dissatisfied with his own attack, and General Ross and others who were observing them with binoculars in the distance couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They used enough weapons and equipment to fight a siege of a city, but they couldn't leave any obvious scars on Hulk's body. But now, they saw an obvious wound on Hulk's body. Although they didn't see how Rogge launched the attack, they were 100% sure that the wound on Hulk's right arm was caused by the katana in Rogge's hand that was wrapped in electric current and constantly making chirping sounds. What's wrong with this world? The damage of firearms is actually not as good as cold weapons. Is this still the world that pays attention to scientific rules? Can this world still be good? Just as General Ross and others looked at Rogge and Hulk in the distance in disbelief, Brinsky, who was next to General Ross, showed an extremely strong desire in his eyes. This kind of power, this kind of form, this is simply the most perfect creature in the world. If it wasn't for the serious danger of getting close to Hulk, Brinsky really wanted to touch Hulk's body with his own hands and feel the power contained in that perfect body. While General Ross and others were shocked, Rogge launched an attack on Hulk. Although Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade can't cause significant damage to Hulk, it is not weak to the point that it can't hurt Hulk at all. Even if it can only cut a wound of more than 10 centimeters, as long as he continues to cut, it will eventually reach the point where Hulk's muscles and bones are hurt. After discovering that he was injured, Hulk, who was already angry, became even angrier, and his fists smashed towards Rogge without any pattern. Hulk's attack seems to be very powerful, but this kind of attack is full of loopholes. Rogge can dodge it even with his eyes closed. However, at this time, he did not directly get out of Hulk's attack range, but his legs slightly pushed and he jumped directly in front of Hulk. Hulk didn't know why Rogge did this, but when he saw Rogge jump in front of him, a cruel smile appeared on his big green face. "I'm going to skin this guy alive." This is Hulk's own idea. If it was Banner, even if his right arm was injured by Rogge, he wouldn't have such a cruel idea. To some extent, Banner and Hulk are like two sides of the same coin. Hulk is impulsive and irritable, while Banner is calm. Hulk is good at solving problems with force, while Banner is good at solving problems with wisdom. Just as Hulk was about to use the cruelest method to kill this guy in front of him, who had made him feel an inexplicable sense of disgust ever since he appeared, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 tomo. Sharingan Genjutsu. Rogge originally didn't intend to use Sharingan Genjutsu, but Hulk's ability to take a beating far exceeded his expectations, so he had to use Sharingan Genjutsu as a backup plan. Just now, he had already used Genjutsu, Dark Walk Jutsu on Hulk, but Hulk ignored the influence of Dark Walk Jutsu with his incredible body. Although Dark Walk Jutsu doesn't work on Hulk, this doesn't mean that Hulk can completely ignore the influence of Genjutsu. Moreover, what Rogge used this time is not an ordinary Genjutsu, but a Genjutsu that originated from Sharingan. Anger is the source of Hulk's strength, but anger can also become a heavy burden that overwhelms Hulk. Chapter 69. Although he has the Sharingan, Rogge rarely uses the Sharingan's Genjutsu in battle. Compared with Genjutsu, he prefers and is better at ninjutsu. The last time he used the Sharingan's Genjutsu was when he fought with Mr. Film. That was the first time he used the Genjutsu ability of Sharingan in battle. Although it was the first time, the Genjutsu ability of Sharingan still gave him a big surprise. Through the hypnotic eye ability of the Sharingan, Kuruto pulled Mr. Film into a fictitious memory, and then without Mr. Film noticing, Kuruto easily dealt with this enemy who can release negative energy. Although Mr. Film is also a superhuman, he can't be compared with Hulk at all. So Rogge doesn't intend to use the same tactics on Hulk. Facing a typical berserker like Hulk, and a berserker who is more powerful the more angry he is, he decided to do the opposite, making Hulk, who was already furious, even angrier. After seeing Rogge's blood-red eyes, the manic Hulk suddenly calmed down, as if he saw something magical enough to calm him down completely. However, this calmness only lasted for a second or two before it shattered. Hulk became agitated once again, and a strange blood-like red color appeared in his pair of green eyes. How can you make a person feel real despair? The method is very simple: give him hope first, and when he thinks he is about to achieve his hope, break his hope with your own hands, and let him fall directly from the edge of achieving hope to the bottom of despair. In this way, what he feels is the ultimate despair of falling directly from heaven to hell. The same method can also make a person feel extreme anger. What Rogge is doing now is such a thing. While hypnotizing Hulk, he tried to see if he could make Hulk calm down directly, so that Banner could regain control of his body. But unfortunately, Hulk is extremely resistant to returning to calmness. So Rogge had to follow the original plan, making Hulk, who was already angry, even angrier. Hulk became angrier, and Hulk became stronger. Taking advantage of the fact that Hulk had yet to launch an attack, Rogge took the opportunity to leave a Flying Thunder God technique on him. When he was done, Hulk erupted like a volcano. Hulk let out a roar that didn't sound human at all. Then, like an angry gorilla, he waved his arms angrily. At this time, Hulk had completely lost his mind. Now, he was only left with pure attack instinct and boundless anger that filled his mind. Even General Ross and the others, who were more than 100 meters away, reacted immediately after seeing Hulk's appearance. Hulk had gone completely crazy. Without the slightest hesitation, after seeing that Hulk had completely lost his mind, General Ross decisively gave the order to retreat. Anyway, the SHIELD agent with the strange mask was still there. Even if they retreated, it wouldn't have any impact. Like General Ross, the captain of the SHIELD Special Forces issued the order to retreat immediately after seeing Hulk's complete madness. "Why are you retreating?" When General Ross and the captain of the SHIELD Special Forces saw that the other side was retreating quickly, they had the same doubts in their minds. Until now, they still thought that Rogge was the other side's man. After leaving the Flying Thor technique on Hulk, Rogge used several body flicker techniques in a row, instantly opening the distance between him and Hulk. At this time, Hulk was completely dominated by anger, but his instincts kept reminding him that Rogge was the most dangerous target that needed to be solved. Almost at the moment when Rogge's figure became clear, Hulk rushed towards him at a speed far greater than before. If Hulk's previous sprint speed was the speed of an F1 car, then his current sprint speed was the extreme flight speed of an F-22 Raptor. Although Hulk showed a speed far greater than before, when he came in front of Rogge, Rogge once again disappeared from his sight. Flying Thor technique. What Rogge used this time was not the body flicker technique, but the Flying Thor. The reason why he left the Flying Thor technique on Hulk just now was for this moment. Through the Flying Thor, he teleported behind Hulk. And the position of the teleportation was just above the back of Hulk's head. At the moment of completing the teleportation, a raised nan about 1 meter in diameter appeared in his right hand. Without any hesitation, he hit the raised nan on his right hand directly on Hulk's head. Boom! A loud sound like the explosion of an intercontinental missile rang out, and at the same time, a wave of air like a 12th level hurricane was set off. The retreating US military and SHIELD agents were attracted by the loud sound and couldn't help but look back at the place where the sound came from. Then, they saw an incredible scene. Hulk, who was like a god of war in front of them, was knocked down to the ground heavily. With the location where Hulk fell as the center, the ground dozens of meters around him had huge cracks like a spider web. After knocking down Hulk, Rogge came to Hulk again, and then took Hulk away in front of everyone's eyes. Although General Ross and the others had witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they had no idea what was going on. They only saw Rogge put his right hand on Hulk's body, and then the two of them disappeared strangely out of thin air, as if they had never appeared. After knocking down Hulk for a short time, Rogge took Hulk to Death Valley, which was like an alien environment. Although Death Valley is a famous geographical attraction in the United States, there are not many people here all year round. Even those tourists who come here to visit, at most, only visit the edge of Death Valley. The people who really go deep into the center of Death Valley, in addition to the researchers who study the environment of Death Valley, are only those who need to stay away from human society. This is the second time Rogge has come here. The last time he came here was more than 2 years ago. At that time, he accepted a $10,000 commission and spent nearly a week traveling through several states before he finally found the target he was looking for. The target was a middle-aged man who looked very simple and honest, but this man was a serial killer who had killed more than a dozen young women. The person who commissioned him was the parents of one of the victims. Roger didn't know where the couple had heard the news, but they had specially come to his office. Then, they had entrusted him with $10,000 as the commission fee. The commission passed the judgment, so he accepted the commission. After killing the perverted murderer who had been committing crimes for nearly 10 years, he brought the pervert's head back to the couple as agreed. Chapter 70. When he came here again, Rogge couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. At that time, he was still a young boy. After lying on the ground for a few seconds, Hulk, who was knocked down by the raised nan, shook his head and stood up in a daze. Until now, Hulk didn't know what had just happened. In order to knock down Hulk, who had an incredible physique, Rogge deliberately used the Otama raised nan that he hadn't fully mastered. Although the Otama raised nan looks only a little bigger than the raised nan, the difficulty of controlling it rises sharply, and the requirements for the amount of chakra are also several times higher. Hulk was the first person to bear the power of the Odama Nan, and the only one at present. Hulk, who stood up again, shook his head first, and after getting rid of the feeling of dizziness, he looked at the surrounding environment. Looking at the completely unfamiliar environment, Hulk, who was dominated by anger, showed a puzzled expression. Then, he saw Rogge wearing a white three-tomo mask. The moment he saw Rogge, Hulk's heart suddenly surged with uncontrollable boundless anger. Without any hesitation, Hulk immediately attacked Rogge. When Hulk's right fist, which was bigger than an ordinary person's head, came towards him, Rogge's right hand once again condensed the Nan. Unlike the Odama Nan just now, he condensed an ordinary Nan, but it was about the same size as Hulk's fist. Boom! When Hulk's right fist collided with the Nan in Rogge's hand, a violent storm of chakra suddenly broke out. Hulk's right fist broke the Nan in Rogge's hand, but his right fist also completely bore the full power of the Nan. An unimaginably powerful force instantly enveloped Hulk's entire right arm, constantly twisting and tearing his right arm. If it was an ordinary person, the moment they were enveloped by this force, the whole person would be twisted and torn out of human shape. Even if it was a steel body made of steel, it would be impossible to compete with this powerful force. But Hulk relied on his strong body to resist the power of the Nan. At the moment when Hulk smashed the Nan, Rogge decisively used the body flicker technique to open up the distance between himself and Hulk while avoiding being shrouded by the chakra storm. Although Hulk bore the full power of the Nan, it didn't cause too much damage to him. It just made his right arm feel a pain that he had never experienced before. Rogge was not surprised by this result. If Hulk had been defeated so easily, General Ross would have captured Hulk long ago. Looking at Hulk's 3 to 4 meter tall giant body, Rogge's mind suddenly came up with a crazy idea. To defeat Hulk, Nan alone is definitely not enough. But if what hit Hulk was not a Nan, but an Odama Nan, then the result would be very different. After mastering Nan, Rogge had the intention to learn Odama Nan by himself, and he studied it silently for a while. This is the reason why he was able to use Odama Nan before. However, he didn't completely master Odama Nan, and whether he could use it smoothly depended on his luck at the time. After thinking about it for a second or two, he decisively made a decision. He wanted to complete the study of Odama Nan here. Using the sense of oppression brought by Hulk's attack at any time, he forced himself to exert more potential. Although this decision seemed rash, he decided to be rash for once. In the next few hours, in the center of Death Valley, the sound of missiles exploding rang out one after another. Rogge couldn't remember how many Nan he had smashed on Hulk. The only thing he could be sure of now was that the amount of chakra in his body was less than 1/10. Under the pressure of being hit by Hulk at any time, he burst out with even greater potential as he wished. It only took a few hours for him to complete the study of Odama Nan and thoroughly master this enhanced version of Nan. Although Rogge was now only a few meters away from Hulk, Hulk had no intention of attacking him at all. To be precise, he had no physical strength to launch an attack. At this time, Hulk was lying on the ground powerlessly, and he was thinking about 3 very philosophical questions with a low IQ. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He was attacked by Rogge's Odama Nan over and over again. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't hit, and he wanted to escape, but he couldn't get rid of it. For Hulk, the past few hours were the only miserable time in his current life. Hulk's consciousness began to calm down gradually, and Banner's consciousness began to take over. In the next minute or so, Rogge witnessed the process of Hulk changing from a green giant back to an ordinary person. When Hulk changed back to Banner, he subconsciously glanced at Banner's pants. The quality of these pants is really good. Banner, who had just regained consciousness, hadn't figured out what had happened. Rogge came behind him like a ghost, and then hit him in the neck with a karate chop. Banner lost consciousness again, and his whole body fell forward uncontrollably. After knocking out Banner, Rogge grabbed Banner's shoulder, and then the Flying Thunder God left Death Valley. When they left, Death Valley regained its calm. Rogge did not take Banner back to Culver University, but took the unconscious Banner directly back to his office. After returning to the office, he first called Natasha, and then took off the 3-tomo mask, Black Magic Cloud Robe, Kusanagi Sword, and Thunder Fan. It didn't take long for Natasha to come to the office with a team of heavily armed SHIELD Special Forces. Natasha was not surprised that Rogge was still at Culver University a few hours ago and now he has returned to New York. Although SHIELD doesn't know how many extraordinary abilities Rogge has mastered, they are still relatively clear about the ones that Rogge often uses. Instant movement, fire breathing, creation of clones that are exactly the same as the original body and have the ability to attack. These are the 4 abilities that SHIELD currently knows about Rogge. According to the Commission, you can take him away now. Natasha didn't ask Rogge how he did it. She directly arranged for the Special Forces to take away the unconscious Banner, and at the same time put handcuffs and ankles on Banner. Rogge wanted to remind them, but he finally gave up on this plan. SHIELD is very clear about Banner's abilities, otherwise, they wouldn't have entrusted him. When Natasha and the others left the office, Rogge opened the attribute panel that only he could see. It's not much different from the last time he opened it, but there are 3 more ninjutsu, Summoning Jutsu, Chidori Blade, and Otomore's Nan. The number of unconsumed ninja coins has also become 124. According to his previous plan, he had planned to save 300 or 500 ninja coins directly, and then exchange Mangekyo Sharingan or Hashirama's would release ninjutsu from the system. However, after this commission, he decided to adjust his exchange plan. Mangekyo Sharingan and Hashirama's would release are indeed very strong, but for him now, these are not the most urgent existences. Chapter 71. While fighting with Hulk, Rogge couldn't help but sigh at how strong Hulk's body was, and at the same time, he felt that his body was too weak. Compared to ordinary people, although he has a strong body, he can be considered to have an inhuman body. But compared to those monsters with super physiques, he was as weak as a baby. If it wasn't for his speed, he wouldn't be able to fight with Hulk, who was a tank and a fighter. Even if he can't have a super physique like Hulk or Thor, he still needs to improve his physique to keep up with his speed and chakra. In the system's exchange page, there were many ways to improve his physique. But there weren't many that fit his fighting style and he could afford it. Sage Body. It inherited the vitality and energy of Hago Romo of the 6 Paths. If he had enough ninja coins, Rogge wouldn't mind directly exchanging for the purest Sage Body. But right now, he only has 124 ninja coins, so he can only exchange for the shrunken version of the Sage Body. The Senju Clan's Sage Body. The Senju Clan's Sage Body only costs 100 ninja coins. On the Senju Clan's Sage Body, there was another Sage Body that wasn't as shrunken, and that was Hashirama's Sage Body. Hashirama's Sage Body costs 500 ninja coins, which is the same price as his would release. However, even Hashirama's Sage Body isn't a complete Sage Body. On his Sage Body, there are 2 upgraded versions of the Azura Sage Body and the 6-Path Sage Body. The Senju Clan's Sage Body, Hashirama's Sage Body, Azura's Sage Body, and 6-Path Sage Body. This is the complete upgrade route of the Senju Clan's Sage Body. Next to the upgrade route of the Senju Clan's Sage Body, there is also the upgrade route of the Uzumaki Clan's Sage Body. The only difference is that the first 2 parts of the Uzumaki Clan's Sage Body were changed to the Uzumaki Clan's Sage Body and Uzumaki Naruto's Sage Body. Just as Rogge was about to exchange for the Senju Clan's Sage Body, he found an exchange icon next to the Senju Clan's Sage Body. Immortal Body Transplant Technique. Rogge was very sure that when he browsed through the Thousand Hands Clan's Immortal Body, he definitely did not see this new icon. After clicking on the icon and looking at the specific introduction, he couldn't help but frown. This is a hidden item that will not appear in the host's current state under normal circumstances. Until the host is interested in the corresponding exchange target and has enough ninja coins, these hidden exchange items will appear. The immortal body transplantation technique was based on the principle of the cell transplantation technology invented by Orochimaru. It was a brand new transplantation method that had been upgraded and optimized. After the transplant is successful, you will obtain the target's complete physique and partial Kekkei Genkai ninjutsu. If the transplant fails, he will permanently lose half of his chakra capacity. And now, Rogge's immortal body transplant technique is related to Senju Hashirama immortal body transplant technique. The exchange price of this transplant technique is 100 ninja coins, the same price as the exchange price of the Senju clan's sage body. But unlike the 100% success rate of the Senju clan, Hashirama's method only had a 20% success rate. In other words, if the transplant is successful, it is equivalent to using 100 ninja coins to exchange for 500 ninja coins worth of Hashirama immortal body. If the transplant fails, he will waste 100 ninja coins for nothing. For this problem, Rogge made a decision without thinking. Without any hesitation, he directly spent 100 ninja coins to exchange for Hashirama's immortal body transplant technique. 100 ninja coins is a huge sum of money for him right now. But he still decisively made a choice and chose to gamble on the 20% success rate. If the transplant fails, he will treat it as if Hulk was beaten for nothing. As for permanently losing half of his chakra capacity, this is a trivial matter. When his unspent ninja coins returned to 24, a string of jutsu that he couldn't understand appeared on the back of his right hand. Before he could take a closer look, the jutsu written in black ink on the back of his right hand emitted a burst of dark green light. Why is it green again? Rogge just ridiculed in his heart, and the jutsu on the back of his right hand began to grow wildly. In just a blink of an eye, these jutsu with dark green light spread all over his body. At the same time, he found that the chakra in his body was wildly flowing uncontrollably. Are all the jutsu transplants so wild now? Just as such a thought appeared in his mind, he lost control of his body, and his whole person came to a strange green planet as if his soul was out of his body. To be precise, he came to the outer space of a strange green planet. At this time, what appeared in front of him was a green planet completely covered by trees. He didn't know how big this green planet was, nor did he know what this green planet meant. The only thing he could be sure of was that this green planet was like a meteor that happened to fly by, and it attracted him in an extremely overbearing and irresistible way. The scene changed, and he instantly came to a lush forest that was unreasonable. The trees in the forest suddenly came to life, and the large and small branches stretched towards him like the tentacles of a deep-sea octopus. In just a blink of an eye, he was firmly bound by these branches, and then he completely lost consciousness. Rogge felt that he had a very, very long dream. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was still sitting on the chair in the office. There was no dark green jutsu on the back of his right hand, and there was nothing strange around him, as if everything just now was really just a dream. He immediately opened the system's attribute page, and then he was stunned. Host, Rogge. Profession, Ninja. Talent, Muji Casting, 7 Attribute Chakra. Kekkei Genkai, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Mokuton. Physique, Senju Body, Senju Hashirama. Ninjutsu, Substitution, Body Flicker, Fixed, Shadow Clone, Flying Thor, Chakra Perception, Summoning, Raise Nan, Odama Raise Nan. Mokuton, Wood Dragon Technique, Wood Human Technique. Lightning Release, Chidori, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Flow, Chidori Blade. Fire Release, Grand Fire Annihilation. Water Release, Water Iron Cannon. Genjutsu, Dark Walk. Physical Arts, Monstrous Strength. Chakra Amount, 99 calories. Psychic Item, Punisher Frank, Edo Tensei. Unspent Ninja Coins, 24. Looking at the newly added Senju Body, Mokuton, Wood Dragon Technique, Wood Human Technique, and monstrous strength on the attribute page, Rogge began to wonder if he had been targeted by the goddess of luck recently. Chapter 72. Rogge was very satisfied with the results of the immortal body transplant this time. Even if the system made adjustments to the Kekkei Genkai, would release, and those ninjutsu, it won't have much impact on his good mood at this time. As long as the sage body is in his hand, everything else is easy. After calming down a little, he began to carefully browse the system's introduction to those ninjutsu and would release Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei Genkai, would release, the would release ninjutsu developed by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. It is a mixture of two chakra properties. The ultimate source of power comes from the chakra tree. Would release can use chakra as the source of life to accelerate or control the growth of plants, thereby attacking, defending, and controlling. The introduction of would release is similar to Rogge's impression, and there are no particularly obvious changes. As for wood human jutsu and wood dragon jutsu, they are similar to what he remembered. The only difference is that wood dragon jutsu absorbs the opponent's chakra ability to absorb the opponent's physical strength and energy. Rogge is already used to this adjustment of wood dragon jutsu. After all, before wood dragon jutsu, there are two examples of chakra perception and Sharingan. After reading the introduction of wood human jutsu and wood dragon jutsu, he turned his attention to Taijutsu monster strength. Taijutsu monster strength, through precise control of chakra, concentrates chakra on a certain part of the body or the whole body, and then explodes in an instant, causing strong physical damage. Whether from the introduction or the final result, Taijutsu monster strength is very similar to the way he used chakra to strengthen a certain part of the body or the strength of the whole body. Rogge even suspected that he may have mastered Taijutsu monster strength long ago, but the system has not added this Taijutsu to the property panel. Of course, it is more likely that the way he used it before was too rough, so rough that the system was not willing to admit it. In order to confirm this, he compared his own way with the way the system gave him and then came to a conclusion that hurt his self-esteem. The system has been unwilling to admit that the way he used chakra before was indeed because the way he used it was too rough. Compared with the way the system recognized, the way he used chakra before can only be regarded as just touching the threshold. The reason why he can smoothly use this rough way to temporarily improve his strength is purely because his chakra amount is not bad. To give a simple example, if he uses his own method to enhance, it will consume 1 calorie of chakra, but if he uses the method recognized by the system, then he only needs to consume 0.1 calories of chakra to achieve the same level of enhancement. Therefore, having more chakra is still very beneficial. If he can't use of chakra, then he can make up. Although it is shameful, but sometimes it is very useful. After reading the introduction of Strange Strength, Rogge opened the introduction of Immortal Body. Body Seng Hashirama. The special physique that inherited the vitality and body energy of the Six-Path Sage and transplanted to Seng Hashirama is a physique that can be continuously strengthened through hard practice. The system's explanation for the body of the sage was only one sentence, and it did not contain much information. However, even if the system did not give any explanation, Rogge is not unfamiliar with the body of the sage. Unlike the eyes of the sage such as the Sharingan and the Rinnegan, the body of the sage is not the kind of existence that can be obtained immediately after possessing it. The body of the sage gives the possessor the potential to become stronger continuously, but not immediate strength. So when he saw that his chakra amount was still at 99 calories, he was not surprised. Even Asura, the second generation of immortals who were born with the body of an immortal, had to go through a long period of hard cultivation before he could obtain the same strength as his brother, Indra. In the early stage, the body of the sage is far inferior to the eyes of the sage. But in the later stage, the body of the sage can not only exert the power of the eyes of the sage, but it can even surpass the eyes of the sage. Although the body of the sage transplanted from Hashirama did not immediately increase Rogge's chakra amount, nor did it make his body full of vitality like Hashirama, he is still full of confidence in the body of the sage. Isn't it just hard practice? It's not a big deal. What he is afraid of is not that he needs to practice hard to obtain power, but that he is limited by his talent. The feeling of being trapped by talent, no matter how much effort you put in, you still can't make any progress, is the most despairing. The existence of the body of the sage can help him break through the limits of his talent, allowing him to smoothly break through to the level that originally did not belong to him. What he wants is a future with greater possibilities, not a few ninjutsu and chakra in front of him. After closing the property panel, he left the office with the Flying Thunder God, ready to personally experience his newly acquired Mokuton ninjutsu and taijutsu. In the following week, Rogge spent most of his time in the forest outside the suburbs of New York except for commuting to his home and the office every day. He went to the office to see if there was a suitable commission to accept. He went to the forest outside the suburbs of New York to familiarize himself with the newly acquired Wood Dragon Jutsu and Wood Man Jutsu. Although the two Mokuton ninjutsu, Wood Dragon and Wood Man Jutsu, were obtained by transplanting Hashirama's body, the effect he displayed was completely different from that of Hashirama himself. The appearance of the Wood Dragon and Wood Man is no different, but the size is much smaller, and the power has a fundamental difference. The first generation Wood release was used to conquer the world, and the Yamato Wood release was used to make the world green. Rogge felt that his Mokuton ninjutsu seemed to have signs of making the world green. The progress of Mokuton ninjutsu was not very optimistic, but after a continuous week of hard practice, his chakra amount finally changed again. Chakra amount, 102 calories. Under the circumstances of hard practice every day, his chakra amount increased by 3 calories in a week. 3 calories a week, 12 calories a month, 156 calories a year. This kind of improvement is exciting to think about. Just as he was fantasizing about the beautiful scene of the future, Dr. Ross, who he had met once, suddenly came to the office. "I want to make a commission, this is the commission reward." After entering Rogge's office, Dr. Ross directly put a suitcase on the desk and said with a serious face, "Let's talk about the commission first." Looking at Dr. Ross, Rogge answered casually. He was not surprised that Dr. Ross could find him here. When they met last time, although he did not report his identity, he did not disguise himself, so it was normal that Dr. Ross could find him here. Chapter 73. I know that Banner is now being held in S.H.I.E.L.D., and I know that you are the one who handed Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. But I still hope you can rescue Banner. He is a good person. He just suffered an experimental accident. He shouldn't be a test subject of some privileged institutions. Obviously, Dr. Ross had done a detailed investigation before coming here. As for who her source of information was, Rogge didn't have to guess. There was no one else who would tell this news to Dr. Ross except for General Ross, who has been responsible for arresting Banner. Although the relationship between Dr. Ross and General Ross is not very good, they are still father and daughter. Since you know that Banner was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. by me, you should understand that dealing with the previous employer is a very bad thing for people in my line of work. Although it is not the first time he has dealt with his previous employer, he still has to have the proper attitude. And, I don't think your reward can impress me. The suitcase that Dr. Ross brought could only hold a little more than $1 million at most. For other private detectives, this was definitely a generous reward. But for Rogge, this reward is not only not generous, but it also seriously destroys his current market. His previous employer, S.H.I.E.L.D., directly paid him $100 million, and it was the kind that paid him in full in advance. That's all I can take out now. If you need more, I can only pay you in installments in the future. Although Dr. Ross' income is not bad, it does not mean that she can take out a huge sum of money in the millions at any time. No, you misunderstood me. I'm not short of money now. What I want is... Before Rogge could finish speaking, Dr. Ross, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly hugged herself with both hands and shook her head excitedly. No, I can't do this. How can you make such a condition? What condition did I make? I haven't even finished speaking yet. Looking at Dr. Ross' fierce refusal at this time, Rogge suddenly thought of something. Does she think? His expression instantly became extremely unsightly. I'm a good young man who doesn't even have a girlfriend. How can I make such a misunderstanding? What went wrong in the middle? After thinking about it for a while, he remembered a job that paid quite well, but he never accepted it. It was a commission from the rich woman who had become famous because of the death of several husbands. When he thought of this, his expression became even more unsightly. After realizing that his reputation had started to develop in a bad direction, he decided to strictly limit the types of commissions he would accept in the future. Put an end to those inexplicable requests appearing again. Write down the details of the commission and the remuneration in US dollars that you can afford. After that, Rogge took out the last scroll that he had yet to use and solemnly placed it in front of Dr. Ross. Looking at Rogge's serious face, Dr. Ross also realized that his actions just now were inappropriate. Dr. Ross didn't say anything. He picked up the pen and started writing on the scroll. The commission reward was 5 million USD. Rogge pointed to the suitcase next to him and asked with some confusion, "Didn't you just say that you could only take out so much money? What's written here is different from what you said. I can only take out so much now, but as long as you can save Banner, I will definitely give you 5 million USD. Dr. Ross said firmly, and then silently added, "Banner has enough money to pay. It's reasonable to use Banner's money to save Banner. It's also reasonable for Rogge, who entrusted Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D., to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. to save Banner. Reasonable my ass. This isn't something a normal person would do, alright. But fortunately, Rogge is not a normal person, and Banner is not a normal person, so it's normal for them to do something abnormal." After putting away the commission scroll, Rogge glanced at the commission page of the system. The commission page was blank, and no new commission appeared. Sigh, another ninja coin was wasted. Just when Rogge was about to refuse Dr. Ross, a commission that was not the same as the client's request appeared on the commission page. Dr. Ross's commission was to save Banner from S.H.I.E.L.D. But the commission given by the system was to stop Hulk from destroying New York and send Hulk to Canada. This is the first time that Rogge has seen the system give a different commission content, and with his understanding of the system, since the name used by the system is Hulk, it means that the commission will be judged to be completed only if he sends Hulk to Canada. It's not difficult to understand that Hulk needs to stop him from destroying New York, after all, Hulk has such strength. But the request to send Hulk to Canada seems a bit abnormal. It's Hulk who is sent to Canada, not Banner, which means that he can't wait for Hulk to change back to Banner as he did before. In addition, he is also curious about what Canada did wrong that the system would ask him to send Hulk there. To some extent, Hulk is equivalent to a human-shaped self-propelled nuclear bomb that can explode continuously. Sending such a guy to Canada, you can imagine what will happen in Canada. Moreover, this kind of commission is not the same as the client's request, and how to judge the reward in the end is also a new problem. Although Rogge's mind is full of doubts, it is clear that the system has no intention of explaining. "I will take your mission, but there is a small problem, that is, you may need to be in Canada to see Banner." Since the system has given him a mission, and the commission reward given is not low, Rogge will naturally not refuse the commission. Not to mention just sending Hulk to Canada, even if he sends Abomination, as long as the system can give him the corresponding commission and reward, he will do it. Okay. Although this result is different from what she imagined, in any case, Banner was rescued from S.H.I.E.L.D., so Dr. Ross finally agreed. But what she didn't think of was that although S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to be a special agency in the United States, in fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. has corresponding bases in most of the world. Canada is obviously one of them. You can now tell me where you know how Banner is being held. Dr. Ross may not know where Banner is being held by S.H.I.E.L.D., but his father, General Ross, will definitely know. He is in New York now, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in Queens. Chapter 74. That's all I know. As for where S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base is in Queens, I don't know. Speaking of this, Dr. Ross's tone became a little lonely. General Ross was not unwilling to tell Dr. Ross the specific address, but because he did not know where S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base was. S.H.I.E.L.D. was willing to tell General Ross that Banner was in the Queen's base, which is already giving the Air Force Vice Admiral a lot of face. It doesn't matter, it's enough to know that Banner is still in New York. During the previous battle, Rogge had already left a flying Thor technique on Hulk. So as long as he has Banner's approximate location, he can directly sense the flying Thor technique in the area, and then directly teleport through the flying Thor. When you get to Canada, call the number above, and then I will take Banner there. After that, Rogge gave Dr. Ross a flying Thor made of vibranium and gave her a business card with his phone number. Although there is no requirement for Banner to meet Dr. Ross in the Systems Commission, Rogge still intends to meet Dr. Ross's wish a little and let her meet Banner. When Dr. Ross left the office with the Thor kunao and business card, he began to sense all the flying Thor techniques in Queens. After distinguishing the one belonging to Banner from dozens of flying Thor techniques, Rogge used psychic technique to summon the Kusanagi sword, round fan, mask, cloud robe, and other items in the scroll. Although he couldn't hide his true identity regardless of whether he changed his clothes or not, he still put on his battle attire ceremoniously. It doesn't matter whether he can hide his identity or not. What matters is that it will look more impressive. After doing all this, his figure disappeared from the office. When he appeared again, he was already next to Banner. To be precise, he was next to Banner, who was lying on the operating table. This was a room that looked similar to an operating room. Other than the fact that the person lying on the operating table wasn't a patient and that there were 4 fully armed agents standing at the door, it wasn't much different from a real operating room. Rogge's sudden appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. The 4 fully armed agents immediately raised their weapons and aimed at him. However, before the 4 agents could fire, they saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Then, they stood rooted to the ground as if they had lost their souls. Sharingan Genjutsu. After the battle with Hulk, Rogge began to slowly like the feeling of using Sharingan Genjutsu. It could be activated just by looking at each other, and it had many uses. More importantly, the onlookers had no idea what was going on. In the eyes of the onlookers, Rogge only turned his head and glanced at the 4 agents. Then, the agents stood there stupidly, not moving at all. The effect of this scene was perfect. After dealing with the 4 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Rogge came to Banner's side and cut off the restraints that bound Banner with kunao. At the same time, he pulled out the needle on Banner's right arm. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had no way to subdue the Berserk Hulk, they used a very clever way to make Hulk have no chance to appear at all. As long as Banner's heartbeat is maintained at a low frequency, Hulk's appearance can be effectively prevented. Although Hulk is terrifying, Banner is easy to deal with. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. still has a little conscience. Instead of dissecting Banner directly, they continued to collect and analyze his blood composition and carried out a detailed physical data collection on him. Just as Rogge was about to leave with Banner, who had not completely woken up, a big black man wearing a black trench coat and an eye patch over his left eye rushed over. Beside the black man was Natasha, who had a head of wine-red curly hair. This big black man is none other than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director Nick Fury. His hero title is Mother Fasterisker. Wait. Don't go yet, we can discuss it. After receiving the report from his agents, Nick Fury rushed over with Natasha and tried to communicate with Rogge. However, Rogge ignored Nick Fury and grabbed Banner's shoulder directly and disappeared in front of them in an instant. It seems that I spoke too slowly, he didn't hear me clearly. Nick Fury said calmly, silently giving himself a way out of this embarrassing situation. No, he heard me clearly. Natasha added in a low voice. Instead of taking Banner back to his office, Rogge took him to the forest where he had practiced wood release before. At this time, Banner was still in a weak state due to the influence of drugs, and there was no way for him to stand up like a normal person. After using chakra perception to perceive Banner's current physical state, Rogge ignored Banner and left him alone in this rare forest while he left with the Flying Thunder God. Dozens of minutes later, he returned here with a brand new Chevrolet black pickup, a pile of food and clothes. After dozens of minutes of rest, the influence of drugs in Banner's body gradually disappeared and his physical strength began to recover a little. Don't be in a hurry to transform, it was your girlfriend, Dr. Ross, who asked me to save you. If you still want to see her, then get in the car. When Rogge appeared again, Banner's first reaction was to transform into Hulk. He didn't forget that it was the person in front of him who handed him over to S.H.I.E.L.D. After hearing Rogge's words, Banner thought seriously for dozens of seconds, and then went straight to the black pickup and was ready to open the door and get in. The co-pilot's seat is mine, and your seat is next to it. After that, Rogge opened the door directly and sat in the co-pilot's seat. Although he didn't know what Rogge was going to do, Banner came to the driver's seat and drove away from the forest. Where are we going? Banner, who was holding the steering wheel, asked. Just drive in the direction of Canada, you can drive however you want. Rogge replied casually. In fact, Rogge doesn't need to prepare a special vehicle for this. He can stay somewhere with Banner and wait for Dr. Ross to arrive in Canada and then directly teleport there with the Flying Thunder God. Although this is the most labor-saving way, he doesn't intend to do it. It's just a waste to bring Banner to Canada, or rather, it's a waste of Hulk in his body. Before taking Banner out of the operating room, he had already figured out how to use Hulk in Banner's body. Chapter 75. Betty, what did he offer you that could move you to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. to save me? After a few minutes of silence, Dr. Banner, who was driving, finally spoke. $5 million, but she only paid a deposit of $1 million, and she said you would pay the remaining $4 million. As soon as Rogge finished speaking, Dr. Banner slammed on the brakes and looked at Rogge in disbelief. Just because of $5 million, you dared to save me from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Dr. Banner is not the kind of rich man who is worth hundreds of millions, he knows very well that $5 million is not a very generous reward for this kind of commission. Not to mention the process of saving people, the problem is that the act of saving people is undoubtedly a slap in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face. Banner doesn't think that Rogge will offend S.H.I.E.L.D. for a mere $5 million. $5 million is already a lot. Many people will not be able to earn this amount even if they work hard for a lifetime. Rogge answered Banner casually. As Banner guessed, if the reward was only $5 million, he would not be interested in taking this task. The reason why he took this task was that the system gave him a pretty good reward. Content: stop Hulk from destroying New York and send him to Canada. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 50 ninja coins. Although the reward of ninja coins is only half of the previous commission, Rogge feels that the price is quite good considering the difficulty of this commission. Stopping Hulk from destroying New York is not a particularly difficult task in itself. As long as Banner does not transform into Hulk in New York, or directly takes the transformed Hulk out of New York with the Flying Thor, the first half of the commission will be completed. As for the second half of the content, it is quite easy. The system does not specify when to send Hulk, nor does it specify a specific place to send him. So as long as Hulk comes out before crossing the border of Canada, and then throws him over, the latter part will be completed. Since you mentioned this issue, I just want to ask, how are you going to pay the remaining $4 million? After hearing Rogge's inquiry, Banner didn't even turn his head and said directly, I have an account at JP Morgan Bank. As long as you have the account and password, you can withdraw the money. After that, Banner directly told Rogge the account number and password, and then added, let me remind you, if you withdraw the money, General Ross and S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely target you. You have to solve this problem yourself. It's okay, as long as there are $4 million in the account. Whether it's General Ross or S.H.I.E.L.D., it's not a very serious matter to offend them. After driving for a few hours, Roger suddenly said, stop here. There's food in the container. After we're done eating, we'll go to the forest next door. Banner didn't know what Roger wanted to do, but he still pulled over as Roger told him to, and then opened the cargo box in the back. After opening the cargo box at the back, Banner was a little stunned. The cargo box was filled with all kinds of high-calorie food, and next to the food, there were several sets of loose sportswear. Remember to eat more. Rogge's voice came from the car. Half an hour later, Rogge and Banner parked the car outside the forest and the two walked towards the depths of the forest. Until now, Banner still didn't know what Rogge wanted to do, but he silently followed behind Rogge. After coming to the depths of the forest, Rogge finally spoke. "Let Hulk come out." Banner suspected that he had heard wrong and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "You just said, let Hulk come out." "Yes, let Hulk come out. What the hell does this guy want to do?" Although Banner didn't know what Rogge wanted to do, he felt that this was an opportunity for himself. Become Hulk, beat Rogge, and then regain his freedom. Plans quickly flashed through Banner's mind. "In that case, don't blame me." Not long after, under Banner's deliberate indulgence, a trace of green appeared on his skin, and his whole person began to grow bigger and stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the 3 or 4 meter tall Hulk appeared again, Hulk first let out an angry roar like a beast, and then stared at Rogge with his eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, before Hulk launched an attack, he saw Rogge not far away suddenly clasped his fingers and formed a hand seal that he didn't know what to call. With the talent of Muji casting, Rogge doesn't need to make any hand seals to perform ninjutsu. But in order to look better, he silently formed a SI hand seal. Mokuton Wood Dragon Technique. At the moment when Rogge finished forming the SI hand seal, a wooden dragon more than 10 meters long, with a long hook nose and thorns all over its body instantly rushed out of the ground and attacked Hulk directly. Facing the wooden dragon, Hulk had no intention of retreating, but instead took the initiative to run towards the wooden dragon. "It's just a piece of wood, it can be broken easily." In just a blink of an eye, Hulk collided with the wooden dragon. Just as Hulk was about to tear the somewhat unsightly wooden dragon, the wooden dragon suddenly wrapped around him tightly. "A dragon made of wood can't stop me." Hulk began to exert his strength, trying to break free from the wooden dragon's bondage. But he soon noticed that something was wrong. "There's something wrong with this piece of wood." With Hulk's strength, not to mention wood, even if he is entangled by iron chains, he can still break free. But at this time, not only did he not break free from the wooden dragon that entangled him, but he also found that his stamina was rapidly disappearing at a terrifying speed. Although Hulk's wisdom is not as good as Banner, he is definitely not stupid. The toughness of the wooden dragon far exceeded Hulk's expectations. What's more troublesome is that the longer the entanglement, the lower his stamina, and the less likely it is to break free. After a minute or two, Hulk changed back to Banner in extreme unwillingness. When Hulk disappeared, Rogge also lifted his control of the wood dragon technique. Without the continuous input of chakra, this wooden dragon with a long hook nose and thorns all over its body also turned back to ordinary wood, losing all its peculiarities. Banner climbed out from under the wooden dragon that had turned into a wooden sculpture, and his whole person looked like he had just finished a marathon as he lay on the ground weakly. "After eating, change into new clothes, and then we'll get out of here." Banner now knows why Rogge came here with a set of clothes and a bunch of things. Tens of minutes later, Banner, who returned to the car, started the pickup truck and drove towards Canada without saying a word. Chapter 76. When Rogge and Banner drove towards Canada in a pickup truck, General Ross also received a piece of information about his daughter. After leaving Rogge's office, Dr. Ross went directly to the airport and bought a ticket to Canada. Not long after Dr. Ross bought the ticket, General Ross received the relevant report. General Ross told Dr. Ross about Banner being held in S.H.I.E.L.D. In addition to the fact that Dr. Ross is his daughter, another reason is that he also wants Rogge to get Banner out of S.H.I.E.L.D's base. General Ross can't go to S.H.I.E.L.D. to grab people, but he won't give up on Banner either. Banner is the only and successful test subject at present, so in any case, he will not give Banner to S.H.I.E.L.D. Although General Ross doesn't know what Rogge will do, he is sure that this guy, who is nominally a private detective, definitely has a way to bring Banner out of S.H.I.E.L.D's base. The scene at Culver University left an indelible impression on him and strengthened his determination to capture Banner. Only with a humanoid weapon like Hulk can he fight against those unstable people who have mastered extraordinary abilities. General, Brinsky is here. Just after General Ross had ordered the intelligence personnel outside to continue to monitor Dr. Ross, Brinsky, wearing a military uniform, came to his office under the guidance of his assistant. After bringing Bronsky to the office, the assistant tactfully left the office and closed the door. You also saw the scene at Culver University. What do you think? General Ross asked directly. I saw two dangerous people who were out of control and had great power, and I was worried about whether the military had the ability to eliminate these two dangerous people. As a witness at the time, Brinsky gave a very official answer. How old are you this year? 45 years old? General Ross suddenly changed the subject and asked. 39 years old. Brinsky told his true age. You get old quickly, don't you? Yes. Then don't go out on missions anymore, with your record, you can be a colonel. General Ross suggested. No, I am a warrior. I will always be a warrior. Brinsky rejected General Ross's proposal without even thinking about it. He then continued, if I had the experience I have now 10 years ago, I would never have fought with myself. Looking at the determination in Brinsky's eyes, General Ross hesitated for a few seconds before saying, I can make you stronger. After hearing General Ross's answer, Brinsky's eyes were filled with excitement. During World War II, the Weapons Research and Development Department conducted a new experiment, the Biotechnology Strength Enhancement Experiment, hoping to create a super soldier. On the basis of the previous experiment, I restarted the related experiment. Banner was involved in the early stages of the work, but he didn't involve the use of weapons at all. He thought he was studying a way to resist radiation. I never told him the truth of the experiment. But he was so confident that he actually carried out human experiments privately. In the end, there was an accident, or rather, a lucky hit. We have developed a type of serum, a serum with great potential. I will arrange for you to be injected with this serum. After the injection, you will lead a team to arrest a man named Mr. Lan. We suspect that he is the one who helped Banner escape. Since Banner returned to the car, he hasn't said a word to Rogge and just silently drove in the direction of Canada. Rogge didn't take Banner's silence to heart. He is now thinking about how to maximize the effect of the wood dragon technique. When he was fighting against Hulk just now, he didn't use the wood dragon technique to the limit. The wood dragon he can currently make can reach a maximum length of more than 30 meters. The reason why the length of the wood dragon was controlled to more than 10 meters just now was that Hulk was too small. Hulk is only more than 3 meters tall and there is no need to waste chakra to make a larger wood dragon. A length of more than 10 meters is completely enough. When dealing with an enemy like Hulk, the wood dragon technique can play a good role, but this is only the first time. After all, as long as he has experienced it once, Hulk won't foolishly take the initiative to run to the wood dragon. The wood dragon can absorb the physical strength and energy of the target, but the physical strength and energy absorbed by the wood dragon will not be fed back to the caster. So Rogge's original plan to use Hulk as a mobile power bank has failed before it even started. In addition, the wood dragon's movement speed is not fast, it can only be regarded as okay. If the target is fast enough, it can still be avoided. In general, the wood dragon technique is more suitable as a control skill than an attack skill. After eating something casually in the car for dinner, Rogge took Hulk to a grassland with few people. Let's exercise after dinner. Let Hulk come out. Although Banner was very reluctant, the situation was stronger than him, so he still transformed into Hulk. After coming out again, Hulk didn't rush towards Rogge recklessly like last time. Instead, he looked at Rogge vigilantly, and after confirming that there was no strange wood dragon around, he rushed towards Rogge. Rogge made a hand seal again, but this time he didn't make a SI hand seal, but a way hand seal. No matter what kind of hand seal he makes, it won't affect him from casting the ninjutsu he wants to cast. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A long hook-nosed wood dragon more than 10 meters long emerged from the ground and rushed directly to Hulk, who was running wildly. After the last experience, Hulk didn't intend to fight with the wood dragon again. His legs suddenly exerted force, and his whole body jumped high, and then under the influence of gravity, he smashed towards Rogge like a green meteorite. Looking at Hulk, who changed his tactics, Rogge also stopped the wood dragon technique and made a hand seal again. Child hand seal. Seeing that the green meteorite-like Hulk was about to hit Rogge, a wood man about the same size as him with a wood dragon coiled around his arm, like Arhut, emerged from the ground again. After emerging from the ground, this wood Arhut didn't hesitate and rushed directly towards the falling Hulk. Boom! Hulk and wood Arhut slammed into each other, and then both of them were bounced away and fell on both sides of Rogge. After landing, Hulk and wood Arhut ran wildly again. However, Hulk's goal was Rogge, and wood Arhut's goal was Hulk. Just as Hulk was about to reach Rogge, wood Arhut came to him first and knocked him out. What followed was an intense brawl between the two of them, where their fists hit each other like wild beasts. Chapter 77. Hulk is a typical example of high attack, high defense, high HP, combining the characteristics of a fighter and a tank. In the face of such an enemy, meeting force with force is not a very wise choice. However, Rogge didn't care about this, he just wanted to test the power of the wood puppet technique. For this reason, he also deliberately controlled the size of Arhut, to avoid the situation of bullying the weak. The current wooden Arhut was only 3 meters tall, which was the same height as Hulk. If he exerts his full strength, the size of Arhut can directly reach about 10 meters. Although Hulk's physical attack power is very strong, but the wood Arhut in front of him is also not weak. In his peak state, Arhut can catch a 9-tailed beast Dama with one hand. Even in the face of the complete Susanoo, he is not at a disadvantage. However, this peak state of wood Arhut, Rogge has no way to display it for the time being. Increasing the size of wood Arhut to about 10 meters is already the limit he can reach now. After controlling wood Arhut and Hulk to fight for more than 10 minutes, Rogge had the intention to end the fight. Under his control, wood Arhut, who was just randomly punching, suddenly took a step back, avoiding Hulk's fist. Then, before Hulk realized what happened, wood Arhut showed his exquisite and seasoned fighting skills. The wooden Arhut moved forward and directly arrived in front of Hulk. It launched a set of attacks that seemed simple but were extremely powerful. Chest, left shoulder, lower abdomen, right shoulder, head. Straight punch, uppercut, left hook, elbow, rushing knee, moving left, piercing punch, hugging knee. Facing the sudden change in attack style and rhythm of wood Arhut, Hulk was like a human sandbag, being constantly repelled by wood Arhut. Boom! Hulk, who was unstable, had no time to make any defense, and was sent flying by wood Arhut. After rolling a few times on the ground, Hulk stood up again. Then he saw wood Arhut, who was clasping his fists and falling from the sky. Wood Arhut is not a real creature, and it is impossible for him to make movements that are too dexterous. But even so, the fighting skills he displayed still made Hulk realize the difference between a professional and an amateur. A few minutes later, the angry and unwilling Hulk once again changed back into Banner. When Hulk disappeared and Banner returned, Rogge also stopped controlling wood Arhut, turning the powerful wood Arhut into a lifelike wood carving. The set of fighting style just now was not Rogge's own original creation, but he learned it from Purple Potato. However, he was different from the Purple Potato spirit, who was able to knock Hulk unconscious in a few moves. He was still lacking in this aspect. After finishing the wood puppet, he checked, checked the wood chakra, and checked the wood carvings. The wood dragon jutsu and the wood puppet jutsu consumed almost 20 calories of his chakra. The wood dragon technique consumed a little less. After all, it only lasted for a short period of time, so it only used 2 or 3 cal of chakra. The biggest consumption was the wood puppet technique. Just making wood arhat had already used 2 or 3 cal of chakra, and maintaining wood arhat's attack used up more than 10 cal of chakra. This was just a 3-meter tall wood arhat. If it was the wood arhat of Hashirama that was dozens of meters tall, then the amount of chakra required would be an extremely terrifying number. Rogge now really understood why Hashirama needed chakra. Without a large amount of chakra, wood release would not be able to exert such an amazing effect. Wood release is a Kekkei Genkai with a huge gap between the upper and lower limits. People who are good at it can even play with tailed beasts as pets. People who are not good at it can only do some greenery and study the 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. Change your clothes and go back to the car to sleep, we will set off tomorrow. Although Banner can't fully share Hulk's memories now, from those scattered memory fragments, he already knows what kind of person Rogge is. This man usually looks kind, but he is crazier than anyone else when it comes to fighting. Banner doesn't know if it's his own illusion, but he feels that Hulk in his body seems to be complaining about something, as pitiful as a 1-ton green baby. When Banner changed into new clothes and returned to the car, Rogge summoned a shadow clone and let the shadow clone watch Banner, lest he make any wrong decisions on impulse. Then, he Flying Thunder God went straight home. The hard experience is left to the shadow clone, and the comfortable life is enjoyed by the original body. This is the correct use of the shadow clone. Bathing, eating, playing Berserker's Creed, and then, sleeping. Brinsky, who received the serum injection, led a team of heavily armed Special Forces soldiers to raid Gabang College in New York under the arrangement of General Ross. They took away Dr. Samuel Stern, who was also known as Mr. Blue, and all the Banner blood samples in his laboratory. Looking at the Banner blood samples in one cabinet after another, a complicated look appeared on Brinsky's face. In a military base in New York. You can't treat me like this, I'm a cell biologist, I want to contact my lawyer. After he was brought to the interrogation room, Dr. Samuel Stern kept repeating his rights. He doesn't look like someone who helped Banner escape. Brinsky, who was outside the interrogation room, looked at the anxious Dr. Stern through the one-sided glass and expressed his opinion. There are a lot of Banner's blood samples in his laboratory. Whether he helped Banner escape or not, he is a person who needs to be locked up. And I have a hunch that he can help us. General Ross said casually, quickly deciding Dr. Stone's fate. As for Dr. Stern's identity as a cell biologist, he didn't care at all. After General Ross left, Brinsky stood alone in front of the one-sided glass and looked seriously at Dr. Stern, who was getting more and more uneasy inside. After standing motionless like a puppet for more than 10 minutes, Brinsky took a deep breath and went directly to the door of the interrogation room. Sir, the general ordered that no one can enter without his permission. The soldier guarding the door said in a serious tone. Then, the soldier felt a severe pain in his heart. Before he could scream, Brinsky covered his mouth in advance, and then watched the soldier's pupils begin to dilate. After doing all this, Brinsky opened the door, threw the soldier's body in, and went straight to Dr. Stern. How can you kill your own people? Chapter 78. Looking at the soldier's body that was still bleeding on the ground, Dr. Stone shouted loudly, and then he saw Brinsky pull out a pistol and point it at his head. What the hell did I do to deserve such rough treatment from you? Under the threat of the pistol, Dr. Stone's tone changed and became extremely gentle. Not what you have done, but what you are about to do. I want to be as strong as Banner. Hearing this, Dr. Stone stood up from his chair and said slowly, it seems that you have injected something. I want to be stronger, stronger than Banner. You should know how strong he is. That's right. He is very strong, just like a god. I want to be like him too. You want to make me as strong as him? Brinsky's breathing became heavy, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I don't know what's in your body, but if you mix it up, you might become a monster. As soon as Dr. Stone finished speaking, Brinsky came in front of him, grabbed him, and then lifted him with one hand. I didn't say I don't want to. I just need your consent. Without any hesitation, Dr. Stone instantly admitted defeat. Then, under Brinsky's lead, the two of them successfully came to the research room in the base. Banner's blood samples that were transported from Dr. Stern were stored here. Even Dr. Stern's computer and various instruments were packed and shipped together. Let's begin. After lying on the operating bed, Brinsky said excitedly. A few minutes later, a serious experimental accident occurred in the laboratory. The stored Banner's blood samples were completely destroyed. Dr. Stone was also affected by the explosion and died on the spot, and Brinsky's whereabouts were unknown. When General Ross led the soldiers to the laboratory, all they saw was a messy laboratory that was ablaze with raging flames. At this moment, a soldier hurried to General Ross and reported a message in a low voice. Brinsky. Early the next morning, after washing up and enjoying a hearty breakfast, Rogge's flying thunder god returned directly to the pickup truck. Bang! The moment he returned, the shadow clone turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Banner woke up in a daze, and then saw Rogge, who was full of energy and had changed his clothes. You have 10 minutes to eat breakfast. Banner sighed silently, then walked out of the car, went straight to the back of the car, opened the cargo box, and picked a few foods at random. At this time, he couldn't care less about personal hygiene. After quickly eating the food in his hand, Banner started the pickup again and drove in the direction of Canada. At noon, Rogge used Flying Thunder God to return to the firm, arranged for Erica to go to the bank to withdraw Dr. Banner's money, and then took out the phone from the drawer that he had picked up purely by fate. There were a few missed calls on his phone, all from numbers he had never seen before, and one of them was a text message. The call was from Dr. Ross, and the text was also from her. The content of the text message was also very simple. It was the address of a hotel in Ottawa, the capital of Canada. After reading the message, Rogge called Dr. Ross back and asked her to take the Flying Thor to the forest or park on the outskirts of Ottawa, and then inform him. After doing all this, he returned to the pickup truck with the Flying Thunder God. Banner was already used to Rogge's ability to disappear and reappear in an instant, and he didn't even turn his head to look at Rogge. Stop here, and let Hulk out. After 2 experiences, Banner already knew what Rogge wanted to do, so he got out of the car without saying a word and then took off his coat. Under Banner's guidance, Hulk appeared again. When he saw Rogge again, Hulk did not attack as before, but silently stepped back a few steps, looking at Rogge with great vigilance. Don't worry, I won't hit you today. After saying that, Rogge went to the container behind the car, filled a large travel bag with fruits and vacuum-packed meat that he had prepared in advance, and then took the Kusanagi sword to a grassland not far from the road and sat down directly. After casting a super small wood dragon technique and a super small fire extinguisher, he had a pile of burning bonfire. Then, under Hulk's gaze, he inserted the meat on the Kusanagi sword and began to barbecue it. The barbecue will take a while. If you are hungry, you can eat some fruit first. If you don't like fruit, you can also go to the container and get something else. After saying that, Rogge didn't care about Hulk anymore, as if all his mind was on the barbecue in front of him. Hulk couldn't figure out what Rogge was going to do, but he didn't feel the slightest malice from Rogge, so he came to Rogge and sat down. After a few minutes of barbecue, Rogge handed the Kusanagi sword in his hand to Hulk and said calmly, "Take it, I'll go back and get something." A barbecue without seasoning is a barbecue without a soul. For this reason, he returned to New York with the Flying Thunder God, and then bought a set of family barbecue tools, seasoning, and a large box of cold beer. When he returned here, Hulk was still holding the Kusanagi sword, and the barbecue on it had obvious charred traces. Give it to me. After taking back the Kusanagi sword, Rogge took off the charred barbecue on the Kusanagi sword, then replaced it with a special barbecue tool, and began his barbecue journey again. More than 10 minutes later, he handed a grilled beef to Hulk and opened a few bottles of cold beer. Do you want a bottle? After hesitating for a few seconds, Hulk took the beer from Rogge's hand. Compared to Hulk's huge palm, the beer bottle was as small as a toy used for playing house. Actually, compared to Banner, I prefer to deal with you. After saying that, Rogge tasted the barbecue in his hand, and the taste was not bad. Banner is too smart, and he is more like a scholar than a warrior. Of course, you are not a warrior, but at least you are better than Banner. You know how to fight. Although Hulk is not as smart as Banner, he also has his own wisdom, so he fully understands what Rogge is talking about. Hulk, I don't like fighting. Hulk, I just don't want to get hurt. Hulk, you have to protect yourself. Looking at Rogge in front of him, Hulk spoke out his thoughts, and at the same time, he learned from Rogge, eating the barbecue in his hand and drinking the beer. If you want to protect yourself, you need to be strong enough. Your body contains a powerful force, but you don't know how to use it. If you want to become stronger, I can teach you. Chapter 79. A moving piece of wood? A blue ball? Hulk put down the barbecue in his hand and used his hand to make a picture of Rogge's Otama Nan. Not those, it's more suitable for you, or fighting skills. Even if Rogge is willing to teach Hulk would release and raise Nan, Hulk can't learn it because Hulk doesn't have chakra at all. But even if Hulk has chakra, Rogge won't teach him would release and raise Nan. Would release is a bloodline limit, and he can't teach it if he wants to. Raise Nan requires superb control of chakra, which is also not suitable for Hulk. If Hulk really has chakra, then the most suitable for him is the peak representative of Taijutsu, Hachiman Tong Kao. Hulk opening the Hachiman Tong Kao, this picture is very exciting. Taijutsu. Hulk doesn't know what Taijutsu is. Taijutsu is relying on the body to attack directly. Your usual attack style belongs to Taijutsu. Taijutsu is just a name. If you like, you can also call it close combat, or fighting. After eating the last piece of barbecue on the barbecue, Rogge stood up and came in front of Hulk. At this time, although Hulk is sitting on the ground, he is not much shorter than Rogge. Just as he was about to stand up, Rogge stopped him. Just sit down. Because of time, I can't show you in person, but I can teach you in another way. Relax your mind, don't resist. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge's eyes turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan. After seeing Rogge's Sharingan, Hulk recalled some bad memories. I will leave you with an illusionary teaching scene. This illusion will not harm you. When you have time, or when Banner masters the body, you can take the time to learn it. Although Hulk doesn't understand what an illusion teaching scene is, he believes in his intuition at this time. He believes that Rogge will not hurt him. With Hulk's active cooperation, Rogge smoothly left an illusion teaching scene in his mind. In order to permanently engrave this illusion teaching scene in Hulk's memory, Rogge used Sharingan's eye power to the limit for the first time. The scene created by Genjutsu is permanently engraved in the memory of the target. This is a trick he learned by accident when he recently studied Sharingan Genjutsu. He originally intended to develop a Genjutsu that could make the target permanently trapped in an illusion, but the result failed without suspense. When the power of the Sharingan he left in the target's body is exhausted, the target will get rid of the illusion and their consciousness will return to the real world. Although of the research and development of Genjutsu, of course. This little trick is a small skill is of Genjutsu of Genof of Genjutsu is of Genof of Genof his of him. For this reason, he even gave this little technique, which could not be directly used in battle, a very simple name. Genjutsu. Because there is no need to maintain the illusion all the time, and there is no need to isolate the target's perception of the outside world, the consumption of this Genjutsu is not very large. The only thing to pay attention to is to constantly strengthen this illusion so that the target permanently remembers everything in the illusion, rather than being completely blurred after a period of time like a dream. The illusion that Rogge created for Hulk at this time is a ring the size of a football field. There are two Hulks fighting in the ring. These two Hulks are proficient in boxing, Muay Thai, Sanda, Israeli fighting techniques, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and the SCARS fighting system of the United States Special Forces. They will not be tired or injured, and they will fight over and over again. Simply put, this is like a real-life fighting teaching video created with Hulk as the standard. As for how much Hulk himself can learn from it, it depends on Hulk's own comprehension ability. After permanently engraving this illusion teaching scene in Hulk's memory, Rogge's eyes also return to their normal appearance. You should learn this first. If there is a chance in the future, I will teach you a top body technique called Hachiman Tong Kao. Although he said this, Rogge himself still does not know Hachiman Tong Kao. And more importantly, he does not know how to let Hulk have chakra. Although Hulk does not know what Hachiman Tong Kao is, his intuition tells him that it must be a very powerful body technique. In the following time, after Rogge and Hulk finished all the remaining barbecue and fruit, Rogge finally received a call from Dr. Ross. "Get up, I will take you to a place." Not long after Hulk stood up, Rogge locked onto the flying Thor kunai in Dr. Ross's hand, and then disappeared with Hulk. After hanging up the phone, Dr. Ross held the flying Thor kunai anxiously and constantly turned her head to look around. According to Rogge's instructions, she took the flying Thor kunai and came to a forest on the outskirts of Ottawa. Just as she was thinking about when Rogge and Banner would appear, she saw a green giant suddenly appear in front of her. Banner. Although Dr. Ross knew that Banner would turn into a green giant, after seeing Hulk with her own eyes, she couldn't help but take a few steps back. After bringing Hulk over, Rogge did not look at Dr. Ross, but directly opened the system's commission page. Commission content: stop Hulk from destroying New York and send him to Canada. Commission status: completed. Commission reward: 50 ninja coins. Ninja coins not consumed: 74. After confirming that the system's commission had been completed, Rogge turned to Hulk and said, "Let Banner come out. If you have time, practice your fighting skills well, and the next time we meet, be stronger." Hulk turned his head and glanced at Rogge. Without speaking, he silently returned his body to Banner. When Hulk turned back into Banner, Dr. Ross trotted over and hugged Banner, whose clothes had been completely torn. "The commission is over, you can return the kunai to me." Rogge had just taken the flying Thor kunai from Dr. Ross when his cell phone rang. The caller was an unfamiliar number. After connecting, he heard Natasha's voice. "What the hell did you do? Why did another green giant appear? Wait, why are you in Canada? You were just..." Rogge did not answer Natasha and hung up the phone directly. This is why he doesn't want to carry a mobile phone with him. These electronic products violate his privacy too much. Another green giant? Is it abomination? Glancing at Banner and Dr. Ross, who were hugging each other tightly, Rogge coughed softly and then said silently, "Shield has located here. If you don't want to be caught again, I suggest you leave here immediately." Chapter 80. After reminding Banner and Dr. Ross, Rogge left with the Flying Thunder God. As for what Banner and Dr. Ross will do in the future, it has nothing to do with him. And with Hulk around, they won't be in any danger. Rogge first teleported back to the location of the pickup truck, took the Kusanagi sword and several other equipment, and then teleported back to the office in New York. As soon as he returned to the office, his cell phone rang again. "General Ross has just informed us that the new green monster is not Hulk, but Brinsky, who has been injected with Banner's serum. He has applied for assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the director has agreed to his request." Natasha didn't dwell on the fact that Rogge had just hung up on her and quickly introduced the current situation. "And then? What does this have to do with me?" After hearing Rogge's answer, Natasha suddenly froze for a moment, and then remembered that Rogge was just a private detective who was commissioned, not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. "We can make a commission, and the price will not be lower than Banner's." "Not interested." After that, Rogge hung up the phone again. Although the abomination has appeared, he has no interest in stopping the abomination. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing to pay for it, he is not interested. The trouble he caused, he has to solve it himself. After putting the Kusanagi sword and the round fan back into the psychic scroll, he turned on the TV in the office and then turned to the current affairs news channel. After transforming into the abomination, Brinsky originally planned to destroy the base's laboratory and then leave with Dr. Stone. But because of a small mistake, the laboratory exploded and Dr. Stone was killed on the spot. Brinsky felt a little sorry for Dr. Stone's tragic experience for a second or two, and then he used his own tyrannical strength to force his way out of the base. If Brinsky had left New York, General Ross wouldn't have been able to find him for a while. He didn't know if it was because of the influence of the serum or because of the absolute confidence brought by the sudden increase in strength, but instead of fleeing like Banner, Brinsky took the initiative to show up and unscrupulously vented the powerful strength he had just gained in downtown New York. Thus, General Ross's army fought against the abominations. Fighting the abominations in the densely populated city of New York was not a wise decision for General Ross. They couldn't use weapons of mass destruction in the city, nor could they mobilize troops on a large scale. With the warriors under his command alone, it was absolutely impossible to stop abomination, so General Ross quickly made a decision and applied to S.H.I.E.L.D. for assistance. Then S.H.I.E.L.D.'s request for help came to Rogge. Due to his outstanding performance in Culver University, everyone regarded him as the best candidate for this mission. However, they did not expect that Rogge would directly reject them. Reading the news report, Rogge leisurely drank his frozen Coca-Cola and considered whether he should go to the VIP front row to see the abomination with his own eyes. But in the end, he gave up on the idea and asked Erica to order takeout for him. 20 minutes later, the door of the firm was pushed open. But what came in was not the takeout guy that Rogge imagined, but Natasha, who was wearing a S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. And in Natasha's hand, she was holding the takeout that should have been delivered by the takeout guy. Brinsky now has power that is no weaker than Hulk. If he is allowed to continue like this, all of New York will be destroyed. After saying that, Natasha put the takeout in her hand in front of Rogge, and then continued, "I know you don't have much affection for S.H.I.E.L.D., but the ordinary people outside need your help now. Okay, don't kidnap me with these so-called righteous acts. It's you who want to maintain world peace, but it's also you who are creating threats. If you hadn't been thinking about mastering the power that doesn't belong to you all day long, the monsters outside wouldn't have appeared." Rogge didn't look at Natasha, but directly opened the takeout and took out the fried chicken legs and fries inside. "Are you really not going to do anything?" Natasha's tone was no longer as tough as before, but with a hint of pleading. "It's not like you can't deal with Brinsky. Although he is now green and bigger, he is still a flesh and blood creature. He will be tired, hurt, and bleed, you." Speaking of this, Rogge suddenly thought of something and put down the fried chicken legs and the happy drink in his hand. A flesh and blood creature with its own consciousness. This guy should meet the standards of a psychic beast. In order to confirm his thoughts, he deliberately opened the system's introduction to the psychic blood contract scroll and carefully browsed through it. From Natasha's point of view, Rogge seemed to be thinking about something seriously. She couldn't see the system page that appeared in front of Rogge at all. "It's not that I can't accept the commission, but I have a condition. After subduing this guy, he will belong to me." "Okay. As long as you can subdue Brinsky, you can do whatever you want with Brinsky, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military will never ask." After hearing Rogge's words, Natasha agreed without thinking. After getting Natasha's guarantee, Rogge exchanged a commission scroll from the system. When Professor Ross started the commission, he used up the last commission scroll. The reward is $100 million. You can write the rest yourself. Looking at the scroll that appeared out of thin air in Rogge's hand, Natasha didn't have any surprise and directly took the scroll and wrote the content of the commission on it. Commission content: Subdue Brinsky, Abomination. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 30 ninja coins. When Natasha finished writing the scroll, a new commission task appeared on the system's commission page. Compared with Hulk, the system's evaluation of Abomination is obviously much lower, and the reward given is not even half of Hulk's. Abomination's ranking is not good. Of course, this may also be the system's judgment after re-evaluating his current strength. Although 30 ninja coins is not very rich, it is enough for him to make this trip. And what he really wants now is not ninja coins, but a psychic beast that belongs to him. After spending 20 ninja coins to learn the psychic technique, Rogge always felt that he had lost money. But the appearance of Abomination gave him some hope of making up for his psychological loss. Psychic Beast Abomination. Abomination's appearance is ugly, but since it has been classified as a psychic beast, its appearance is not very important. Chapter 81. I'll take this commission. You can inform S.H.I.E.L.D. to transfer the money now. After that, Rogge left the office directly with the Flying Thunder God and came to the roof of a building near Abomination. Looking down from the top of the building, Abomination was like a rampaging beast, constantly destroying and attacking the streets. Although the soldiers around him were doing their best to attack Abomination, they did not cause any harm to Abomination. Instead, they made Abomination more violent. In other words, he was more excited. Looking at the pedestrians fleeing around him and the soldiers who were nervous but could not retreat, Abomination couldn't help laughing wildly. This perfect body! This powerful strength! This feeling of dominating everything! This is the future I really want! I am God! Just as Abomination was fantasizing about the beautiful scene in the future, a liquid bullet hit his right face like lightning, leaving a visible scar on his face. Water Release Water Iron Cannon Technique. The one who launched the attack was none other than Rogge, who had just jumped from the top of the building. At this time, Rogge was only wearing a three-tomo mask, but Abomination recognized him at a glance. It was this guy who defeated Hulk. After seeing that the attacker was Rogge, Abomination did not launch an attack as casually as before, but looked at Rogge seriously. This guy defeated Hulk. If I defeat him, it proves that I am stronger than Hulk. I am the strongest. After a series of illogical thoughts, the Abomination was driven by its instincts and sprinted towards Rogge. In the eyes of others, Abomination was like a prehistoric behemoth running towards Rogge. In Rogge's eyes, Abomination was like a green pet dog running to its owner. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. When Abomination came to a meter in front of him, Rogge threw the flying Thor kunai in his hand very casually. Although Abomination knows that Rogge has the ability to teleport, at this distance, he has absolute confidence that he can punch Rogge into a meat patty. However, things did not develop as he had imagined. Rogge disappeared. When his right fist was only a few centimeters away from Rogge, Rogge disappeared. After sensing Rogge's disappearance, the Abomination immediately withdrew its fist and turned around. The scene of Rogge hitting Hulk with Odomara's Nan left a very deep impression on Abomination. He didn't want to encounter Hulk's original scene. Abomination was not like Hulk, personally experiencing the power of Odomara's Nan, because Rogge did not use Odomara's Nan at all. After turning around, Abomination saw Rogge and the flying Thor kunai that had just been thrown out by Rogge. Before he could realize what had happened, the scene in front of him changed in an instant. What appeared in front of him was no longer the chaotic street, but a forest he had never seen before. Rogge did not intend to solve Abomination in New York City, so he took Abomination directly to one of the forests where he practiced Mokuton. Throwing out the Flying Thor kunai, Flying Thunder God second stage, leaving the Flying Thor technique on Abomination, and then teleporting them here together. Before getting the immortal body, Rogge's mastery of the Flying Thor second stage was not particularly proficient, so he rarely used the Flying Thor second stage in battle. But after getting the immortal body, he found that his mastery of the Flying Thor second stage had an inexplicable improvement. Now as long as he wants, he can Flying Thunder God second stage anytime and anywhere, and he doesn't have to worry about the possibility of failure. After bringing Abomination to this unknown forest, Rogge did not give him any time to think and directly used Mokuton Wood Dragon technique. A long hook-nosed wood dragon, more than 10 meters long, emerged from the ground and completely entangled Abomination with lightning speed. Like Hulk, Abomination didn't take this wood dragon to heart at first, but he soon found that his thoughts were a little too naive. "Don't struggle, unless I'm willing to let you out, you can't break free." After saying that, Rogge also let the wood dragon bite Abomination hard. Although this will not cause any harm to Abomination, Rogge still did it. For no reason, just to provoke Abomination. His physical strength was rapidly disappearing uncontrollably, and the wood dragon was getting tighter and tighter. It wasn't until this time that Abomination finally understood why S.H.I.E.L.D. had entrusted Rogge to capture Hulk. In terms of results, Abomination's speculation was correct. But in terms of the actual situation, Hulk was a little worse than he is now. After all, what Hulk enjoyed at the beginning was not the wood dragon technique, but one Oda-Marae's Nan after another. "I won't talk nonsense with you. I have a contract scroll here. After signing it, you will be my psychic beast. When I need you, I will summon you to come out and fight for me. In return, you will have a certain amount of freedom and will not be hunted down by S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross." Rogge took out the psychic blood contract scroll that the system gave him last time and opened the side that needed to be signed. "Sign your head." Although Abomination didn't know what a psychic beast meant, he knew very well that this blood contract must not be signed. Signing it would be worse than death. "Whether you like it or not, you have to sign it today." As soon as his voice fell, Rogge increased his chakra output and accelerated the speed at which the wood dragon absorbed Abomination's physical strength. It didn't take long for Abomination, who was originally active as if injected with stimulants, to become extremely weak, and his whole body exuded a dying aura. When the wood dragon left Abomination, the nearly 4-meter-tall Abomination fell forward uncontrollably, making a low sound of falling to the ground. "I'll ask you again, are you going to sign it or not?" Even though the Abomination couldn't even stand up, he still expressed his opinion clearly. Although Rogge can directly control Abomination to sign a contract with Sharingan, this is not a long-term solution after all, and he can't pay attention to Abomination's situation at all times. So he decided to solve all the problems at once. Wood release, wood puppet technique. A 5-meter-tall wood Arhat emerged from the ground, and then came in front of Abomination, and beat Abomination violently. Time passed little by little. After being deeply touched by Wood Arhat's iron fist of love, Abomination used the fingers of his right hand to touch some of the green blood flowing out of his body, and seriously wrote his name on the blood contract scroll. When Abomination finished writing his name, Rogge opened his attribute panel and looked at the column of Psychic Beast. Psychic Beast, Punisher Frank, Edo Tensei State, Abomination Brinsky. Chapter 82. Looking at the information displayed in the property panel, Rogge nodded with satisfaction, and then said to the Abomination lying on the ground, "From now on, you are my summon beast. Under normal circumstances, I won't restrict your freedom, but you'd better control your temper and don't make trouble everywhere. In addition, when I summon you, you'd better listen to the arrangement. Someone will come to you later, and he is also my man. As for whether you two plan to live together or live separately, it's up to you. Finally, a warm reminder, don't try to escape. If I find out, I'll let you have a good talk with Mokujin and let it correct your wrong ideas." After explaining, Rogge returned to his office with the Flying Thunder God, and then informed Punisher to go to the forest to pick up the Abomination. The matter with the Abomination has come to an end for the time being. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. sends the reward, the commission will be completely completed. He now has a total of 73 ninja coins unspent. If he adds the 30 ninja coins entrusted to him, his unspent ninja coins has once again returned to the 3-digit level. With the sage body and the 2 accompanying would-release ninjutsu, his need for ninjutsu has further decreased. Whether it is attack or control, he now has enough means, and for the time being, there is no lack of firepower or control skills. After thinking about it, he opened the exchange page of the system and focused his attention on the basic ninjutsu on the first page of the exchange page. Transformation Jutsu. One of the 3 ninjutsu taught by the ninja school, the basic of the basic ninjutsu. Ninjas who don't know transformation jutsu are not even qualified to graduate from the ninja school. But it is such a basic ninjutsu that Rogge has never exchanged. Clone jutsu, he only exchanged for substitute jutsu, and he also studied substitute jutsu to the extent of instinct. He will definitely not exchange for clone jutsu. He already has shadow clone jutsu, and exchanging for clone jutsu is purely a waste of ninja coins. Compared with clone jutsu, transformation jutsu is undoubtedly much more practical, and the future improvement may be greater. When the shape-shifting technique was unleashed to its limits, it could even cause the chakra primogenitor to reveal a flaw in an intense battle. Just as Rogge was thinking about whether he should exchange for the shape-shifting technique, he received a transfer message on his phone. It was a transfer of $100 million. At the same time when the mobile phone received the transfer information, the commission in the system became completed, and the 30 ninja coins were transferred to his account. Transformation jutsu only costs 30 ninja coins, so he finally exchanged for this ninjutsu that may play a great role in the future. Transformation technique. By condensing chakra to change one's appearance, one would be able to transform into someone else. Ordinary methods would not be able to see through it. Other than turning into other people, they could also turn into animals or objects. Whether it was transforming into a human, an animal, or an object, it was only a change in appearance, not a change in essence. This meant that even if he transformed into Hulk's appearance, he would not have the same physique and strength as Hulk. For special agents or spies, the transformation technique could be considered a rare divine skill. But for Rogge, who likes to fight head-on, the biggest meaning of the transformation technique is to confuse the enemy. After confirming the chakra operation of the shape-shifting technique, he began his first shape-shifting technique. Bang! When the white smoke dissipated, the person sitting on the chair became Natasha, who Rogge had just seen. Just by looking at the appearance, there is no problem. But this jutsu is a bit too weak. The effect of the jutsu will be lifted if I endure a little bit of a violent attack. It is enough to scare people, as for the rest, Rogge stopped the messy thoughts in his mind and lifted the effect of the shape-shifting technique. Time flew, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Rogge continued to receive some commissions from time to time as usual to earn some ninja coins for himself. Most of the time, he spent on the study and mastering of the 2 Kekkei Genkai Sharingan and would release, making these 2 Kekkei Genkai a part of himself. After the end of the day's practice, Rogge opened his property panel and looked at his current status. Host, Rogge. Profession, Ninja. Talent, No Seal Technique, 7 Attribute Chakra. Kekkei Genkai, 3 Tomo Sharingan, would release. Physique, Senju Body, Senju Hashirama. Ninjutsu, Substitution Jutsu, Body Flicker Jutsu, Hold Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God, Level 2, Chakra Perception, Raise Nan, Self-Taught, Odama Raise Nan, Self-Taught, Summoning, Transformation. Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique, Wood Human Technique. Lightning Release, Chidori, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Flow. Fire Release, Grand Fire Annihilation. Water Release, Water Iron Cannon. Genjutsu, Dark Walk. Sharingan Genjutsu, False Memory. Taijutsu, Strange Strength. Chakra Amount, 1 Tail. Summon Beast, Punisher Frank, Edo Tensei, Abomination Brinsky. Unconsumed ninja coins, 256. Ninjutsu hasn't changed much, it's still the same ninjutsu from a year ago. In terms of ninja coins, he didn't accept many commissions this year and only earned more than 100 ninja coins. Rogge originally intended to let Punisher and Abomination accept the commission together, but he found that the system perfectly avoided this loophole. If he didn't accept and execute the commission himself, the system wouldn't pass it at all. Even if he accepted the commission and arranged Punisher and Abomination to do it, the system would cancel the commission that has passed the judgment and deduct 5 ninja coins from him. After losing a few ninja coins, he decisively dispelled the idea of being lazy and honestly performed the commission himself. Among them, the biggest change is the amount of chakra he has. According to his judgment, with the Senjua body, he should be able to get more than 100 calories of chakra after 1 year of practice. But he found that he somewhat underestimated the Senjua body from Hashirama. In the past year, his chakra amount has successfully increased from 102 calories to 300 calories. Then, the system changed the measurement unit of chakra amount to tael. As for the current chakra amount, it's equivalent to Ichibai Shikaku's chakra amount, or Kyuubi Kurama's chakra amount or Juabi's 1 tael. He can't judge for the time being. The increase in chakra amount also brought another benefit. The power of the ninjutsu he can use now is far beyond the power of a year ago. In other words, he was now even stronger than before. Chapter 83. Although he now has 256 ninja coins, Rogge doesn't have any ninjutsu or items that he particularly wants to exchange for. Even the commission scrolls that he usually consumes the fastest, he still has 5 of them, so he won't have any need to exchange for them in a short time. Just as he was considering whether to continue to expand his business scope, he received a call from Frank the Punisher. Since turning Abomination into his own psychic beast, Rogge has formed a team with the 2 of them and asked them to collect some more peculiar metals outside. At the same time, he asked them to occasionally act as messengers of justice and maintain social security in the United States. Simply put, he asked them to find trouble with the local gangs from time to time, to maintain justice and generate income for the firm. Because of their hard work, the firm's operating income has improved significantly, and even attracted the attention of the IRS. If it weren't for S.H.I.E.L.D's silent suppression of this matter, Rogge would have been invited to tea by the tax bureau early in the morning. Of course, in return, Rogge finally had an informal meeting with S.H.I.E.L.D's director, Nick Fury, and reached a consensus on certain issues. "My lord, we found the hammer that fell from the sky that you were talking about. As you expected, S.H.I.E.L.D's people found the hammer and built a simple research base around the hammer. The hammer the Punisher was talking about was Thor's Mjolnir. Although Rogge knew that Thor's hammer would appear in New Mexico, he didn't know when Thor's hammer would fall. So half a year ago, he took the simplest and most crude approach, that is, he sent both Punisher and Abomination to New Mexico and asked them to keep an eye on the situation there. Waiting really paid off. After hanging up the call from Punisher, Rogge began to sense the flying Thor technique on Punisher. Thor, we're finally going to meet, I hope you can bring me some unexpected surprises." When Punisher ended the call with Rogge, a strong man with long blonde hair suddenly broke into the research base, quickly knocked down the guards in the base, and quickly approached Thor's hammer in the middle of the research base. "This guy is good. Obviously, he has received professional combat training. The guards inside can't stop him." The speaker is Abomination Brinsky, who is nearly 4 meters tall. At this time, Abomination has no previous fierce and arrogant attitude. After signing a psychic contract with Rogge, Abomination escaped several times, but the results of the escape were not good. The best escape result was that he even saw the border of Canada. At that time, Abomination was trained by the combination of Wood Arhat and Wood Dragon for a whole month, and then he completely gave up. "This is S.H.I.E.L.D's business, we don't have to do anything, we have to make sure that the hammer is not taken away." The Punisher also noticed Thor, who was rampaging in the research base, but he didn't take Thor seriously. Although Thor showed superb combat skills, in Punisher's view, he is at the same level as S.H.I.E.L.D's elite agents. Without his divine power, Thor really has nothing particularly noteworthy. Not only does he not have the power of Thor, but he doesn't even have the super strength and physique that an Asgard should have. Just as Thor invaded the research base, several lightning bolts suddenly flashed in the dark night sky, followed by heavy rain. One person go to the commanding heights, bring a weapon. At this time, the person in charge of this research base is none other than Agent Coulson. Although Thor's invasion caught S.H.I.E.L.D. by surprise, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a professional agent agency after all. The entire base instantly entered a state of alert, and more agents were chasing Thor. What's the situation? After issuing the order, Coulson came to the command room and asked. The hammer emitted a huge amount of electromagnetic waves. The system can't record it. The equipment can barely maintain it. The interference from this thing is too great. After listening to the report, Coulson took out the walkie-talkie and said, Barton, talk. Sir, do you want me to stop him? Or do you want to send more people to kill him? Barton stood in the basket of a crane and said calmly while pulling the composite bow in his hand. Wait for my order. Coulson did not issue an order to attack and walked quickly in Thor's current direction. After knocking down all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the road, Thor finally came to the center of the research base, only a few meters away from Thor's hammer. Looking at Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, who has been with him for more than 1,000 years, a gratified smile appeared on Thor's face. As long as I can lift Thor's hammer again, I can regain the power of Thor. I am Asgard's Thor. Just when Thor thought he was about to end the test given to him by Odin, a strong black man more than 2 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of him and then gave him a heavy punch, knocking him to the ground. You're quite big. Thor, who was knocked down, quickly stood up and said, but I've knocked down bigger ones. As soon as his voice fell, Thor's right fist hit the big black man in the face and the two instantly fought. While Thor and the big black man were fighting inextricably, Rogge also teleported to the front of the two Punishers. Sir, are we going to join the battle too? Abomination immediately asked after seeing Rogge appear. Although he had been severely trained by Arhut and Wood Dragon for a month, Abomination was still the same Abomination who was eager to fight. But before the battle, he would ask for Rogge's permission. No, I'll take care of things here. You can continue with your previous entertainment activities. The entertainment that Rogge mentioned was the work of the Punishers and Abominations to generate income for the firm. For them, this is a job that will make both of them happy. Regarding Rogge's arrangement, the Punishers and Abominations had no objection and left immediately. Looking at Thor, who was hugging and rolling with the big black man in the mud, Rogge silently used chakra to perceive Thor's state. This seal is ridiculously strong. Thor doesn't seem to have much problem on the surface, but in his body, there is an incredibly powerful seal. This seal not only completely sealed the power of Thor in Thor's body, but it also suppressed his Asgard physique to a very low level. That feeling is like suppressing a heavyweight boxing champion with a height of more than 2 meters to the state of a newborn baby. Just when Rogge was shocked by the seal in Thor's body, Thor knocked the big black man to the ground with a beautiful flying kick, and then kicked the big black man hard on the head. After doing all this, Thor, covered in mud, came to Thor's hammer Mjolnir and grabbed the handle of Thor's hammer with a smile on his face. Then, there was no then. Tawny used both hands and all the strength of his body, but Thor's hammer remained motionless and showed no signs of moving. After trying for dozens of seconds, Tawny looked incredulously at the night sky shining with lightning and roared at the sky with incomparable grief and indignation. Whether it was Coulson, Barton, or other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they all silently watched Thor kneeling on Thor's hammer at this time. Okay, the show is over. Ground units, assault. Looking at Thor, who seemed to have lost his soul, Coulson raised the walkie-talkie and issued new instructions. At this moment, a flying Thor kunau shining with silver-white light flew towards Thor's hammer like lightning. When the flying Thor kunai hit Thor's hammer, Rogge appeared in an instant and held the flying Thor kunai. Is this Thor's hammer? Rogge ignored Thor next to him, and ignored Coulson, Barton, and others who were condescending, and directly held the handle of Thor's hammer, and then his right hand suddenly exerted force. Ka with Macron, Cha with Macron. Thor's hammer, which had not moved since it fell, suddenly moved. Chapter 84. Once again, it was time for the necessary part of every novel that was published. First of all, I would like to thank all the readers for their support. If it wasn't for all of you, this novel wouldn't have been promoted all the way to the top. It wouldn't have been able to complete the recommendation process and be published on the front page. Thank you to all the readers for your recommendation tickets, collections, comments, and gifts. I've read all the chapters and reviews you left behind. Thank you for all your suggestions. Then, I would like to thank the editor, Mr. Lan Guang. Even though the recommendation results weren't ideal, he still arranged for a follow-up recommendation. This gave the novel more exposure and allowed Apprentice to complete his dream of being published on the front page. Therefore, I would like to sincerely thank Mr. Lan Guang. Thank you for your support and support. Finally, it was time to act pitiful. Readers who had been reading the novel should know that Apprentice wasn't acting pitiful. He was really pitiful. Every day, he would work overtime until midnight and could barely write a chapter when he got home. Therefore, he still owed all the readers 15 chapters. These 15 chapters would be repaid on the second day after the novel was published. He would finish repaying them within 10 days. Because there weren't many updates, many readers chose to read the novel first. Apprentice could understand this. After all, Apprentice did the same when he was reading the novel. However, the data on the first day of publication, which is the first subscription, has a very, very important and decisive effect on the subsequent development of a novel. Therefore, the Apprentice is here to plead with the readers, when the novel is published tomorrow, can you subscribe a chapter first? Just one chapter would be enough. Really, just one chapter would be enough. The chapters after that could be taken care of slowly. However, for the first VIP chapter tomorrow, Apprentice hopes that all the readers would subscribe to it. This was very, very important. Please. Due to his hand speed and his stockpile of manuscripts, the Apprentice was unable to release 10 or 100 chapters like other authors. However, he would release at least 5 chapters tomorrow, which was a 10,000 word update. He hoped that the readers would be a little happier after reading it. Currently, the book's collection data was 244. Normally, the subscription ratio would be around 10:1. However, Apprentice wasn't that ambitious. Because there were some parts that weren't written particularly well, Apprentice would be satisfied if the subscription ratio was around 15:1. As long as the average subscription exceeded 1,600, every 100 subscriptions would add a chapter. If the average subscription exceeded 2,000, the daily minimum would increase from 2 to 3 chapters. If the average order could exceed 3,000, which meant that it was a premium product, the minimum daily order would be at least 4 chapters. Although this didn't seem possible, one had to have some dreams. Perhaps this dream would come true like Infinite Tsukuyomi. Next was the reward system. For the time being, every division master would be rewarded with 1 chapter, which was 10,000 rewards plus 1 chapter. Finally, I'll sell my misery to the readers. The 24-hour subscription result was very, very, very important. Even the readers who were reading books hoped that they would be able to subscribe tomorrow. This was very, very, very important. Please, everyone. Tomorrow at noon, I'll officially update the VIP chapter. Whether it's a hit or a flop, it all depends on the readers. Chapter 85. Thor's hammer didn't move much and the sound it made when it moved was very weak. But even so, the movement of Thor's hammer still shocked everyone present. This hammer can actually be picked up. Coulson, Barton, and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all showed an incredulous look. After discovering Thor's hammer, they tried various methods to try to move Thor's hammer. But no matter what method they used, Thor's hammer didn't show any signs of movement, as if it was connected to the whole earth. Coulson, Barton, and others just felt incredible, but as the former owner of Thor's hammer, Thor was completely shocked at this time. No one knows Thor's hammer better than him. It is precisely because of this that he was shocked by the scene in front of him. In Thor's memory, except for himself and Odin, no one can lift Thor's hammer. I have really been abandoned, even Thor's hammer is not willing to recognize me. Thor's hammer would rather be lifted by a stranger than returned to my hands? I really am. Rogge didn't know what Thor was thinking in his mind, and he was also in a state of confusion. What's going on? Didn't they say that there was Odin's spell on Thor's hammer? Didn't they say that only people with a pure heart and justice can lift Thor's hammer? Didn't they say that as long as you can lift Thor's hammer, you can have Thor's power? Is there a bug in Odin's spell? Before Rogge could figure out what was going on, Thor's hammer in his hand suddenly became extremely heavy, and then it fell directly to the ground with a bang. At the moment when Thor's hammer fell to the ground, a blue lightning bolt as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and directly struck Rogge. Boom! The lightning directly hit the Thor's hammer on the ground, and the raging electric current created a tornado-like airflow, blowing the people around it away. When the lightning was about to hit him, Rogge left the place with the flying thunder god and returned to the small hill outside the base. At this time, he was very glad that he had left a Thor kunai here before he went to the research base. The speed of that bolt of lightning far exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't left behind the flying Thor kunai in advance, he would have been the first person to be struck by lightning while raising the Thor's hammer. Although Rogge was far away from Thor's hammer, the lightning did not seem to intend to let him go. The night sky, which was already filled with thunder and lightning, was suddenly enveloped by bolts of lightning. The entire night sky became as bright as day. Without giving Rogge any time to think, the lightning in the night sky seemed to have a life of its own, attacking him one after another. Boom 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 boom. He was inexplicably struck by so many lightning bolts, and each one was thicker than the last. Rogge did not hesitate and made a decision in an instant. Flying Thor. Because there were no other Flying Thor spells around the research base, Rogge could not repeatedly jump around the lightning bolts. The coordinates he was teleported to this time was the Punisher, who had already left this place. At this time, the Punisher and the Abomination were heading to a nearby town, and were discussing which city to go to next to generate income. When Rogge reappeared, they were slightly stunned. Then, they understood why Rogge appeared. The next second after Rogge appeared, several bolts of lightning suddenly fell from the night sky and hit the Punisher and the Abomination in front of Rogge. As for Rogge himself, he returned to the small hill outside the research base through the flying Thor. Most of the lightning bolts struck the small hill, making the originally normal-looking hill look like it had been bombarded by missiles. As for the remaining lightning bolts, they struck the Punisher and the Abomination. One of them had a body of filth, and the other had thick skin, so Rogge was not particularly worried about the condition of the two of them. After confirming that there were no more lightning bolts in the night sky, he pulled out the flying Thor kunai from the ground, and then slowly walked towards the research base. Don't touch things that don't belong to you, or you'll be struck by lightning. Although Rogge had not yet figured out what happened just now, he had already made up his mind to not touch the Thor's hammer for no reason. And in the short period of time when he mentioned the Thor's hammer, he felt as if he was being watched by a great existence. But he was not sure if this gaze came from Odin, the father of the gods, or from an existence he did not know for the time being. Anyway, no matter what, Mjolnir was currently on his list of things that he should never touch unless absolutely necessary. After coming to the research base again, Rogge enjoyed the warm hospitality of S.H.I.E.L.D. More than a dozen heavily armed guards raised their weapons and aimed at his head. Don't do anything stupid, just inform your supervisor Coulson directly. Although these shield guards did not know the true identity of Rogge, they silently reported the situation after hearing the name of Coulson. It didn't take long for Coulson to walk out of the base and come directly to Rogge. "What are you doing here?" Coulson looked at Rogge with a little vigilance. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is now in a friendly cooperation stage with Rogge, he knows very well that this so-called cooperation may be suspended at any time. "I heard that you found a very strange hammer, so I came to take a look. By the way, if you don't mind, I want to take the guy inside." Coulson didn't know the true identity of Thor at all. They just thought of Thor as a secret agent of a certain country. As for why this secret agent took the risk of robbing the hammer, they haven't figured it out yet. At this time, Thor is being held in a temporary interrogation room. He is covered with mud and is in a complex state of loss and shock. Loss is because he found that he had lost the recognition of Thor's hammer and lost the hope of becoming Thor again and returning to Asgard. Shock is because he found that Thor's hammer can be lifted by a Midgardian, that is, an Earthling, which is something that even Asgard people can't do. If Rogge hadn't been attacked by lightning, Thor would have even thought that Thor's hammer had found a new master for himself. Just when Thor was full of doubts, Loki in a handsome suit suddenly appeared in front of him. "Loki, why are you here?" Seeing his brother suddenly appear in front of him, a look of hope appeared on Thor's face. "I came to see you," Loki said in a low tone. "What's the matter? Is something wrong with Jotunheim? Let me explain to my father," Thor said in a hurry. He had never been so eager to see his father. But Loki's next words immediately made him fall into the abyss of despair. "Father is dead." Chapter 86. Loki's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Saul's body, causing him to be completely stunned. "Father is dead? Odin, the father of all gods, is dead?" Then, uncontrollable sadness and annoyance welled up in his heart. "What?" Thor asked in an extremely sad tone. Banishing you, coupled with the threat of war, made him unable to bear it any longer. "Don't blame yourself, I know you love him, I want to tell him, but he won't listen." Listening to Loki's words, Thor couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of his eyes. Knowing that you can no longer lift Thor's hammer, but still putting Thor's hammer beside you, this is too cruel. The burden of the throne now falls on me. Then can I go home? Thor asked in a pleading tone that he had never used before. "The condition of the armistice agreement is that you must be banished." "Yes, but we can find a way. Mother also forbids you to go back." Although they grew up in the same family, it has to be said that in terms of IQ, Thor is suppressed by Loki. But this is also where Loki's talent lies. After all, people with too low IQ can't become the god of trickery. "See you never, brother." "I'm sorry." "No, I'm sorry. Thank you for coming." After completely fooling Thor, Loki left the interrogation room with satisfaction and came to the vicinity of Thor's hammer. After a friendly exchange, Coulson finally agreed to let Rogge take Thor away. Just as they were heading to the interrogation room, Rogge saw Loki trying to lift Thor's hammer. "That guy is trying to lift Thor's hammer, aren't you going to do anything about it?" At this time, Loki was in a state of magic invisibility, and the surrounding shield staff did not notice his existence at all. "Which guy?" Coulson followed Rogge's gaze, but he saw nothing. "It's that guy in a suit with black hair." Although Rogge had never seen Loki before, he was 100% sure that the person who was trying to lift Thor's hammer was Loki. "Forget it, there's no point in telling you." After saying that, Rogge went straight to the aisle near Thor's hammer and said to Loki below, "You're Thor's brother, right? I think it's better if you don't lift Mjolnir. You'll be struck by lightning if you do." Loki didn't expect that someone would be able to see through his invisibility spell. What surprised him even more was that Rogge actually knew about his identity and Thor's hammer. "Who are you?" Loki withdrew his hands and silently put them into his suit jacket, ready to pull out the dagger at any time. "My name is Rogge, I'm a ninja." "Ninja?" What kind of occupation was this? Loki thought that Rogge was a sorcerer like himself, so he could see through his invisibility spell so easily. In the eyes of Coulson and others, Rogge seemed to be talking to the air at this time. But as an experienced agent, Coulson immediately reacted and quietly arranged for S.H.I.E.L.D. staff to scan the environment near Thor's hammer. After looking at Rogge carefully, Loki didn't say a word and turned away. A strange guy came out of nowhere, and he didn't look strong at all. He was a low-level existence that didn't need to be cared about at all. Rogge didn't stop Loki from leaving, but silently observed the energy around his body that couldn't be detected by the naked eye with Sharingan, and memorized the way this energy worked that he had never seen before. Is this Asgard's magic? Interesting. When Loki's figure completely disappeared, Rogge turned to Coulson and said, "That guy is gone." Next, it was a routine release procedure. The only thing worth noting was that when leaving the research base, Thor silently took a notebook placed on the table. "I didn't expect you to have talent in this area." S.H.I.E.L.D. staff didn't notice Thor's little move at all, allowing him to easily take away the notebook that belonged to Dr. Jane Foster. "Why can you lift Mjolnir? And, why did you come to save me?" "These questions, I'll answer you later. What you need now is to change into clean clothes and solve your food problem by the way." More than an hour later, in a 24-hour chain restaurant in Anticapuente, Rogge, Thor, and Dr. Jane Foster looked at each other and maintained a strange silence. "Who are you?" Thor took the lead to break the silence. "My name is Rogge, I'm a private detective." Rogge didn't say that he was a ninja, because if he said that he was a ninja, he would have to explain what a ninja was later. This would make the topic more complicated. Private detective. Obviously, whether it was a ninja or a private detective, Thor didn't understand either. You can understand it as a person who gets paid and then helps others solve their problems. Rogge explained simply. "I see, it's similar to Mercenaries." Although Asgard didn't have a private detective, there were mercenaries, so Thor quickly understood the profession of a private detective. Strictly speaking, private detectives and mercenaries were two completely different professions. But no one cared about these small details now. "Why can you lift Mjolnir? This is not something that Midgard people can do. You're a bit of regional discrimination. Although Asgard has a longer history, Midgard is not a backward place. And whether or not you can lift Mjolnir has nothing to do with Asgard. As long as your father's spell recognizes it, anyone can lift it." Dr. Forster, who was sitting next to Thor, looked at Thor and Rogge with a confused expression. She knew every word that Thor and Rogge said, but she didn't understand the meaning. "My father." Thor's expression suddenly became lonely. "I saw your brother just now, he's quite handsome, but a bit cunning, he's not an honest person. Loki has always been like this, he likes to play pranks since he was young." When he mentioned Loki, Thor's lonely face showed a hint of relief. Looking at Thor's current appearance, Rogge couldn't help but sigh. They were both raised by the same parents, how could their IQs be so different? He had intended to remind Saul tactfully and let him know that Odin was still alive. But now, he gave up on that plan. "Your father is not dead yet. Don't underestimate him. He is the father of all gods, a powerful existence in the entire universe." Chapter 87. My father isn't dead. Thor's voice became agitated. "Of course. You have to have some faith in your father. The name Father of Gods is not just a title. Without enough strength, the others in the universe will not recognize the title of Father of Gods." Hearing this, Thor calmed down a little and began to think seriously. After eliminating some subjective thoughts, he felt more and more that Rogge's words were correct. The main reason was that Loki had too many bad records, so after calming down, Thor quickly noticed the loopholes. "Then how can I go back?" Thor asked the question he was most concerned about. "I don't know." Thor thought that Rogge knew how to get him back to Asgard, but Rogge's answer instantly extinguished his hope. Actually, I also want to go to Asgard. So if you find your own strength, I hope you can bring me along. The reason why Rogge said so much to Thor was purely because he also wanted to go to Asgard and see a world outside of Earth. The universe is so big, I want to see it. In addition, he also wanted to go to Asgard to see a civilization that was completely different from Earth, especially when it came to combat and magic. You want to go to Asgard? That's right. Looking at Rogge's serious face, Thor seriously thought about it. Bringing a Midgardian to Asgard was not in line with Asgard's rules, but it was not a particularly serious matter. After thinking seriously for a few minutes, Thor finally made a decision. If I can return to Asgard, I can bring you along. However, I have a condition. I hope you can protect the people here from harm during this period of time. Although Thor was not as smart as Loki, he had lived with Loki for more than 1,000 years after all. So after figuring out some things, he knew what Loki would do next. After losing Thor's power for a few days, he finally began to understand what Odin had often told him before, the responsibility of being a king. No problem. Not to mention just protecting the people here, even if Thor asked him to deal with Loki, he would not refuse. After reaching an agreement with Thor, Rogge left the restaurant and booked a room in the town's best hotel, and paid the room fee for a week in one lump sum. Rogge wanted to book a room for Thor, but after thinking of Thor's Dr. Jane Foster, he silently gave up the idea. With Thor's appearance, even if he was unfamiliar with the place and had no money, he would never live on the streets. After all, this kind of man with a strong body, handsome face, and long blonde hair was very popular with the opposite sex in this country. In the next few days, Thor stayed with Dr. Jane Foster, teaching Dr. Jane Foster about the universe, and at the same time, trying to learn about the Earth. In the evening, Thor usually stayed with Dr. Jane Foster. During the day, he would appear beside Rogge. Although he had lost the power of Thor that he was proud of, and Asgard's innate strong physique had been suppressed to the level of ordinary people, Thor did not sink because of this. It was because he was now in the weakest period of his life that he needed strength more. Although he did not have the strength of the past, Thor quickly adapted to his current state and showed the fighting qualities that a top warrior should have. That punch just now was good, as expected of Asgard's former Thor. In order to make the battle more fair, Rogge did not use chakra, nor did he open Sharingan. Your fighting skills are also very good, and there are not many people in Asgard's royal guards who can have your skills. While Rogge and Thor were learning from each other, Thor's friends, 3 warriors of Sengoku and Sif came to Earth with the help of Heimdall. If possible, Sif and others would not want to go to Earth in a way that violates the king's orders. But there is no other way, who told Loki to sit on the throne of Asgard now. The huge energy of Bifrost connecting the two worlds not only attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also Rogge's attention. That thing just now should be Bifrost, it looks like someone is looking for you. Rogge pointed to the funnel-like spiral cloud in the distance. Yes, it's Bifrost that is teleporting. Thor's eyes instantly became serious, looking at the spiral cloud in the distance with a dignified expression. Thor thought that the person who came this time was sent by Loki, but when he saw that it was Sif and others who were teleporting, the dignified expression on his face disappeared in an instant. In Asgard, in addition to his parents and Loki, he trusts the 3 warriors of Sengoku and Sif the most. However, before he had time to talk to Sif and others, Bifrost opened again, sending the real enemy over. At the end of Bifrost's second teleportation, Rogge used Chakra's perception to perceive the target of the teleportation. This almost cheat-like energy intensity is worthy of the destroyer specially built by Odin. Get ready for battle, the destroyer is here. Rogge silently reminded Thor. When the flying dust raised by the teleportation gradually dissipated, Coulson and others, who had rushed over, finally saw the true appearance of the destroyer. Is it a robot made by Stark? I don't know, that guy wouldn't tell me anything. Coulson took the handheld loudspeaker from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent next to him, came to the destroyer, and said loudly, "Hello, your weapons and equipment are not registered, please identify yourself immediately." The advancing destroyer stopped silently after hearing Coulson's words, and then opened the armor on its face. Just when Coulson and others thought that the destroyer would identify itself according to their request, they saw the flame-like orange-red light shining on the destroyer's body. Then, there was a powerful high-temperature beam of light. Boom! It only took a few seconds for the destroyer to blast the shield vehicle in front of him into wreckage, and then he walked straight towards the town. "Meet the enemy outside the town, you should know better than me what kind of power the destroyer has. If we fight in the town, even if we win, the town will probably be gone." Sensing the power of the high-temperature beam just fired by the destroyer, Rogge turned to Thor and said, "We are responsible for stopping the destroyer, you are responsible for evacuating the town's residents." Thor did not refuse Rogge's suggestion to meet the enemy outside the town, but he did not intend to let Rogge participate in this battle. This is Asgard's business, and it should be solved by Asgard's people. No, the weak guy is responsible for evacuating the residents. You are the weakest here, so you are responsible. Chapter 88. The weakest guy was in charge of evacuating the town's residents? Thor had lived for more than 1,000 years, but this was the first time he had heard someone say this to him. "I like this guy, ha ha ha." Volstagg, one of the 3 warriors of Sengoku, patted Thor on the shoulder, then put his axe on his shoulder and laughed as he walked out of the town. "Being weak is a sin. You can slowly get used to this now." Fondrel, one of the 3 warriors of Sengoku, did not laugh like Volstagg, but he turned his head and gave Thor a look that said, "You know what I mean." As for Hogg, he did not say anything. He just sighed silently, then took the warhammer in his hand and followed Volstagg, who was the first to leave. Sif had wanted to fight the destroyer with the 3 warriors of Sengoku, but after seeing Thor's helpless expression, she decided to stay and evacuate the town's residents with Thor. After saying this, Rogge used the body flicker technique to leave the town. He was not willing to let go of the opportunity to fight the destroyer. The destroyer was an ultimate weapon personally created by the Father of Gods, Odin. It was originally created to resist the invasion of Earth by the celestial gods. But after its creation, the most important thing the destroyer did was to guard Asgard's palace treasury. Although the destroyer had not officially fought against the celestial gods, it was enough to make people pay 120% attention to the ultimate weapon that Odin had entrusted with such a heavy responsibility, even if it did not have any dazzling achievements. The destroyer's main material was Uru metal, and its energy source was Odin's divine power. This meant that the destroyer not only had an incomparably strong defense, but also had an almost inexhaustible energy. Looking at the destroyer's height of more than 6 meters and its body that was emitting a silver-white light, the first thought that came to Rogge's mind was not that the destroyer was very strong, but that it should be very valuable. Just as Rogge's mind was filled with thoughts that he should not have had, the destroyer opened its face armor, and then a powerful high-temperature light beam shot out. Boom! The high-temperature beam hit the ground where Rogge had just stood, leaving a 3-meter-wide crater in the ground. As for Rogge himself, just as the high-temperature beam was about to hit him, he used the body flicker technique to change his position. After dodging the high-temperature beam of the destroyer, Rogge bit his right thumb and slapped it directly to the ground. Spirit communication technique. With his right palm as the center, a complicated psychic formation appeared on the ground, followed by 2 clouds of white smoke of different sizes. The Punisher and Abomination were summoned. The Punishers and Abominations were originally attacking a notorious gang and were about to achieve victory. However, at this critical moment, they were summoned by Rogge. Ever since they became Rogge's spiritual beasts, this was the first time they were summoned in battle. The Punisher did not think too much about the fact that he had summoned it out. His expression was as calm as ever. Compared to the Punisher's calm expression, the Abomination was incomparably excited. He could finally enjoy the thrill of battle. Finally, I don't have to bully those weaklings anymore. Finally, he could enjoy the battle to his heart's content. After listening to Rogge's instructions, the abomination rushed toward the destroyer without saying a word. At the same time, it let out a series of excited roars. Just as the abomination was about to pounce on the destroyer like a hungry wolf, a dull and heavy sound suddenly came from its body. Bang! The abomination did not realize what had happened at all. It only felt an indescribable pain in its abdomen, and then it was blasted away. Facing the menacing abomination, the destroyer did not do much. It did not even continue to shoot the high-temperature beam. The only thing the destroyer did was to raise its right leg and kick the abomination after the abomination entered its attack range. Then, the abomination was kicked away. After flying more than 100 meters, the abomination fell from the air and slammed into the ground. The destroyer was actually so strong? Seeing the abomination being kicked away so easily, Rogge realized that he seemed to have underestimated the destroyer. If it was him who was kicked just now, Rogge couldn't help but take a breath. However, he wouldn't be kicked by the destroyer like the abomination. Only the abomination, whose mind is full of fighting, would fight the destroyer in such a reckless way. After taking a look at the abomination who was kicked out, Rogge turned his attention back to the destroyer. Facing the destroyer, a fighting machine with almost no obvious shortcomings, it is the stupidest tactic to confront it with brute force. The abomination has proved this very well. In that case, let's use speed to determine the outcome. Rogge opened Sharingan in an instant, and then threw a flying Thor Kunao at the destroyer. Although the destroyer saw the flying Thor Kunao, it didn't take the flying Thor Kunao seriously. In its judgment, the flying Thor Kunao is the kind of weak attack that will not cause any injury even if it is hit. Clang! The flying Thor Kunao hit the destroyer's chest without any suspense, making a crisp sound of metal collision, and then bounced away. At the moment when the flying Thor Kunao was bounced away, Rogge's flying thunder god came to the front of the destroyer and grasped the flying Thor Kunao with his left hand. Odamara's Nan. An Odamara's Nan with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in Rogge's right hand, and then hit the destroyer's chest fiercely. Although the destroyer has a certain degree of self-thinking, Rogge's attack is completely beyond its scope of understanding. The destroyer didn't even have time to launch a high-temperature beam before it was hit by Rogge's Odamara's Nan. The twisting and tearing ability of Odamara's Nan fell completely on the destroyer, and the 6-meter-tall destroyer flew out in an irregular spiral shape. The destroyer's limbs and body were quickly twisted, as if the whole body was disrupted and then reorganized randomly. However, the destroyer that was knocked away quickly stood up again, and under Rogge's gaze, the twisted limbs and body were restored to their original appearance. Is this okay? The destroyer's characteristic structure makes it immune to the damage of Odamara's Nan. Except for making it a little embarrassed, Odamara's Nan did not cause much damage to it. Odamara's Nan did not play the expected effect, and Rogge did not care too much about this. He raised his hand and used another ninjutsu. Wood Release, Wood Dragon Jutsu. The destroyer is not Abomination or Hulk, so when he used Wood Dragon Jutsu, he did not hold back at all. Nearly 20 meters long, the long hook-nosed wood dragon sprang out of the ground, like a python that catches its prey, tightly entwining the 6-meter-tall destroyer. Chapter 89. It was the same entanglement effect, but when the wood dragon entangled the destroyer, it was obviously more strenuous than when it entangled the Hulk and the Abomination. This also caused Rogge to have to increase the output of chakra of the wood dragon technique. The destroyer was more difficult to deal with than the Abomination and the Hulk because there was no such thing as physical strength in the destroyer. Therefore, the longer the destroyer was entangled with the Abomination and the Hulk, the less physical strength they had. Although the wood dragon could not absorb physical strength from the destroyer, in addition to absorbing the target's physical strength, the wood dragon could also absorb the energy in the target's body. However, when the wood dragon began to absorb the energy in the destroyer's body, an unexpected scene happened. The wood dragon successfully absorbed the energy in the destroyer's body, but as soon as the energy from Odin was absorbed, the nearly 20-meter-long wood dragon burned. In an instant, the hook-nosed wood dragon turned into a fire dragon. This sudden flame not only exceeded Rogge's expectations but also caused the three warriors of Sengoku behind him to look at each other. On the way here, the three warriors of Sengoku first witnessed the abomination descend from the sky and then the destroyer being sent flying by Rogge. When they finally arrived at the battlefield where Rogge and the destroyer were fighting, they saw the wood dragon entangling the destroyer instantly turn into a fire dragon. Although the three warriors of Sengoku had never fought against the destroyer, they knew very well how powerful this ultimate weapon that Odin had personally created was. But at this moment, they watched helplessly as the destroyer was restrained by Rogge, an earthling. Although the wood dragon entangling the destroyer had turned into a fire dragon, the wood dragon showed no signs of burning or breaking. The reason why the wood dragon could still entangle the destroyer tightly was that Rogge was frantically outputting his chakra. After his chakra unit changed from a card to a tail, he thought that he would not need to worry about the amount of chakra for a long time. But now, he realized that his idea was a little too naive. After maintaining it for more than 10 seconds, Rogge decisively gave up on maintaining the wood dragon spell. Without the infusion of Rogge's chakra, the burning wooden dragon quickly showed signs of burning. Its nearly 20-meter-long body was continuously corroded by the flames and was torn apart into pieces of burning wood. Seeing this, the three warriors of Sengoku could not help but sigh. If the wood dragon had held on for a while longer, perhaps the destroyer would have stopped because of the lack of energy. Although this possibility wasn't high, it wasn't impossible. When the wooden dragon wrapped around the destroyer shattered into pieces of burning wood, Loki, who was sitting on the throne of Asgard's palace, suddenly stood up. This earthling was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Loki, who was holding the Gungnir, looked at Rogge seriously through the destroyer's perspective. He quickly made a decision and headed to the Bifrost. Without the entanglement of the wood dragon, the destroyer also regained its ability to move. Just as the destroyer was about to use the high-temperature light beam to eliminate Rogge, the obstacle, Rogge in front of it silently formed a seal. Forming seals was not necessary for Rogge. It was just that in order to make the following scene more ritualistic, he decided to add such a link at the last minute. The moment Rogge finished forming the seal, a huge wooden figure more than 25 meters tall crawled out of the ground like an ancient beast. Mokuton wood puppet technique. Looking at this huge wooden figure that was 4 times its height, the destroyer's self-awareness immediately made an extremely dangerous judgment. Since absorbing the energy in the destroyer's body would cause the wood dragon to catch fire, there was no need to use the wood dragon to absorb energy. If the advantage of the wood dragon spell was to control the target and absorb energy, then the advantage of the wood puppet technique was its extremely strong physical influence. Even if you have a body made of Uru metal. Even if you have Odin's divine power as a source of energy. Today, I will definitely reform you. With a thought, the god-like wooden figure Arhat raised his fists. Boom 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 boom. F***ck tactics and strategies, and F***ck combat skills. The bigger the fist, is the truth. Under Rogge's control, the wooden figure Arhat seemed to have transformed into a bodhisattva praising the Gatling gun of Nanwu. Its fists were like 6 big, clean pipes that were spinning 3,600 times per second. Great compassion to the world, physical conversion to my Buddha. Da-da-da-da-da. Clearly under the scorching sun, the 3 warriors of Sengoku felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Is this guy really human? He must be an evil god that had transmigrated from a different dimension. How could this kind of person appear in Midgard? He should be conquering the universe, not staying in this weak chicken country where the average combat power is less than 5. At this time, Rogge did not know what the 3 warriors of Sengoku were thinking. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to blast the annoying silver-white human-shaped self-propelled armor in front of him into the block form that metal should have. The sound of missiles exploding continued to ring out, and the ground continued to vibrate with palpitating vibrations. Coulson and the others, who had first encountered the destroyer, also rushed over at this time. Then, like the three warriors of Sengoku, they looked at Rogge, who was emitting a light blue light all over his body, with a shocked expression. In order to maintain the tyrannical and unreasonable influence of the wooden figure Arhat, Rogge almost operated his chakra to the limit. Time passed little by little, and when the 25-meter-tall wooden figure Arhat finally stopped waving his fists, what appeared in front of them was a deep circular pit with a diameter of tens of meters. As for the originally majestic destroyer, its original appearance was completely unrecognizable. Even the orange-red light in the destroyer's body that seemed to never be extinguished had completely disappeared. It's finally over. When the wooden figure Arhat stopped, the people present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After confirming that there were no energy fluctuations on the destroyer, Rogge also ended the wooden figure technique and gasped for breath. Such an intense output of chakra made him experience what it meant to be tired after being impulsive. If it were not for the sake of maintaining his image, he would not even want to stand now. He just wanted to lie on the ground and rest. Just when everyone thought that the matter had come to an end, the hammer of Thor, more than 10 kilometers away, suddenly soared into the sky and flew toward the town at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Then, a thundercloud quickly gathered in the sky, and a giant lightning bolt more than 10 meters thick struck down fiercely, making a thunderous sound that resounded for tens of kilometers. Chapter 90. After the giant lightning bolt, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire town. Even Rogge and the others, who were a few kilometers away from the town, could clearly feel the godlike aura. Thor had returned. Sensing the powerful aura coming from the town, Rogge revealed a puzzled expression. How could he retrieve Thor's power just by evacuating the townspeople? He didn't know what had happened, but he was sure that Thor had successfully retrieved Thor's power. He was even stronger than before he lost Thor's power. Thor's right hand gripped Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and his clothes turned into Thor's armor. His red cloak fluttered even though there was no wind. Blue lightning bolts that were visible to the naked eye were swimming around his body like electric snakes. Sif and Dr. Forster couldn't help but smile when they saw Thor turn back into Thor. Sif was happy because the Thor she knew had returned. The Thor who had led them to defeat one enemy after another had returned. Dr. Forster was happy because she had witnessed Thor's resurrection from the dead. Thor's chest had been pierced, and he had turned back into a mythical figure. After regaining Thor's power, Thor wasn't as excited as he had imagined. Instead, he looked at Loki calmly. I thought you just wanted to prove that you were stronger than me, but now I realize that I don't know you at all. I can tolerate your usual pranks, and I can also overlook your usual excessive actions. But you shouldn't joke about your father's life, and you shouldn't start a war between Asgard and Jotunheim just to satisfy your desire for the throne. Loki, you've really made a mistake this time. Thor didn't expect his younger brother to appear behind him and pierce his chest with the Gungnir while he was evacuating the townspeople. I am also the heir to the throne. I can make Asgard the ruler of the 9 realms. I can let the entire universe know of Asgard's power. I will prove to my father that I am the most suitable person to become Asgard's king. It's not my fault, it's the world's. Loki still didn't think there was anything wrong with what he had done. Become Asgard's king, destroy Jotunheim's frost giants, and lead Asgard's army to conquer the 9 realms. Listening to Loki's Chiyunibiu speech, Roger suddenly felt that his usual Chiyunibiu actions were not worth mentioning compared to Loki's. After sensing that Saul had regained the power of the Thunder God, he dragged his tired body back to the town and caught up with Loki's Chiyunibiu speech. No, you will never become Asgard's king. As soon as his voice fell, the Thor's hammer in Thor's hand flew towards Loki like lightning. Then, it directly pierced through Loki's illusion. He left a long time ago. He should be there now. Rogge pointed outside the town. When Thor looked in the direction of Rogge's finger, he saw the unique teleportation beam of Bifrost. As Thor's younger brother, Loki knows Thor's character better than anyone else. So after Thor regained control of Thor's power, he left the town as soon as possible. What Saul and the others saw was nothing more than an illusion he left behind. When he returned to the town, Rogge was almost deceived by Loki's illusion. If he didn't open his Sharingan and observe carefully, he wouldn't have been able to see that it was an illusion. The one who controls Bifrost now should still be Heimdall. He can help us return to Asgard. Only the guardian sword in Heimdall's hand can open Bifrost. So after seeing Loki leave through Bifrost, Thor instinctively thought that Bifrost was still under Heimdall's control. But he ignored a small problem, that is, it was the guardian sword that opened Bifrost, not Heimdall himself. As long as one has the guardian sword, anyone can open Bifrost. I hope so. Rogge was not as optimistic as Thor. If his guess is correct, the one who controls the guardian sword and Bifrost is definitely not Heimdall. As Rogge guessed, the one who is guarding Bifrost is not Heimdall, but a frost giant. As for Heimdall, he is firmly frozen in ice at this time. After returning to Asgard through the Bifrost Bridge, Loki came to the two frost giants guarding the Bifrost Bridge. Whew! Whew! Two indestructible energy beams shot out from the tip of the Gungnir, directly turning the two frost giants in front of Loki into an atomic state. This is not the first time he killed a frost giant. Before leaving Asgard, he used the same method to kill the frost giant king, Laufey. Laufey never thought that he would die at the hands of his own son, Loki. The weapon that killed him was actually the Gungnir of his old enemy, Odin. If time could go back, Laufey would never have trusted Loki so easily, even if he was his own son. After taking care of the two frost giants guarding Bifrost, Loki went to the control panel of Bifrost and summoned the frost giant's divine artifact, the Chest of Frost. When the Chest of Frost, shining with dark blue light, appeared in Loki's hand, his skin became more like a frost giant. Only those with the bloodline of the frost giants can use the Chest of Frost. Just as Loki was trying to aim Bifrost at Jotunheim, he heard a crisp sound of ice breaking. Then, a tall figure appeared behind him and sent him flying with a punch. The one who sent Loki flying was none other than Heimdall. The reason why Heimdall became the guardian of Bifrost was not only because he had Heimdall's eyes that could perceive all things, but also because of his own strength. The guardian of Bifrost was Asgard's first line of defense. If it weren't for a moment of carelessness, Heimdall wouldn't have been frozen by Loki's Chest of Frost, and he wouldn't have lost the guardian sword that controlled Bifrost. As soon as Heimdall sent Loki flying, he heard Thor's shout. Heimdall ignored Loki, who was sent flying, and pointed Bifrost at Thor on Earth, opening the interstellar teleportation. In the next second, the exit of Bifrost shone with a rainbow-like light. In the rainbow-colored light, figures emerged one after another. Thor, Sif, the three warriors of Sengoku, and Rogge. In the end, Thor fulfilled his promise and brought Rogge to Asgard. They saw Heimdall on the control panel and Loki holding the Gungnir. Chapter 91. Seeing Thor, Rogge, and the others appear one by one, Loki's mood instantly became as cold as the chest of ice. If it was just Saul, he might not be a match for him. What's more, there was Rogge next to Thor, who could defeat the destroyer. At this time, Loki began to regret going to Earth. Why did he stop Thor from evacuating the town's residents? Stopping Thor was one thing, but why did he have to add insult to injury? If he didn't add insult to injury, all of this wouldn't have happened. Loki, surrender. Now that things had developed to this point, Thor was still unwilling to force Loki into a desperate situation. No matter what, Loki was his younger brother, a brother who had accompanied him for thousands of years. Although this brother wasn't very obedient and would turn into a snake to scare him, he still couldn't be ruthless. Surrender? Why should I surrender? I am the evil god, Asgard, and the future king of the Nine Lands. As soon as his voice fell, the chest of ice appeared in Loki's left hand. In an instant, Loki's skin turned dark blue like a frost giant, and an extremely cold aura that seemed to be able to freeze the soul gushed out from his body. The moment Loki summoned the chest of ice, Thor didn't hesitate and directly threw Thor's hammer at Loki. Thor's hammer had just flown a short distance when it was hit by the ice energy from the chest of ice. In the blink of an eye, an icicle several meters in diameter appeared in front of Thor and the others. Thor's hammer was completely frozen by the icicle. After freezing Thor's hammer, Loki didn't stop attacking. Instead, he increased the energy output of the chest of ice. Although Loki didn't like to use force to solve problems, at a time like this, he didn't mind using this barbaric and violent method to get rid of all the people in front of him. As the divine artifact of the frost giants, the chest of ice had the power to freeze an entire planet. Although Loki couldn't unleash the full power of the chest of frost, it wouldn't be a problem for him to freeze Bifrost. Using the chest of frost, Loki regained control of the situation and picked up Odin's Gungnir. He held the box of frost in his left hand and the spear of eternity in his right. Under the buff of these two divine tools, Loki instantly reached the peak of his life. The Bifrost Hall wasn't very wide to begin with. After being attacked by the chest of frost, most of the area was covered in huge blocks of ice. The energy from the casket of frost and the energy from the Gungnir constantly flew across the Bifrost, forcing Thor, Rogge, and the others to temporarily leave the Bifrost Hall. Originally, Loki did not expect to deal with Thor, Rogge, and the others here. From beginning to end, he only had one goal: control the Bifrost and destroy Jotunheim. Although Loki was also a frost giant, he didn't have any good impression of the frost giants who were like barbarians in Jotunheim, let alone treat them as his own kind. After forcing Thor, Rogge, and the others out of the Bifrost Hall, Loki first used the chest of frost to freeze the entrance of the Bifrost. Then, he went to the control panel of the Bifrost and aimed the muzzle of the Bifrost at Jotunheim. Interstellar teleportation wasn't the only function of the Bifrost. Strictly speaking, this wasn't even the main reason why the Bifrost was designed. The Bifrost was an out-and-out weapon of war. It was an ultimate weapon of war with the power to destroy a planet. When the Bifrost's power was maximized, the energy beam of the Bifrost could directly penetrate an entire planet. As for the interstellar teleportation function of the Bifrost, it was only to quickly send Asgard's army to the enemy planet. Why did the Bifrost's teleportation exit look like a cannon barrel? It was because the Bifrost was built according to the specifications of a war weapon. I didn't expect your brother to be more courageous than you. He destroyed an entire race just like that. How domineering! Rogge didn't interfere in the battle between Thor and Loki. Even when Loki attacked him with the chest of frost and the Gungnir, he didn't have any intention of attacking Loki. The two of them had a conflict, so why should an outsider like him interfere? In the end, this was all a family conflict. Although the consequences of this family conflict were a little serious, no matter what, this was a family matter between Thor and Loki. Loki wasn't like this before. Is inheriting the throne really that important to him? Until now, Thor still couldn't understand why Loki wanted the throne so much that he didn't hesitate to sacrifice his life for it. After sighing silently, Thor began to summon Thor's hammer in the Bifrost. Under Thor's forceful summoning, the frozen Thor's hammer finally broke free from the shackles of the icicles and returned to his hand. I can't let Loki continue to make mistakes. As soon as his voice fell, Thor raised the Thor's hammer in his hand and slammed it into the Bifrost's deck. The energy of the Bifrost came from Asgard, and the deck was both a passage and an energy transmission channel. As long as the deck was destroyed, the Bifrost would lose all its energy supply, and naturally, it wouldn't be able to continue shooting energy torrents to destroy Jotunheim. Are you sure you want to do this? If you destroy the bridge, you won't be able to see Dr. Forster again. Rogge silently reminded Thor. After hearing Roger's words, Saul's action of smashing the bridge paused for a second before he started again. Under Thor's full attack, the solid deck began to crack. As Thor continued to attack, the cracks began to expand, spreading like a spider web. Just as Thor was desperately attacking the Bifrost's deck, a golden energy beam flew out of the Bifrost and hit Thor like lightning, sending him flying. When Thor began to destroy the Bifrost's deck, Loki noticed this. So he broke the ice wall at the entrance of the hall and walked out with the box of ice and the Gungnir. Before Jotunheim was destroyed, he wouldn't let anyone destroy the Bifrost. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the most suitable person to inherit Asgard's throne. After being sent flying by Loki, Saul quickly got up and leaped high into the air. "Forgive me, Loki." Seeing Thor jump and raise the Thor's hammer in his hand, Loki instantly read Thor's thoughts. Thor's hammer finally fell on the Bifrost's deck. Boom! An indescribable explosion of energy sounded, and a powerful energy storm instantly destroyed the Bifrost's deck. The Bifrost was destroyed. The energy storm destroyed the Bifrost Hall, causing the Bifrost Hall, which was already on the edge of Asgard, to fall directly into the endless starry abyss. Chapter 92. After discovering that the prodigal Thor had plans to destroy the Bifrost, Rogge silently used the body flicker technique to retreat a distance. Thor and Loki have super strong physiques that surpass humans, so they don't have to worry about the shockwaves caused by the energy explosion, but Rogge can't. Even if he has the body of an immortal, he doesn't think that his physique can be compared to aliens like Asgard. After the gorgeous explosion, it was a mess. Just as Rogge began to sense the traces of Thor and Loki, a powerful life form far beyond his imagination appeared in his perception. A super life form as powerful as a planet. If Thor's energy strength after recovering Thor's power is a small pond, then the super life form that appeared in Rogge's perception now is a vast ocean that stretches as far as the eye can see. Compared to this ocean, Rogge felt that he was at most a palm tree on the beach. After perceiving this indescribable super life form, he decisively ended his perception and withdrew all the chakra and spirit force that he released outside his body. In Asgard, only one person has such a strong energy reaction as powerful as a planet. The king of Asgard, Thor's father, the father of Thor, the father of all gods, Odin. Wearing armor, a red cloak, and a golden eye patch on his right eye, Odin walked past Rogge unhurriedly. When passing by Rogge, the father of all gods, Odin turned his head and glanced at Rogge, then continued to walk forward. Odin's casual glance made Rogge's heart beat faster involuntarily. That feeling was like encountering an irresistible natural enemy, and a sense of fear that was branded in the depths of his instincts gushed out of his body. At this time, Rogge finally understood why the purple potato spirit, known as the Crazy Titan, didn't dare to have any ideas about Asgard when Odin was still alive. On the surface, Odin's figure wasn't tall, and he had a head full of white hair. It was easy to mistake him for an old guy who could be knocked down with a heavy punch. But if someone really did that, they would know what it meant to not judge a book by its cover, and that the older ginger, the spicier it was. Rogge quickly simulated the scene of his battle with Odin in his mind, and came to a conclusion that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he used all his means, even risking his life, he definitely wouldn't last more than a minute in Odin's hands. This was under the situation where Odin didn't use Gungnir and magic. After seeing Odin's arrival, the three warriors of Sengoku, Heimdall, and the others bowed slightly and took the initiative to make way. Although Thor and Loki, who were sent flying by the energy storm, didn't suffer any serious injuries, the energy storm directly sent them to the edge of Asgard, blowing them into the endless starry abyss. At this moment, Odin came to the edge of the broken Bifrost, and grabbed the two brothers, one in each hand, and brought them back. His casual manner made it seem as if he had casually caught two restless monkeys. Looking at Odin in front of him, Loki no longer had the madness and arrogance from before, and said in a childlike tone, "I can do it, father, I can really do it." "No, Loki." Although Odin's tone was very calm, to Loki, it was like the Gungnir that hit his heart hard. He was completely denied. Loki revealed a bitter smile, and threw the Gungnir in his hand onto the Bifrost, silently took a few steps back, and then leaped. Loki's decisiveness not only exceeded Odin's expectations, but also shocked Thor. Odin continued to attack, intending to capture Loki, the naughty child, again. However, he had failed. Odin's left hand, which was formed by energy, directly passed through Loki's figure. An illusion. What Odin caught was only an illusion left behind by Loki. When the illusion was shattered, Loki's figure appeared in the depths of the starry sky, and then completely disappeared in the collapsed spatial passage. The god of trickery, Loki, used an illusion to fool the father of gods, Odin, and used his last stubbornness to protect his self-esteem. Loki used a suicidal method to put an end to this family dispute. More than 10 minutes later, in the meeting hall of the Asgard Palace, Thor, Rogge, Sif, the three warriors of Sengoku, and Heimdall stood in the hall without saying a word. On the throne above the hall, the father of gods, Odin, who held the Gungnir in his hand, also did not say a word, silently sizing up Thor and the others standing below. After a long silence, the father of gods, Odin, finally said, "Although Loki did wrong, he paid the price for it. This matter ends here. Thor will be responsible for the damage left behind by Loki. The order of the 9 realms must not fall into chaos because of this. Heimdall will be responsible for the reconstruction of the Bifrost. As for Rogge, before the reconstruction of the Bifrost is completed, you can stay in Asgard, but you need to assist Thor in maintaining the order of the 9 realms." Rogge had no objections to Odin's arrangement. Even if Odin threw him back to Earth now, it would be a very normal thing. But obviously, after knowing what Rogge had done before, Odin was willing to fulfill this Earthling's small wish. After waking up from the state of Odin's sleep, Odin learned everything through his pets, Fokin and Fog. It was because of this that he agreed to Thor's request and did not send Rogge back to Earth immediately. When night fell, a small banquet was held in a banquet hall in the Asgard Palace. The theme of the banquet was very simple, to celebrate the return of Thor and Thor. But as the main character of the banquet, Thor did not stay in the banquet for too long. Instead, he went to the wall outside the palace alone and stared at the distant starry sky. As the main character of the banquet, leaving alone in the middle of the banquet is not a good habit. Not long after Thor arrived, Rogge's voice came from above him. Like Thor, Rogge stayed in the banquet for a while and sneaked out. He couldn't stand the exaggerated flattery of the 3 warriors of Sengoku, and at the same time, he couldn't stand the terrifying alcohol tolerance of the people of Asgard. Thor raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice, then saw Rogge sitting on the edge of a stone pillar more than 10 meters tall. "Do you think Loki is a good person?" Thor suddenly asked. "This world is not black or white, and people are not bad or bad. So, I can't give you an accurate answer. But I think that although Loki is not a good person, he is definitely not a pure bad person. You are his brother, you should know better than me what kind of person he is." Chapter 93. Odin asked Thor to maintain the order of the 9 realms, but in reality, the only thing that needed to be maintained was the order of Warnerheim. As long as Asgard was there, order would never be lost. Jotunheim, the home of the Frost Giants, was the country that suffered the most from this family dispute. However, the Frost Giant King Laufey had just died at the hands of Loki, so even if these Frost Giants had any ideas that they shouldn't have, they lacked the strength to do so. Muspelheim, the country of the flame giant Surtur, had the possibility of falling into chaos again, but it was only a possibility. Without the eternal fire, Surtur didn't have the strength to threaten Asgard, so he could be ignored for the time being. Midgard, or Earth, was a country blessed by the will of the universe, so it didn't need Asgard's protection. Svartalfheim, the home of the Dark Elves, was now in ruins, so it couldn't fall into chaos even if it wanted to. Alfheim, the Elven Kingdom, was a peaceful elven kingdom. Compared to fighting, the elves who stood aloof from worldly affairs preferred to grow flowers and plants. As long as you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't bother with you. As for Nidavel and Hyr, one was the home of the dwarves, and the other was the kingdom of the dead, so they didn't need to be too concerned. Only Vanaheim, where the Vanaheim gods were located, would have the ambition that they should not have after the Bifrost was destroyed. As Asari's archenemy, Warner Protoss had the power to contend with Asgard's army. If Asgard hadn't produced two wise kings, Baoer and Odin, Warner Protoss wouldn't have been suppressed by Asari for thousands of years. The destruction of the Bifrost meant that Asgard could no longer send troops to Warnerheim as quickly as before. For Warner Protoss, who had been itching for action, this was simply a super gift from the goddess of luck. On the third day after the destruction of the Bifrost, Warner Protoss began to expel Asgard's troops. The war between Asari and Warner Protoss reignited in Warnerheim. After receiving the urgent military information from Warnerium's garrison, Asgard immediately entered a state of combat readiness and was ready to send troops at any time. Is there a blacksmith with better craftsmanship here, who can enchant? I want to make a set of armor that suits me. According to Thor's instructions, Sif prepared a set of Asgardian armor for Rogge. However, Rogge didn't really like this shiny golden armor with a cape. The design style of the armor had an extremely obvious Asgardian style. It was golden and shiny, bright enough to be eye-catching and flashy enough. But this wasn't to Rogge's. As a ninja, how can he wear this kind of armor to the battlefield? This is simply an insult to the ninja profession. The dwarves of Nidavellir are the best blacksmiths, but without the Bifrost, we can't go there right away. As for enchantment, this is an ability that only a few high-level blacksmiths have. As far as I know, only the dwarf king Eitri can do it. The father of gods and the queen also have the ability to enchant, but you. Sif didn't say the second half of the sentence, but Rogge knew what she meant. It's better for a small character like you to not have such unrealistic fantasies. Although the father of gods Odin and Queen Freya had the ability to enchant equipment, it wasn't a privilege that everyone could enjoy. Even Sif herself only had a magic longsword enchanted by Odin. The enchantment isn't urgent. I have some strange metals here. If possible, I hope to use these metals to make a set of armor that suits me before we depart. As soon as his voice fell, Rogge cast the summoning technique in the room and summoned the vibranium from the summoning scroll. The vibranium that was summoned was part of the 10 tons of vibranium sent by the Wakanda king T'Chaka last time. I didn't expect you to have vibranium. Sif just glanced at it casually and recognized that these black ores emitting a faint blue light were vibranium. You know about vibranium? Rogge asked with some surprise. Before the vibranium meteorite fell to Earth, Asgard already had a complete set of vibranium forging methods. And in the past few hundred years, Asgard went to Wakanda many times to get vibranium. Several times, I led the team there. What was called a foundation that had been settled over time. This was it. Compared to the average lifespan of the Asgard people of 5,000 years, the lifespan of the people of Earth was much shorter. Although vibranium is strong enough, it's not the metal of choice for forging equipment. Compared to vibranium, URU metal is more suitable. For example, this gift of the Earth Goddess in my hand is made of URU metal, and it has the enchantment of the Father of Gods. Sif pulled out the long sword hanging at her waist and waved it beautifully in front of Rogge. The silver-white blade was gorgeous in design and at the same time guaranteed lethality. Just by looking at it, Rogge could tell that this long sword was made by a master. I also know that vibranium's energy conductivity is extremely poor, but I only have this vibranium on hand. Why don't you give me some URU metal? Since they were already in Asgard, it was reasonable to bring back some of Asgard's specialties. You. After hearing Rogge's words, Sif suddenly had the thought of stabbing this guy to death with her sword. Asgard did have a lot of URU metal, but no one would complain about having too much of such a precious metal. Even the palace guards of Asgard had not been completely equipped with URU metal. Only a small number of elite warriors could obtain a piece of equipment made of URU metal. Sif calmed herself down and prepared to reject Rogge's sudden request. However, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered something. Rogge was about to go to Warnerheim with Thor. If he had better equipment, then the pressure on Thor would be less. After thinking seriously for a few minutes, Sif gave her own reply, "It's impossible to give you the URU metal directly, but if you want, I can ask the blacksmith to add some URU metal into your armor." Since Logue wanted to forge a new set of armor, all he had to do was add some URU metal to it. "No problem." Rogge had just finished his sentence when he summoned a draft of the armor from the mediumship scroll. "Are you sure you want to make this kind of armor?" Taking the draft from Rogge, Sif frowned and asked doubtfully. "Yes, it's like this, and the color must be dark red." The armor design sketch that Logue took out wasn't something that he had casually drawn. The armor on the draft was exactly the same as the armor of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 94. Under Rogge's insistence, Sif took away the design sketches of the armor and the unforged vibranium ore. Because of the loss of the Bifrost, it took Asgard 3 days to build the transmission magic array to Warnerheim and complete the final preparations for the expedition. Asgard's army has already been assembled. As long as Odin gives the order, this army, which symbolizes Asgard's strength, will set foot on the land of Warnerheim and put the flag of Asgard on every piece of land in Warnerheim. Half an hour before the army set off, Rogge finally got his own armor from Sif. Compared to Asgard's golden armor, which exuded nobility and magnificence everywhere, the armor in Rogge's hands could be regarded as extremely simple. Moreover, such a simple set of armor made people wonder how much defensive ability this set of armor had. Although Warner Protoss has been suppressed by Asari, it doesn't mean that Warner Protoss is weak. Looking at Rogge solemnly put on this simple armor that can be made by any craftsman, Sif can't help but begin to doubt Rogge's strength. There are only two kinds of people who dare to wear this kind of armor on the battlefield. One is a rookie who doesn't have much combat experience and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The other is a king of the battlefield who has absolute confidence in his own skills and doesn't worry about being injured at all. Judging from Rogge's age, Sif thinks he is more likely to be the former. After wearing the same armor as Madara, Rogge opened his 3-tomo Sharingan and summoned the Kusanagi sword and the Thunder Fan. He had blood-red eyes, dark red armor, a Kusanagi sword hanging from his waist, and an unreasonably large thunder fan on his back. Sif doesn't know if it's her illusion, but when Rogge put on the armor and took the weapons, she suddenly felt that the man in front of her seems to have such an invincible aura. The process of going to Warnerheim is not noteworthy, and it can even be regarded as a bit boring. Groups of troops walk into the transmission array, and then when the army in front is finished, the process is repeated. Compared with the transmission of Bifrost, this method of transmission is at least several generations behind, and it doesn't have the momentum of an army at all. Looking at the Rainbow Bridge's momentum of teleporting an army over with a clattering sound, and then looking at the slow teleportation of the magic array, the two were completely incomparable. But in any case, Asgard's army set off smoothly. Asgard is an army with a good tradition, so according to their customs, they first teleport the commander of the army, and then arrange for the army behind to be teleported. For this tradition of Asgard, Rogge silently despised it. To put it nicely, this is called the commander taking the lead. To put it bluntly, this is to let the commander face unnecessary risks. If the enemy on the opposite side prepared an ambush in advance, or this transmission is completely a trap, then when all the troops of Asgard are teleported, they will see the cold corpse of the commander. It's no wonder that every king of Asgard is strong, because those who are not strong have been killed by Asgard's tradition. Along with Thor, Rogge, and the 3 warriors of Sengoku were also teleported. As for Sif, she is not on the list of this expedition. The reason was simple: Queen Frigga had personally struck her name off the list of expeditionary troops. When the colorful transmission light in front of them disappeared, the first thing Rogge and the others saw was a Asgard camp that was about to collapse. There are corpses everywhere in the camp, and energy beams and arrows are flying around the camp like headless flies. After seeing Thor's figure, the Asgard officer in charge of the camp immediately greeted him and reported the current situation to Thor. After listening to the officer's report, Thor didn't give any specific orders. He simply said that he understood, then waved Thor's hammer and flew out. The three warriors of Sengoku were already used to Thor's actions, and immediately rushed out with their weapons. When the Asgard soldiers around him rushed towards the Warner Protoss army like hungry wolves, Rogge walked out of the transmission circle unhurriedly. It's finally going to start. At first, Rogge's speed was just a normal walking speed, but in a few breaths, his speed began to increase. In the end, the Asgard soldiers only saw a red figure flash by. Rogge didn't pull out the Kusanagi sword at his waist, nor did he touch the thunder fan behind him. At this time, he wanted to pay his respects to his idol. One man against an army. Thor in the air was about to swing Thor's hammer and descend from the sky. Then, he saw a scene he had never seen before. Thor thought his fighting style was wild enough, but now, he knew what it meant to be bold on the battlefield. Rogge, like a red lightning, came in front of a Warner Protoss soldier. Then, with a flash of his sword, the Warner Protoss soldier fell back, and bright red blood spurted out from his neck. Rogge didn't use the Kusanagi sword. He just took the Warner Protoss soldier's long sword, and then used the long sword to end the life of the Warner Protoss soldier. After casually killing the soldier, Rogge didn't stop his footsteps. He turned sideways and directly came in front of the other three Warner Protoss soldiers. Chi! 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 The three Warner Protoss soldiers didn't realize what happened at all. The last scene that appeared in their eyes was a beautiful and fatal arc. In the blink of an eye, Rogge had already killed 4 enemies. After killing the 3 Warner Protoss soldiers, Rogge released his right hand that was holding the sword, and grasped the spear in the hands of one of the Warner Protoss soldiers. Stab, stab, entangle, point, pull. An inconspicuous spear, in Rogge's hand, as if it had a life of its own, constantly attacked the surrounding Warner Protoss soldiers. Rogge was like a battlefield harvester, quickly reaping the lives of the Warner Protoss soldiers. Attracting attention on the battlefield wasn't a wise decision. But this was the effect he wanted. More and more Warner Protoss soldiers rushed towards him. At this time, he threw the spear in his hand. After the spear pierced through the 3 enemies in front, it finally stopped. Rogge didn't pay attention to the spear, because now he had a new weapon. One by one, the Warner Protoss soldiers rushed up, trying to completely surround him, and then cut down the guy who was rampaging on the battlefield. But no matter how many soldiers rushed up, Rogge's pace wasn't affected at all. Now he didn't care about the weapon in his hand at all. Whatever weapon in the hands of the Warner Protoss soldiers, he would use that weapon. Sword, sword, axe, hammer, spear. No matter what weapon it was, as long as it was in his hands, it could exert amazing power. As more and more enemies besieged him, his Sharingan also turned faster and faster. The dynamic visual ability of the Sharingan was perfectly displayed at this moment. With a simple glance, he could see all the movements of these soldiers. With a wave of his hand, he could take away the lives of these soldiers. Rogge's battlefield rose bloomed. Chapter 95. The crazy Rogge not only attracted the attention of the Warner Protoss soldiers, but also shocked the Asgard soldiers. When they knew that Rogge was an Earthling, the Asgard soldiers couldn't help but look down on him. An Earthling with a short lifespan, a weak physique, and an underdeveloped technology couldn't be a strong person. If it weren't for the 3 warriors of Sengoku maintaining their respect for Rogge, the Asgard soldiers would have completely ignored Rogge. Although Thor had sparred with Rogge before, after seeing the scene in front of him, he suddenly felt that he didn't seem to understand Rogge's strength at all. On the entire battlefield, except for the 3 warriors of Sengoku who had witnessed Rogge violently beating up the destroyer, everyone else showed an expression of disbelief. Compared to the scene of Rogge controlling the more than 20 meters tall wooden Arhat Orla destroyer, this scene in front of them was just child's play. The Asgard soldiers were now very happy, because they found that they actually had such a strong person on their side. The Warner Protoss soldiers were now in despair, they even felt that they weren't facing a human, but a grim reaper disguised as a human. Rogge's massacre still continued, and under his stimulation, the Asgard soldiers also displayed strength that exceeded their usual. One by one, they excitedly rushed towards the Warner Protoss soldiers. The battlefield began to boil. Blood splattered everywhere, and life and death were only separated by a fine line. At this time, the battlefield was like the boundary between the underworld and the human world. The left foot died, the right foot survived. The commander of the Vanir celestial race took a deep breath as he watched Rogge slaughtering his own warriors like chopping vegetables and melons. Then, he issued a slightly cruel order. They used all their firepower to completely annihilate Rogge, who was as dazzling as the god of death. Although Rogge was surrounded by a large number of soldiers, compared to killing Rogge, the death of these soldiers was completely negligible. Because even if they didn't do so, these soldiers would eventually die in the hands of Rogge. Although A.K.A. and Warner Protoss both highly advocated individual bravery, this did not mean that their weapons of war would remain in the era of cold weapons. Following the command of the Warner Protoss commander, a squad of artillery soldiers carrying energy cannons quickly arrived on the battlefield, and then aimed the cannons with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters at the constantly dancing Rogge. Rogge discovered the existence of the artillery squad as soon as they were in formation. Boom 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 boom. One energy cannonball after another fell from the sky like raindrops, instantly enveloping the area where Rogge was. Explosions rang out continuously, and balls of colorful energy storms attacked everyone in the surroundings, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. The moment these artillery soldiers opened fire, Rogge used body flicker to leave the battlefield, avoiding the raindrops of cannonballs. When the dust raised by the explosion dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a field of Warner Protoss soldiers falling down like wheat. Since Warner Protoss used energy weapons, Rogge naturally wouldn't be polite to them. Rogge put his hands together, straightened his thumbs, and formed a hand seal. Fire release, grand fire annihilation. A flame only as thick as a finger spewed out from Rogge's mouth. Then, the flame suddenly grew, and instantly expanded into a flame wave like the sea. In the blink of an eye, the flame wave arrived in front of the Warner Protoss army, and completely devoured them like an ancient beast. The flame wave only lasted for less than 10 seconds before completely dissipating. Then, the Asgard people, including Thor, saw a scene like Avasai hell. The Warner Protoss soldiers who were attacked by Grand Fire Annihilation still maintained their last movements before death. In the form of charred black corpses, they maintained the appearance of escaping, struggling, unwilling, and suffering. Wherever the flame passed, it was all scorched earth. Those who were attacked by the flame, were all dead. Even Thor, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after seeing the scene in front of him. The originally noisy battlefield suddenly fell into a strange silence. After increasing the amount of chakra to 1 tael, this was the first time Rogge used Grand Fire Annihilation. From the situation on the scene, the increase in chakra not only increased the attack range of Grand Fire Annihilation, but also significantly increased the temperature of the flame. After clearing the Warner Protoss army in front of him, Rogge pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist and rushed toward the Warner Protoss army on the other side. The first battle of the Asgard army finally ended with Rogge's brilliant performance. According to the post-battle statistics, the Warner Divine race had lost 2,000 men in this battle, including 200 of the Warner Divine race's trump card bloodshed warriors. When Rogge wiped off the blood on his Kusanagi sword and returned to Asgard's camp, all the Asgard soldiers he met on the way silently took a step back and slightly bowed to him. Who said that Earthlings can't fight? When Earthlings go crazy, they are crazier than Asgard's craziest four-clawed devil beast. With just a simple camp defense battle, Rogge established a higher position in the hearts of these Asgard soldiers than the 3 warriors of Sengoku. The bigger the fist, not only is the truth, but it is also the best way to gain respect. After arriving at the commander's tent in the middle of the camp, Rogge saw Thor with an ugly expression and the 3 warriors of Sengoku who didn't say a word. As for the other commanders, he didn't know any of them. Although Asgard's advance camp was defended, this was the only camp that Asgard still had in Warnerheim. When Asgard was preparing for war, the Warner Protoss almost went all out and captured all of Asgard's camps. This meant that the army in this camp was all of Asgard's troops in Warnerheim. We lost 22 camps, and now the whole of Warnerheim is under the control of Warner Protoss. If we want to restore order here, then not only do we have to recover the lost camps, but we also have to drive Warner Protoss back to their homeland. This means that what is in front of us now is an army of more than 100,000 Warner Protoss. Even with all 23 camps, the total number of Asgard's troops in Warnerheim was just over 50,000. Before leaving, Thor was already mentally prepared for the worst. But he didn't think that the situation in Warnerheim would be this bad. It's only 100,000 people. We have 4,000 people now. As long as each of us kills 25 enemies, it's not that difficult. After listening to Thor's words, Rogge gave his own suggestion. Wasn't it a simple matter to kill 25 people? Chapter 96. One person killing 25 people. That's right, that's easy. Easy my ass. If Asgard's soldiers had that kind of strength, Warnerheim would have become Asgard's vassal state long ago, and there wouldn't be so much trouble. If Rogge hadn't just shown such amazing combat strength, the Asgard's commanders would definitely have thrown him out of the tent. That's still quite difficult. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's take care of the 3 closest camps first, then we'll think about the rest. Thor opened his mouth and pulled the topic back, preventing Rogge from making more crazy suggestions. After a detailed study of the terrain of the 3 nearby camps and the comparison of their military strength, Thor quickly came up with a follow-up battle plan. What Thor usually did most of the time was to charge into the enemy's army with Thor's hammer, and then use his own strength to forcefully break the enemy's formation. But this didn't mean that he only knew how to charge and break through enemy lines, and didn't know anything about tactics and strategy. No matter what, he was a prince who grew up receiving the elite education of the royal family. He didn't lack the ability to command and strategize that a king should have. It's just that before he was exiled by Odin, he advocated personal bravery more. After listening to Thor's battle plan, Rogge suddenly felt that Thor's tactics were quite similar to Sun Tzu's Art of War's concept of win by surprise. After Thor finished arranging the specific battle plan, the dozen or so commanders left the tent and began to mobilize the troops and prepare for the battle. When only the 5 of them were left in the tent, Thor, the 3 warriors of Sengoku, and Rogge, Thor said to Rogge, "Your performance on the battlefield today was very dazzling and amazing. But I hope that you can control the degree of killing a little. Sometimes, it's not a bad idea to directly kill the enemy's commander." From the perspective of defeating the enemy, Thor didn't have any objections to Rogge's approach, and would even encourage him to do so. However, the problem was that their expedition this time was to restore the original order of Vanaheim, not to exterminate the Vanaheim gods. So he hoped that Rogge could control his actions a little. Defeating the enemy's army was enough, there was no need to kill them all. It was not Asgard's style to be ruthless. "You're the commander, you have the final say." On the surface, Roger agreed to Saul's request, but in his heart, he was thinking about something else. Odin grew old and became merciful. If he was young Odin, he would never have taught Thor this philosophy. Wherever the Asgardian army pointed, it was the territory of the king. Asgard's reputation was built on the bones and blood of his enemies. Comparing the style of the goddess of death to Thor's current request, the difference between the two was like the difference between a cold-blooded tyrant and a kind king. Asgard's army in the camp was divided into 3 groups, each heading to their respective target. It was unknown whether it was because Thor trusted Rogge's promise or because he didn't want to see, but he did not arrange for Rogge to be in the same group as himself. At this time, the one with Rogge was Hogun of the 3 warriors of Sengoku. As for Volstagg and Fandral of the 3 warriors, they led another army. According to Thor's arrangement, the three armies would attack the three camps at the same time, cutting off the possibility of the three camps helping each other. Although Rogge was one of the commanders in name, in reality, only Hogun was in charge of this army. Thor originally wanted to let Rogge participate in the command, but he actively refused. What a joke, he was someone who could even lose to the simplest machine in strategy games. Letting him command the army was basically asking the army to go for free. After a long journey, Rogge and the others finally arrived at the forest near the target camp. There aren't many guards in the camp, only less than 2,000. And more than half of them are hired mercenaries, so their actual combat strength is a little weaker. Hogun explained to Rogge. For an earthling like Rogge, his understanding of the Warner Protoss was basically the same as zero. Those who wear different clothes are mercenaries. Their origins are very complicated. Some are space pirates, and some are wanted criminals on their respective planets, so it's okay to be a little cruel when facing them. These interstellar pirates and wanted criminals were not welcome on any planet. Simply put, even if they were killed in the cruelest way, there would not be any negative impact. Understood. Seeing that Rogge was ready to fight at any time, Hogun also ordered the army behind him to prepare to attack. However, at this moment, a 5-meter-tall rock golem stood up from the camp and walked straight to the camp gate. Behind this rock golem, there were more than 20 smaller rock golems. Why is there a Kronan warrior here? Hogun's face became extremely ugly. A Kronan warrior? Leave these rock golems to me, you take care of the other targets. As soon as he finished speaking, Rogge teleported out of the forest and directly appeared in front of the 5-meter-tall Kronan warrior. With a body made entirely of rocks and a giant hammer that was even bigger than Loge's body, this Kronan warrior was basically a self-propelled siege weapon. Roger's sudden appearance startled the Kronan warrior. Then, he yelled at Roger, "Sir, you're coming." Unfortunately, Rogge did not learn the alien language and could not understand what the Kronan warrior was saying. However, after seeing the Kronan warrior use his hand to make an uncivilized gesture, Rogge disappeared again. Odamare's Nan. Rogge suddenly appeared in front of the Kronan warrior and slapped the 1-meter diameter Odamare's Nan in his right hand onto the warrior's face. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, pieces of shattered rock scattered in all directions like raindrops. Under the terrifying impact and twisting force of the Odamare's Nan, the 5-meter-tall Kronan warrior involuntarily took a few steps back and then fell down uncontrollably. When the Kronan warrior fell down, people realized that the Kronan warrior's rock head had completely disappeared. One-hit kill. The Kronan warrior, known as the meat grinder of the battlefield, fell just like that, without any resistance. Chapter 97. The Kronan warrior, who was famous for his defense, actually got his head blown off in one hit. And the one who got his head blown off was a Kronan warrior who was more than 5 meters tall and had the potential to become a lord. What happened to the world? Even the experienced and knowledgeable Asgard warriors and Warner Protoss warriors couldn't help but wonder if they were hallucinating after seeing this scene. The ones who were the most shocked were the 20 or so Kronan warriors behind them. For Kronan warriors, there was a simple and brutal standard to judge them. That was, the bigger the body, the stronger the strength. However, their boss, who was more than twice their height, fell in front of them just like that. For these Kronan warriors, this was like a bolt from the blue. Compared to the shocked onlookers who were wondering if they were hallucinating, Rogge himself was incomparably calm. Let alone a stone man, even if a steel giant was hit by his Odamare's Nan, even if it didn't die, it would definitely lose half of its life. What's more, after the Kronan warrior made that obscene gesture, he silently increased the output of chakra. In broad daylight, in front of everyone, he actually made such an obscene gesture. This was simply the regression of civilization, the collapse of etiquette, and the deterioration of wisdom. Therefore, Rogge felt that he had to correct this Kronan warrior's uncivilized behavior. After dealing with the Kronan warrior, Rogge's gaze landed on the 20 little Kronan warriors behind. Although they were little Kronen warriors, that was only in comparison to the Kronen warriors that had fallen. These little Kronen warriors were still in a state of shock. Each one of them was more than 2 meters tall and had arms thicker than Rogge's thighs. Squeak! While these Kronen warriors were still in shock from the death of their boss, they heard a sound that sounded like 1,000 birds chirping at the same time. Following the sound, they saw Rogge holding the Kusanagi sword and the light blue electric current visible to the naked eye. Kusanagi sword Chidori blade. Rogge didn't give these Kronen warriors too much time to react. When these Kronen warriors looked at him, his figure suddenly disappeared. Then, there was the sound of stones cracking one after another. These cracking sounds were crisp, short, and cruel. In front of the Chidori blade that could easily cut through steel, the defense that these Kronen warriors were so proud of was like paper. As the Kusanagi swords continued to slash their bodies, a smooth cut appeared on their rocky bodies. Then, under the influence of gravity, their stone bodies were split in half and fell heavily to the ground. There was no blood splattering everywhere, and no internal organs flowing all over the ground. After being cleanly cut in half by the Kusanagi sword, the dead Kronen warriors turned into pieces of gravel in just a few seconds. Compared to the Kronen warriors, the first Kronen warrior's body's Chidori was the warrior's. Rogge didn't know if this was a reflection of strength, or if there was some kind of mutation in the warriors. He only glanced at the warrior's body for a moment, then turned his attention back to the rest of the Kronen warriors. After decapitating the last Kronen warrior, Rogge stopped and put the Kusanagi sword back into the scabbard. From when he first appeared to when he put the sword back into the scabbard, less than a minute had passed. When Rogge began to turn around and leave, Hogun and the Asgard warriors finally reacted and rushed out of the forest. What followed was an ordinary attack and defense of the camp that couldn't be any more ordinary. After dealing with the Kronen warriors, Rogge didn't participate in the next battle. Instead, he went to a big tree and sat down casually. Although Asgard's warriors didn't have as many enemies in the camp, whether it was in terms of equipment or individual strength, the Asgard warriors had the upper hand. Other than the Kronen warriors, the other enemies in the camp couldn't arouse his interest at all. Although the mercenaries all looked different, and the color of their blood was also different, that was all there was to it. Looking at the one-sided battle in the camp, Rogge began to feel curious. Was Warner Protoss really qualified to be Aseri's enemy? Whether it was in terms of equipment or individual strength, the Warner Protoss warriors were a level lower than the Aseri warriors. Even the Bloodblade warriors of Warner Protoss were at the same level as the elite warriors of Asgard. But one was an ace, and the other was only an elite. But soon, Rogge knew why Warner Protoss was Aseri's enemy. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he felt a strong energy wave descend into the camp. He opened his eyes and saw a huge tornado with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. This sudden tornado didn't differentiate between friend and foe and attacked everyone in the camp. Then, the entire camp was ravaged into ruins. When the tornado disappeared, Rogge saw 3 men wearing light blue armor and green cloaks. Chakra perception. Without any hesitation, Rogge decisively used chakra perception and began to sense the 3 enemies that didn't look like ordinary enemies. This energy intensity is very good. Rogge, who had a bored look on his face, instantly became extremely spirited and eager to give it a try. Compared to the ordinary Warner Protoss warriors, these 3 enemies that suddenly appeared not only had stronger strength, but Rogge also felt the aura of a storm from them. This kind of aura, Rogge also felt from Thor. The difference was that Thor's aura was lightning, but what he felt now was the aura of a storm. After the tornado ended, the 3 enemies that suddenly appeared raised the spears in their hands at the same time. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds and torrential rain poured down. Along with the torrential rain, there was also a tornado strong enough to blow away Asgard's warriors. If these 3 people didn't appear, Asgard's warriors would be able to completely take over the camp in a short time. But now, Asgard's warriors were constantly blown away by the tornado, and the great situation that they created before was suddenly cleared. Water Release, Water Iron Cannon. Chapter 98. Amidst the storm, the liquid bullets fired by the iron water cannon technique were inconspicuous and didn't attract any attention. However, in the next second, the enemy in the middle was sent flying, and the light blue spear in his hand was also thrown to the side. The moment the enemy was sent flying, the storm that was like a natural disaster instantly disappeared, as if everything that happened just now was just an illusion. Looking at the enemy that was sent flying, Rogge slightly frowned. He had originally thought that this liquid bullet would be able to take the enemy's life and complete a surprise kill. But in the end, the liquid bullet fired by the iron water cannon technique sent the enemy flying, and then left a fist-sized dent in his chest armor. The iron water cannon technique, known for its penetrative power, was blocked just like that. After the storm stopped, Rogge led the Asgard warriors out of the camp and quickly came to Rogge's side. These are the three storm brothers of Warner Protoss. From left to right, they are Frey, Ford, and Freya. They are the descendants of Njord. They control the power of the storm, and the three of them are extremely good at fighting together. They are famous among the Warner Protoss. Rogge briefly introduced the three storm brothers. Then what's the situation now? When Rogge led the Asgard warriors out of the camp, the three storm brothers also reorganized their team. But they didn't let the Warner Protoss warriors launch an attack. Instead, they let the team stay in front of the camp's gate. King against king, general against general. It seems that they intend to use the method of battle formation to determine the outcome of this battle. Although Rogge didn't experience the so-called battle formation, after seeing the three storm brothers take the initiative to walk in front of the battle formation, he immediately understood the meaning of battle formation. Using the result of the battle between the two generals to determine the outcome of the battle. This kind of battle formation was not uncommon on Earth. From the development of Earth's civilization, this kind of battle formation might have been passed down to Earth by Asgard. 1 against 3? Go, I'll support you in spirit. After that, Rogge silently took a few steps back and made an inviting gesture to Rogge. Since it was a battle between generals, it would definitely be a battle between the commanders of both sides. Rogge was the current commander of this Asgard army. After seeing Rogge's "I'm very optimistic about you" expression, Rogge almost couldn't help but smash the warhammer in his hand directly at Rogge. What kind of joke was this? They were facing the three storm brothers. Even if the three warriors of Sengoku were here, they might not be able to win, let alone him. Although this kind of method seemed to be more civilized and could prevent the death of ordinary soldiers, it was still not enough. But the problem was that if they lost, the commander would be the one to die. Glancing at Rogge, then turning his head to look at the three storm brothers not far away, Rogge quickly made a decision. Under everyone's gaze, Rogge raised the warhammer in his hand and pointed it at the storm brothers. Then, he turned around and ran. Who said that warriors who used warhammers weren't good at speed? Rogge used his own actions to prove that even with a warhammer, he could still run very fast. Rogge's action unsurprisingly caused a wave of boos. Even the Asgard warriors couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. Rogge didn't care about the boos of the Warner Protoss warriors. Compared to the preciousness of life, a little bit of boos was nothing. Rogge also didn't expect Rogge to make such a move, which made him have a trace of doubt about Asgard's martial spirit. Since Rogge wasn't interested in a battle between generals, Rogge could only do it himself. Moreover, he just happened to have a little interest in the so-called storm force. Although the nature and manifestation of the energy were not the same, from his point of view, the storm force was a bit similar to wind release and water release. The only difference was that after Chakra's wind and water attributes fused, it would become ice release. Rogge casually walked to a place about 20 meters in front of the three storm brothers, then pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist. At the same time as he pulled out his Kusanagi sword, the three storm brothers also raised their spears and pointed them at him. Then, Rogge disappeared in front of the three Storm brothers. Now that they were in the middle of a war, it was unnecessary to report his name. The second after Rogge disappeared, Ford, who had just been hit by his water iron cannon technique, didn't hesitate and directly stabbed his spear at the empty space in front of him. Ford's reaction was very fast, and his combat intuition was sharp enough. However, Rogge's speed was faster. Body flicker technique. The moment Ford stabbed with his spear, Rogge changed the direction of his sprint and directly rushed to the left side of Frey. Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. As soon as the sound of birds rang out, the Kusanagi sword wrapped in light blue electric snakes appeared in front of Frey. Just as the Kusanagi sword was about to cut Frey's neck, a 1-meter-thick tornado attacked from the right side of Rogge. Woo! In the end, the Kusanagi sword couldn't cut Frey's neck, and Rogge was attacked by the tornado and revealed himself. The one who summoned the tornado wasn't Ford, who was standing in the middle, but Freya, who was on the right. Until now, Rogge finally understood the true meaning of Hogun's words that the Storm brothers were very good at fighting together. From the moment he launched his attack to the moment he was forced to reveal himself, it had only been less than 2 seconds. However, in these short 2 seconds, the three Storm brothers displayed a tacit understanding, directly interrupting Rogge's rapid attack. When he was forced to reveal himself, Ford and Frey did not hesitate and immediately rushed forward to entangle him. Dang 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 dang! The sound of metal clashing continued as Rogge's Kusanagi sword clashed with the Storm brothers' spears. Rogge originally thought that the Storm brothers were more proficient in magic attacks, but judging from the current situation, they were more proficient in close combat. The attacks of the three Storm brothers were incomparably fierce. The three spears continuously stabbed towards Rogge from different directions. Whether it was the power and speed of the attack, or the angle and timing of the attack, they were all impeccable. Even Thor had no choice but to retreat in the face of the Storm brothers' joint attack. But Rogge is not Thor, and he has the Sharingan. Relying on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, Rogge blocked every attack of the Storm brothers. Don't underestimate people too much. 1 against 3, Rogge not only did not choose to retreat, but also took the time to counterattack. As if they felt that Rogge was difficult to deal with, the Storm brothers suddenly accelerated their attack rhythm. The three of them moved forward at the same time, further reducing Rogge's area of activity. Finally willing to come in? Although the actions of the Storm brothers reduced Rogge's area of activity, it also gave him an excellent opportunity to counterattack. Lightning Release, Chidori. Chapter 99. What are you supposed to do when 3 adult men with bad intentions approach you with a stick in their hands? The answer is simple: electrocute them. Visible electric currents instantly covered Rogge's body. Without needing to control them, the electric currents were like poisonous snakes hunting their prey, suddenly pouncing on the 3 Storm brothers. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 3 Storm brothers were sent flying and then heavily hit the ground. Never get close to a man who can electrocute people, especially one who has a sword in his hand. After using Chidori to send the 3 Storm brothers flying, Rogge did not hesitate and directly attacked Ford, who was closest to him. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in electric currents came in front of Frey, and then it was blocked by Frey's spear. Even in a situation where he could not move, Ford still made a defensive posture at the last moment, using the spear in his hand to block the Kusanagi sword that was about to cut his neck. Relying on his battle instincts honed over the years, Ford fought for a precious chance to survive. As for the rest, he just needed to leave it to Frey and Freya. Just as Ford predicted, after discovering that he was attacked, Frey and Freya raised the spears in their hands, and 2 tornadoes gushed out from the tip of the spears, directly attacking Rogge's back. Frey and Freya's attack was just right before Rogge's second attack. If he continued to attack Ford, he would also be hit by the tornadoes behind him. Should he finish him off, or should he leave? The answer was to leave. The 2 tornadoes swept past Rogge's position like lightning, then dissipated into the air. After teleporting away, Rogge did not continue to attack the Storm Brothers. Instead, he allowed the three of them to gather together. "You are very strong. But you are not a match for the three of us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being alone." Frey, who was standing in the middle, said to Rogge. At the same time, he raised the spear in his hand, ready to attack at any time. To be able to remain unscathed under the joint attack of the three brothers and even launch two extremely threatening attacks, such an opponent was worthy of them going all out. "Are you bullying me with numbers? Since that's the case, I'll show you what a real 1 versus 3 is." As soon as he finished speaking, Rogge used the shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. After 8 clouds of white smoke, 8 identical shadow clones appeared beside the main body. What kind of spell was this? Looking at the 8 shadow clones around Rogge, the 3 Storm Brothers couldn't help but stare blankly. This was not an illusion, but a physical clone. After discovering that the shadow clones beside Rogge were not illusions, the Storm Brothers silently gripped the spears in their hands. One Rogge was hard enough to deal with, and now there were 8 more. Can this world still be good? Compared to the vigilant faces of the 3 Storm Brothers, Hogan had an indifferent expression. Ever since he saw Rogge's wood puppet technique and wood dragon technique, his evaluation of Rogge had increased explosively. Even if Rogge now turned into Sif's appearance, he wouldn't be surprised. When the shadow clones appeared, Asgard's soldiers were silent for a few seconds, and then burst into loud cheers. The second round begins now. As soon as Rogge finished speaking, he and the 8 shadow clones disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next second, they appeared around the 3 Storm Brothers. 9 Kusanagi swords surrounded by lightning snakes stabbed towards the 3 Storm Brothers at the same time. Although the Kusanagi swords in the hands of the shadow clones can't be compared to the real Kusanagi swords, but if they were stabbed, they would still die. The Storm Brothers didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness. The 3 of them stood back to back and waved the spears in their hands. After the fight just now, Rogge also grasped some information about the Storm Brothers. The Storm Brothers can indeed summon hurricanes and storms, but they can't do it in close combat. This also meant that the 3 Storm Brothers could only choose between long-range damage and melee combat. As long as the attack is fast enough, the Storm Brothers won't have the chance to release the power of the storm. And speed is what Rogge is best at. Originally, the scene of the 3 Storm Brothers besieging Rogge has now turned into a scene of 9 Rogge besieging the 3 Storm Brothers. Rogge and the Shadow Clone's attack speed is getting faster and faster. Not long after, it has exceeded the limit that can be seen by the naked eye. For the onlookers, Hogan and the others, this is not good news. Because now they can only see the Storm Brothers constantly waving their spears, but they can't see Rogge's figure at all. Clang 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 clang. The Kusanagi sword and the spears collided continuously, and the Storm Brothers were facing more and more pressure. Just when they planned to resist Rogge's attack and release the power of the storm at the cost of minor injuries, Rogge's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. First one. The Storm Brothers' hair stood up, and a dangerous thought suddenly flashed in their mind. Then, Frey and Ford saw a beautiful bloodline flying in front of their eyes. It's Freya. Although the Storm Brothers' strength is about the same, after the fight, Rogge found that Freya's strength is slightly weaker than Ford and Frey. Usually, this small difference won't have any impact. But in the ultra-fast attack and defense that Rogge deliberately created, this small difference in strength is infinitely magnified. No matter how high the tacit understanding is, it's impossible to be completely the same. Even if they are completely connected, their strength and physical fitness can't be completely the same. As long as it's not completely the same, it means there's a flaw. Even with his throat cut by the Kusanagi sword, Freya still doesn't understand how Rogge did it. The 3 of them have honed their 3-person cooperation for thousands of years, how can there be a flaw? Freya doesn't understand this, and he has no way to know the answer. After killing Freya in a flash, Rogge directly set his eyes on Ford. Pick the soft persimmon, beat the enemy to death. Since Freya is dead, Ford is the soft persimmon. However, just as Rogge changed his target, a tornado far stronger than before appeared in an instant, and he and his shadow clone were both blown away. The tornado, with a diameter of tens of meters, was like a crazy dragon that went out of control. The sky was instantly covered by black clouds, and the whole world seemed to have entered into darkness. Torrential rain poured down, and the giant tornado became bigger and bigger. A few seconds later, Ford and Frey walked out of the eye of the tornado, their bodies shining with a dazzling light blue light. Finally decided to go all out. Chapter 100. Just by looking at it, one could tell that Frey and Ford were going to fight to the death. How domineering! No, that's not right, it's energy leaking. The light blue light shining from their bodies was not a visual effect, but a real, almost solid energy. In the apocalyptic scene, two men with spears in their hands walked out, their bodies glowing. As long as one's IQ wasn't blown away by the hurricane, even a fool could tell that they were angry, and very, very angry. Therefore, after seeing Frey and Ford showing such a domineering aura, Hogun didn't hesitate and immediately ordered the Asgard soldiers to retreat. As for Rogge, Hogun felt that he didn't need to be reminded. Rogge wasn't surprised by Frey and Ford's violent reaction. Although he didn't know how long the three Storm brothers had been together, from their age, he guessed that they had been together for at least a few hundred years. Not to mention the death of their brothers, even if it was their pet dog that had accompanied them for hundreds of years, they would still go crazy. This kind of example was not rare even on Earth. Rogge remembered very clearly that there was a man named John who killed a total of 377 people because his dog was killed. Among them, there was no lack of inhumane killings with pencils. The incident this time was a tragedy caused by a famous dog. Freya was obviously not a dog, and Frey and Ford were not John. But in any case, it was normal for Frey and Ford to have some violent reactions. Fraverti's wasteful energy leakage, although it seemed very irrational, was the best choice they could make at the moment. With the three of them working together, they couldn't defeat Rogge in close combat. What's more, they were now one less person, so after Freya's death, Frey and Ford completely gave up the idea of fighting Rogge in close combat. The rain was like a full moon, accompanied by the hurricane that could blow people away. The original hot-blooded battle instantly became miserable and sad. In order to not be blown away by the hurricane, Rogge gathered chakra at his feet to make himself stand firmly on the ground, and then put away the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Since the enemy has started to use their big move, he naturally has to use a big move to repay the enemy. Mokuton, wood puppet technique. The ground under Rogge's feet began to roll, and a 20-meter-tall wood arhat climbed out of the ground, like a messenger of death crawling out of the abyss. In order to make himself look cool, Rogge deliberately covered his whole body with a light blue chakra coat, adding a visual effect that only V16 VIPs can have. In addition to the sparkling visual effect, he also deliberately set the place where Wood Arhat climbed out at his feet, and he stood on top of Wood Arhat's head. Although he still didn't know the legendary ultimate move of giving you a handicap of 2 hands, this didn't affect him from experiencing the effect of the shrunken simple test suit in advance. On this battlefield, I won't allow anyone to be more pretentious than me. Standing on top of Wood Arhat's head, Rogge looked down at the Fraverti brothers with an arrogant expression. After seeing Rogge once again summon Wood Arhat, Hogun, who was retreating, stopped, and his heart was suddenly filled with a sense of security. As one of the parties who had seen Wood Arhat beat up the destroyer, Hogun has a blind confidence in Wood Arhat. Compared with Hogun, who was full of a sense of security, the Fraverti brothers frowned deeply. They thought that Rogge was only a warrior who was good at close combat, but the appearance of Wood Arhat completely broke their idea. How can a person who can summon such a giant creature only be good at close combat? And on Wood Arhat's body, they felt an extremely strong breath of life. Although the appearance of Wood Arhat shocked Ford and Frey, it could not extinguish their anger of revenge for Freya. Even if the one standing in front of them now was Odin, the father of the gods, they would not give up. Regardless of whether they could beat him or not, if they didn't even have the courage to fight, then even if they eventually left here alive, they would leave a very obvious psychological flaw in the future. Without further hesitation, Frey and Ford raised the spears in their hands, and the torrential rain seemed to come to life in an instant. Hundreds of millions of raindrops hit Rogge like bullets. Along with the raindrops, there was a hurricane that was enough to destroy houses and raze trees. At this moment, Rogge seemed to be targeted by the whole world, and all he could see were enemies. Rogge did not care about the raindrops that were like bullets, nor did he care about the hurricanes that were like natural disasters. He stood motionless on top of Wood Arhut's head, the light blue chakra coat set him off like a god. The torrential rain did not dim the light on his body, and the hurricane did not shake his body in the slightest. After standing in place and letting the torrential rain and hurricane hit him for more than 10 seconds, he finally controlled Wood Arhut under his feet. In order to make Wood Arhut even more imposing, and also to increase Wood Arhut's attack power, Rogge put on Wood Arhut's chakra coat, and at the same time added the effect of lightning serpent on Wood Arhut's body. A 25-meter-tall giant body, a light blue chakra coat, and the outermost layer of lightning serpents that constantly wandered around. This Wood Arhut had reached the peak of his appearance and strength. Then, under everyone's gaze, Wood Arhut began to run forward. Just when everyone thought that Wood Arhut would directly rush towards Fraverdi and Roland, Wood Arhut displayed an astonishing jumping ability, and directly jumped into the air. Looking at Wood Arhut, who jumped high, and then fell like a meteor, Frey and Ford did not dare to be careless, and the two spears in their hands directly collided. At the beginning, the tip of the spear only gushed out a small, finger-thick mini tornado. But when these two tornadoes intertwined and converged into one, the tornado's diameter instantly increased to dozens of meters. Rogge did not pay attention to the huge tornado that was enough to swallow Wood Arhut, and a sentence appeared in his mind. Do you remember that there was a palm technique that fell from the sky? The huge tornado was like a roaring dragon, and it crashed into Wood Arhut, who was falling like a meteor. On this day, Hogun and Asgard saw a scene that they would never forget. The heavenly Buddha descends, the 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect.